I'll send you the link for this.
You still here?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that I didn't get disconnected or something, so,
No, Judge Wilson just stepped out.
okay.
Good morning. Today is August 20th. It's 9:05. This is the time set for the hearing in the consideration of the medical board's denial of Mr. Scott Miller's physician assistant license. My name is Chief Administrative Law Judge Joan Wilson. I'm joined here in the room by the respondent, Mr. Scott Miller. Mr. Higgins, I see you here. Can you hear us all okay?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Can you hear and see us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I mean,
Good.
I can hear you better than I can see with this video.
All right. Is there anything I can do in our room? I could change the view.
No, it's, I think it's just a product of the setup.
Okay. When witnesses are testifying, I can have it hone in on just that one person versus the quad view, if that'll help.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. I also see additional individuals in the room. Mr. John Davidson, Ms. Shelley Miller, and a number 208-991-7946.
Dr. Tom Grissom.
That would be Tom Grissom, indeed.
All right. Are these your witnesses, Mr. Miller?
My wife and close friend.
Okay. Are they testifying?
They are not.
Mr. Higgins, do you have any objection to their participating or observing?
No, Your Honor. We would invoke the rule excluding witnesses, but don't have any opposition to people observing.
The proceeding. So is, I'm sorry, who's that 28 Dr.?
That's Dr. Tom Grissom.
Spell his name, please, for me.
TOMGRISSOM.
SSON. And
So
he's one.
technically it's John John Thomas Grissom.
Okay, and he's one of your witnesses? Correct. Okay. Let's keep him on the phone for the time being until we figure out testimony order. Since you have the burden of proof, Mr. Miller, your case proceeds first, and we have the day to consider your request for the board to reconsider its denial. Do we have any issues prior to going direct to testimony? Mr. Higgins?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Higgins, I take it you'll be relying on the administrative record in this proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is Bates number division 001 through the supplement of 00122.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you admitting that as a single exhibit?
I'm presuming that Mr. Miller is admitting his application since it's his burden and it's his application that he wants approved, but I didn't see it in his exhibits. I just presumed that was what he was working on, as well as his other exhibits that he's offered.
Okay. And are there any objections to the exhibits that Mr. Miller provided to you?
Not to their admission.
Okay. But to their relevance or their reliability or the weight?
Correct, Your Honor.
Very good. So I will admit into evidence your exhibits that you filed with our office, I believe on August 7th.
Correct.
I have a copy of them here. And what do you have in front of you, sir?
I was told to bring binders
Okay.
with like 2 sets of binders.
Is one of those for me? Or,
Yes, ma'am.
okay,
Your Honor.
have
Yes.
it now? Thank you. Before this proceeding started, Mr. Miller mentioned that he didn't have a 3-hole binder. But it looks like you do. Oh, you have folders. Are there any opening arguments, or should we get straight to testimony? Mr. Miller
I think we can get straight to testimony.
and Mr. Higgins?
You would just rely on our pre-hearing brief, Your Honor.
Very good. Now, are you going to start with the testimony of Mr. Tongerson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Tongerson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to offer to this tribunal is true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Very good. And just again, for the record, let me get the full spelling of your name. Give me one moment, though.
Still online?
Yes, I am. I'm just getting to my document for writing this down.
Fine, that's
All right,
fine.
go ahead.
Just wanted to make sure just making sure I didn't get disconnected.
No. If you could spell your first and last name, please.
First name, John, John. Middle name, Thomas, Thomas. Last name, Grissom, Grissom.
Grissom as in Mary.
No, yeah, so S is in Sam, S is in Sam, O is in Oscar, M is in Mary.
Very good. I proceed, Mr. Miller.
Dr. Grissom, thank you for being here. Can you share your credentials and medical expertise with the Alaska Medical Board?
So I did a family practice residency, an anesthesia residency, and a pain medicine fellowship. And I practiced the last 13 years of my life in the state of Alaska.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. Miller?
Through a mutual friend. And unfortunately, during COVID, that implicated, trying to treat patients in an appropriate way to try to help them out.
And you're obviously aware of my situation. Is it true that you were the doctor who was instrumental in advising me to apply for an Alaska medical license?
Absolutely.
Can you help us understand, knowing that I had at that time a suspension of my license, why would you encourage or recommend me to apply for a license in another state, and specifically Alaska?
Because you are a exceptionally good practitioner, and you would be a benefit to the state of Alaska. And look, I lived there. My wife was born and raised in Alaska and lived 51 years in Fairbanks. And I understand how hard it is to get quality people in the state of Alaska to treat patients compassionately. And that's why I was totally on board with you coming to the state of Alaska.
What is different? Because we know through the pandemic, there were unique differences between states. So it wasn't about, we weren't using consensus science or facts. We know that. So in terms of these different mandates or proclamations that were created, what was different about Alaska, specifically in comparison to the state I was in Washington State? Like, what freedoms did you have as practitioners that didn't exist in the state of Washington?
Well, I'm going to bring it up. And it's, the ugly part of politics and medicine where they meet. I was one of 11 physicians in the state of Alaska who are targeted by someone who's running for governor from the Democratic side right now to get rid of my license because I was willing to prescribe ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine to patients early on in a COVID state because it didn't fit the narrative. Now, interestingly today, that narrative has changed. The FDA is not against ivermectin. They may have some quote unquote, may not be beneficial, but we lived through a time where we had some real constraints in medicine. And to be honest with everyone on this board, this is the State Board of Medicine, and I know Matt Hala and a bunch of people that have been on that board. Dr. Friedman, she works with me. And it was a tough time for me personally from the standpoint that I thought people were not thinking objectively and questioning, treatment therapies or whatever. But in the end, the therapies that I personally did when it came to like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, you need to take that in context. So I'm a pain doc. Gabapentin, Neurontin, came out. And all of the pharmaceutical reps went out and marketed it to all the neurologists. After the first year, 95% of all of Neurontin was being prescribed by pain medicine docs because it was effective for things like peripheral neuropathy, diabetic neuropathy. And guess what happened? 5 years later, the first study came out from an ivory tower institution that said, it works. So 78% of the meds that we prescribe today in medicine are not FDA approved for what we're treating that patient for. Amitriptyline, tricyclic antidepressant. We use it all the time. Family practice docs use it all the time at low doses to treat insomnia, help someone sleep. Is that FDA approved? No.
Well, may I ask you a question? So as this information is coming out, so the FDA making their statement, as we think back, say to my case in particular, the claims on my license were based on practicing below the standard of care for using ivermectin in a non-approved off-label way. Even though we knew universally that it had a pretty much zero side effect profile. So worst case scenario, it wasn't effective. So we can go with that. The likelihood of harm, it almost doesn't exist. Yet that was a huge component of the state's case against me was that component of practicing below the standard of care because of the use of ivermectin. And a second part to that is another question. Before there was any discussion on therapies or treatments, we were told there are none. I guess it's more of a philosophical and ethical question. If you had been using a therapeutic protocol for something with which we were told there's no treatment, yet you were seeing dramatic turnaround or improvement in your patients, starting in, let's just pick April of 2020. So from April of 2020 until around August of 2021, when it became weaponized or politicized, if you were seeing dramatic improvements using therapeutic regimen, and then all of a sudden a mandate comes out that tells us it doesn't work, the studies that we have done show there's no benefit, in fact, it could hurt them, what would you as a practitioner, as a clinician, rely on? Because we'd call that anecdotal, but I call that your clinical experience. As a practitioner, how do you choose to say, well, shoot, I can't do this anymore because of the data that came out, even though we knew it was wrong, which has been proven. So help walk through what I should have done at that time, knowing based on patient outcomes, I was practicing what I've been told was exceptional.
What you should have done is the same thing that I would have done. And that is rely on my own personal experience in treating patients. Look, anecdotally, and we can have this conversation going back 50 years. Anecdotally, the reason that certain meds are used for certain things, just like I mentioned Neurontin before, okay, gabapentin, is that clinically, if you're the provider, you have the front row seat to clinical outcomes for trying to benefit a patient. All of us want, I mean, look, all of us, who are hell-bent to being a patient advocate, because I think that's what medicine taught me. And I went to the University of Washington, did two residency programs in Missouri, is that listen to the patient and then try to benefit or help the patient and then see an outcome. And in the case of Neurontin, I don't want to get mixed in the politics of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, even though we now know that they were beneficial, whatever, is that we rely on our experience in treating patients, and we base our decisions on that. And that's not an easy thing to do, but it's the right thing to do. And so to kind of answer your question, in a roundabout sort of way is, my experience was it was very effective and I prescribed it. I probably treated 1,000 patients. I have a license in Idaho as well. And, I did not have a single employee or a single patient go to the hospital and get admitted. Not one.
What medication are you talking about, Neurontin or something?
Neurontin's an anti-seizure medicine, but it works really well for neuropathy.
The medicine that you just
And
said
by the
you
way-
treated, was that Neurontin you were talking about?
No, Neurontin had to do with Neurontin specifically had to do with the fact that, you know, for
No, but you're
5
specifically
years.
hydroxychloroquine and
I'm talking. No, so Scott, give
Let
me
me
a sec.
ask.
I'm talking about off-label stuff. We do it all the time in medicine. 78% of the meds we prescribe are not indicated FDA for what we prescribe them for, and that's across the board.
My experience was it was effective and I prescribed it. What are you talking about?
to treat thousands of people during the time of COVID.
So when I was talking about COVID, I used ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And in my high-risk patients in my clinic, by the way, and I have probably 50% of my patients are over the age of 70, I put them on prophylactic therapy. So once a week, they would take ivermectin at 0.6 milligrams per kilo and hydroxychloroquine once a day. And not a single one of my patients ever got COVID. Not one of them.
So, Dr. Grissom, I wanted to
Go ahead.
move on just to cover a few other things before we.
It's all right. If I don't activate the computer, it just dies.
One of the other main components to the complaints against Mr. Miller, against me, was that that my utterances were a threat to the community and that I was a danger to the community. And because of the words that I was saying and then espousing that I was successfully treating people, that was considered practicing below the standard of care, unethical behavior as a professional, and endangering my community because of my utterances. Yet you've had the opportunity to see hundreds of letters of support from patients, pastors.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We're just getting into Mr. Miller testifying. If there are questions for the witness, we should probably focus on just presenting those questions.
Sure.
I will uphold that objection. Mr. Miller, get to the question.
With the knowledge that you have based on the amount of community support that was shown me versus the statements made by the medical commission saying that I was a threat, how do you reconcile that? Because that doesn't make sense. Since I didn't have a single patient.
Don, you had a question.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile that?
And I'm going to object to the relevance of the question. It's asking him to compare the findings of the Washington Medical Commission with the letters of support he got. I know that hearsay is admissible, Your Honor, but there's a certain level of remove from the issue at hand that we're getting to here. The question is whether to grant his application. And we've already said that we're not revisiting the decision of the Washington Medical Commission. So I'm not really sure how letters of support from the other members of the community, however that community might be defined, is relevant for this tribunal and the medical board.
Mr. Miller, any objection? I mean, what is?
I would say that one of the duties of the Alaska Medical Board is to make sure they are protecting the health and safety of the members of the community. I'm simply asking Dr. Grissom, since we're aware that there's a disparity in how in the outcomes with the treatment and the beneficial impact on the community versus the statements or findings of fact made by the medical board, I think there's relevance because at some point, if if we were practicing in a way that was causing harm, A, you would have complaints against you by those patients, or you should, and B, there would be no support. You'd be vilified.
I think we're getting a little bit off base here. Perhaps I could help ask the question like this and see if it gets an objection from you, Mr. Higgins. Because I agree, I do not want to retry what
Sure.
happened in Washington. I would wonder from Dr. Grissom what restrictions he believes is applicable to him as a physician practicing in Alaska regarding statements made in a public forum.
That's a pretty broad question.
And see if it draws any objection from Mr. Higgins first.
Your Honor, quite frankly, I don't understand the question.
Okay. What
I
I'm trying to do,
I actually don't either.
what I do not want to do per the rulings of already made is retry what happened in the state of Washington. I'm trying to
Nor do I,
advise,
by the way.
Okay,
I'm trying to advise this medical board in a decision whether it should, under some conditions, grant Mr. Miller a license. He's been accused of, in Washington State, of providing substandard care in part because of public statements he's made. And I'm just going to rely on the findings of fact and the conclusions of law regarding
That's fine.
COVID treatments. Did you have any similar restrictions in Alaska about statements you could make during the time of the COVID pandemic?
So the answer to that question, Your Honor, is no. The only restrictions I had in the state of Alaska is the pressure that was put politically on the pharmacies to not fill the prescriptions I wrote that was in the best interest of my patients. And I'm kind of go a little off the rails here a little bit. I had at least 10 patients of mine who went to Matsu Regional Medical Center in West Philly. And because their O2 sats, their oxygenation of their red blood cells, was not low enough, they would not treat them. They told them to go home, take some aspirin, some Tylenol, have a good day. Okay. To me, that is appalling. That is disgusting. That is totally goes against everything that I've been taught since the first day I entered med school. I was trained to treat patients and to do right by them, and to do everything in my power to do right by them. COVID is a stain that will never go away when it comes to the medical community, my peers. There's nothing that's ever gonna get rid of that in my mind and in my heart. I still believe in doing the right thing for patients. And if you're prescribing a medical regimen that is in zero way going to hurt the patient and couldn't help them, what's the harm? Because, the Hippocratic Oath is first, do no harm. And I just don't understand. I don't understand the whole concept. I don't get it. None of the 11 physicians that were targeted in Alaska did any harm to anyone. No one. We were offering hope and a potential positive outcome. And we do that every single day in medicine. Every single day we do that. And you know what? I said 78% of the meds that we prescribe are off freaking label. That's black box stuff. Rep can't come into my clinic and tell me about it. But we do it because we know it works. and it's beneficial.
Well, Dr.
And
Grissom,
the fact that, go ahead.
well, and kind of goes to some of the things that you're talking about that you were allowed to do in Alaska. Judge Wilson made the statement, had Mr. Miller engaged in the same conduct in Alaska, he might not have even been sanctioned based on what the Alaska Medical Board statement in December 9th of 2021, where they made a statement that they weren't going to be attacking or going after providers.
In fact, two of those physicians on that board at the time were Dr. Friedman and Matt Halo. They're friends of mine, and they understood. They got it. And the thing I love about Alaska, and I truly do love this about Alaska versus Washington State, and I went to med school there, and I still have a license, is that Alaska is first, and the medical board is this, is first and foremost focused on what is in the best interest of Alaskans, AKA patients. And I appreciated that. I love that about practicing medicine in Alaska. That's one of the things that made me love being, sorry, I got two dogs losing their minds.
So with that, so much of this case comes down to my character, my medical competency, and then what kind of a benefit would I be to Alaskans if I was granted medical?
I can answer that before you finish. Alaska would be honored to have someone like Scott Miller to be practicing medicine in Alaska, because he's got the highest integrity. He's one of the most thoughtful people I've ever met, and actually one of the most educated people, and that includes my peers and doctors, not PAs. It would be a shame, truly be a shame, that Alaska does not provide him an opportunity to practice, because he's going to benefit so many people. And that's just all I can say. Pure and simple.
And due to time constraints, and we're going to need to move on. I have so many more things to discuss with you. I would like to thank you for taking the time and joining us and speaking on my behalf. I'm honored that you've chosen to do it. Do you have any last?
You don't have to thank me, because to me, it's an opportunity for Alaska to benefit from someone who wants to actually live and work in Alaska to do the right thing. It's not complicated. It's really freaking simple.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, do you have any questions for Dr. Grissom?
I do, thank you. Dr. Grissom, good morning.
Good
Where are
morning.
you located right now?
Right now I'm sitting in my house in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
In Idaho, okay. And are you still actively practicing in Alaska?
Yes, part-time.
And where is your primary practice?
In Wasilla.
And do you practice anywhere else?
I do practice a little bit in Idaho, yes.
But nowhere else in Alaska?
Do I need to have any other place in Wasilla? I don't know.
No, I'm just asking a question.
No.
Thank you. The when did you meet Mr. Miller?
A couple years ago through a mutual friend.
And where did you meet him?
St. Louis.
St. Louis, Missouri.
Yep.
And under what circumstances did you meet him?
On a golf outing.
Okay. And since how long did that time with him last in St. Louis?
that was just a couple of days.
And was that for a conference or something?
Oh, it was a golf outing.
So just with friends, it wasn't like a professional organized event?
Well, I don't understand the context of your question, but simply put, providers, whether physicians, PAs, or nurse practitioners, what in my medical field we call physician extenders, how you meet is kind of irrelevant. You create a line of communication and you share information and you know, learn from each other and their experiences. So I don't understand the point of your question.
Thank you. And other than that golf outing in these last couple of years that you've known Mr. Miller, when have you spent time with him?
Oh, we've had consults on the phone about patients. What would I do? Most of those questions were from Scott's standpoint. What would you do?
Okay. How many of those calls have you had?
I don't have a calendar, so I can't tell you, but multiple.
Multiple as in 2 or multiple as in 100?
Wow, that's a big number, 2 to 100.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
20.
drill down here.
Well, I'm trying to be honest with you, man. Maybe 20, and that's a plus or minus. I don't know.
Okay. And can you give an example of what one of those calls is? And just, you know, I'm not trying to hide the ball here. You've formed an opinion about Mr. Miller's fitness for practice and his integrity and things like that. So I'm just trying to understand the factual basis for that opinion.
Just so you know,
Dr. Grissom.
Dr. Grissom, please let Mr. Higgins speak. The record only permits one person to speak at the time. Mr. Higgins, you were explaining the basis of your questions.
Yeah, I'm just trying to let you know, Dr. Grissom, that if there's an opinion formed and I don't know the basis for that opinion, I want to make sure that we have a factual basis for forming that opinion. So that's why I'm asking questions about the opinion that you've offered. No, Mr. Miller, it's not your turn. Thank you. So can you give an example of some of the questions in the plus or minus 20 times in these last 2 years of consults that you've given Mr. Miller?
Okay, so let me start off by saying this. I've had several very intense conversations with Scott when it comes to medicine as a general conversation, not specifically related to COVID, but medicine as a whole. And during those times, I learned that Scott is intellectually motivated, scientifically driven, and is really interested in good patient outcomes. Now, I'm going to throw this back in your wheelhouse. You know, you're an attorney. You got a junior partner coming in. Well, you could probably learn in the first 3 or 4 months whether he's going to be a partner or not. So I'm just laying that out. That is the gestalt of figuring out who someone is and who they are and what they represent. So did I have those conversations with Scott? Absolutely. When it comes to the question you specifically asked, it was really, hey, I've got this patient, this is what's going on, what do you think? We call that a curbside consult. It happens all the time in medicine. It happens 10 times a day when I'm in Alaska. And so, yeah, I would tell him what I thought. I would tell him what I would do. So if you're asking what the experience is, that's it. Pure and simple.
Okay, and
I don't know
Where
if that
was-
answers your question. Okay.
it's an answer, and I appreciate you taking the time to offer it. In the last 2 years, so that's going back to late summer, fall of 2023. Where was Mr. Miller practicing when you would have these discussions?
I don't know. I don't know if he was even practicing in 2023. So specifically, you're asking me a statement that I don't have a calendar that I could pull up tomorrow or even right now and tell you, what day he called me and what time of the day it was. So I don't know.
Right, yeah, and I apologize for that. You were just noticed as a witness at the end of last week, so there wasn't too much time to really dig in and prepare for this. But I'm just trying to go off your testimony, and so what I understand it is plus or minus 20 times in the last 2 years, there have been, conversations where you've gotten, my words, good vibes off Mr. Miller, and you were forming your opinion on that. No, wait, please. And then also based on these kind of curbsides, but you cannot recall where he was practicing or when these occurred, at least not specifically.
To answer your question bluntly, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But
Um,
no. I'm gonna bring up something here. You brought up a whole range of dates based on years. Okay, and you're talking about like what, the last 2 years?
I'm talking about the same period of time that you talked about.
I met Steve before that.
You met who?
I met Scott. I met Scott before those dates.
Okay, I'm just going off the the testimony that you've provided. That's really all I have here. So if you want to change your testimony, now would probably be a good time to do that.
No, I'm not going to change anything.
Okay.
And Scott's on the phone. I would ask him when we were in St. Louis playing golf.
Dr. Grissom, you don't ask questions of respondents. Mr. Higgins, do you have another question?
Yes, I do.
But it's a question. But
no,
Judge,
Dr. Grissom,
Your Honor, if you're asking questions about timeframes,
Dr. Grissom,
those.
Mr. Higgins has the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. So Dr. Grissom, you testified that about 78% of the meds that you prescribe are off-label uses, right?
Sure, absolutely.
And what is the process, or I guess, is there any sort of process or protocol that you're supposed to follow when you are prescribing off-label?
Good question. And I will indict the entire medical profession in saying this. For instance, penicillin, when it was first FDA approved, was approved for pneumonia. And you don't know the answer to this question, but I'll give it to you. The number one drug for treating strep throat, which is common, is penicillin. Penicillin was not FDA approved for the treatment of strep throat through any study. It was essentially an accepted practice because it was effective. Okay? Neurontin, gabapentin, the drug I brought up, was never FDA approved for the treatment of neuropathy, neuropathic pain. And we prescribed it for 5 to 7 years before the FDA came out, because they did a study which costs the manufacturer of gabapentin $72 million to even get a study going to show that it was beneficial. We knew it was beneficial way before the FDA came out and said it was okay. So in medicine, we do this all the time. Now, to your point, do I inform my patient specifically that this is off-label, that this is not FDA approved? No. No doctor that I know and have ever known has that specific conversation with a patient. It just doesn't happen. It never happens. So, to your point, there's the answer. And that is the standard of care across the board in Alaska, Idaho, Michigan, New York. It's the same.
So am I to understand your answer to my question that there are no standards that a person should follow when prescribing off-label uses of medication?
Other than talking to the patient about side effects, benefits, and risks? No.
Okay.
None.
And
if you ask that question to any practicing physician in the state of Alaska, they'll tell you the same damn thing.
okay, well, I'm just dealing with the people who are called as witnesses today. So I will keep my questions.
I'm just telling you.
Excellent. Thank you. The next question I have is, when you're prescribing a drug, is it your practice to include a description of the treatment that you're prescribing it for?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
Well, if I'm a patient, I want to know why I'm taking a drug. So obviously I want to know why they're taking it and what potential benefits are. Sure.
Okay. And so is there ever any value in writing a reason for the prescription that is false?
No.
Okay. Would you say that, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to speak over you. I didn't realize you weren't finished.
No, it's so the answer to that question is no.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna leave it there.
And is providing a false information on a medical record a sign of integrity in your mind?
Integrity to me is treating a patient the right way and to do whatever I can to treat that patient. Does that mean that? No, let me give you an example. Okay. Let's say I'm an orthopedic surgeon and I think someone needs a radiofrequency ablation of their facet joints in their back. And I know as an orthopedic surgeon that their diagnosis when they come into clinic's back pain, but I write a prescription or I list an ICD-10 code as facet arthropathy, which is arthritis in the back, and use one of 20 different codes, by the way, when you went from ICD-9 to 10, that is going to be approved by the insurance carrier to get them what I know is going to do them the best benefit. What would you do?
Well, I'm an attorney, so I wouldn't have any business doing anything there.
No, you do. You're the patient. What would you do?
Again, Dr.
Would
Grissom,
you treat?
questions from
No,
you, sir.
no. I get it. The question is, do you treat the patient or do you treat some diagnosis that doesn't benefit the patient? So yes, every physician in the state of Alaska, every single one of us, sometimes will put a diagnosis code in that benefits the patient for something that is productive to them. And it's not lying. It's just using the system to benefit the patient. So that's a really trick question.
Okay. Have you written prescriptions for, I mean, what Mr. Miller was found to have done was written prescriptions for ivermectin and said that it was to treat patients with head lice who did not have head lice. And so, you know, I'm trying to understand if you believe that that is the standard of care that patients are entitled to in Alaska.
Wow. Man, I'd hate to go home and look at myself in the mirror if I were you. No offense. I think every provider in the state of Alaska, from every pediatrician to every freaking neurosurgeon, needs to do the right thing by the patient. Okay? And are you asking me if I would put psoriasis as a diagnosis to prescribe hydroxychloroquine to do the right thing by the patient? The answer is no. But do I think it's the right thing to do? Damn right it is.
Thank you.
And
I don't
if I
have any
wanted
other
a
questions.
physician-
Thank you.
But my point is this. If I was your doctor and you were my patient, would you want me to do the right thing for you?
Again,
You better hope so.
it's not a point, it's a question. So I don't have any other questions. Thank you for your testimony, Doctor.
Before I turn it over to you, Mr. Miller, I have a few questions. Dr. Grissom, you stated your background quickly. You said you went to University of Washington Medical School.
Yes, ma'am.
What year did you graduate?
1990.
1990, you said, sir?
Yes, ma'am. We were called E86 because that's the year you enter.
And then you mentioned having a couple residencies. Could you please state that slower and explain to me where you completed those residencies?
I did 2 residencies, both at the University of Missouri and Columbia. One in family practice, one in anesthesia. And then I did a pain medicine fellowship in Syracuse, New York.
Okay, one moment. I just got to catch up here. One in family practice and one in anesthesia, and a pain
ma'am.
medicine protocol in
Fellowship.
New York. Okay, fellowship.
In Syracuse, New York. Yes, ma'am.
And did you say you were born in Alaska?
No, ma'am. I was born in Oxford, Mississippi. I spent most of my formative years in New Mexico and Albuquerque, and I went back to college at Ole Miss, and then went to med school at UW.
When did you come to Alaska?
2009.
2009, and you opened your practice in the Mat-Su Valley at that point?
I opened that practice in 2010 at Mat-Su. Well, not Mat-Su, but it was private practice. I was working at a Capstone family practice, which is the biggest primary practice in the Mat-Su Valley.
And that was my next question. Could you repeat the name of the clinic? You said Capstone?
Capstone. That's Wade Erickson. He owns it.
Okay.
And I started working as part of his practice, and then moved out and became my own entity.
And what was the name of your entity, sir?
Wow, you're gonna ask me that question. I haven't thought about that one in a minute. Interventional Pain Consultants.
Okay.
And during that period of time, just so to be totally honest, I was doing medical mission trips for Christian Medical Dental Association, Nigeria, China, Ecuador, whatever.
And
And
when
most
did you
of those
open?
times I was,
When did you open your
Go
own?
ahead.
What year?
2010.
2010. And is that practice still operating in Mat-Su?
Yes, yeah. It's called Algon Premier.
Are you still affiliated with it?
No,
You said you practice in Alaska part-time. Where do you practice currently?
it's with a pain clinic out of Anchorage, and they have a outreach clinic in Wasilla.
I'm sorry, what was the name of the
I can
pain
give
clinic?
you. So in Wasilla, it's known as Alaska Spine and Pain.
Okay. And how often are you up here treating patients? Currently.
Up until recently, a week a month.
Did that change up recently?
It kind of depends on the needs of the clinic. If they need me to come up and do an extra week, I'll do it. So right now it's kind of, I can't give you a straight answer to that one. It's kind of like
Okay.
yes and no.
When was the last time you were up there working?
2 months ago.
So that clinic primarily, you said it addresses pain intervention, medical intervention of pain.
Yes.
Do you have any authority under your current license to serve as a collaborative physician for Mr. Miller?
Yes. And I have
When-
several. I have several partners who would do the same thing. So to answer your question bluntly, yes.
Do you have physician assistants employed at Alaska Spine and Pain?
Yes.
Has any medical board taken any action regarding your license to practice, Dr. Grissom?
Never.
Is your license in good standing in Alaska
Yes, ma'am.
and current?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Miller, turning back to you.
I have one clarification and one last question for you. Our first meeting was at an actual men's retreat in Idaho, beginning of 2023, where our mutual friend put Dr. Grissom and myself in the same men's group that we spent 3 days together.
Ask that as
Oh.
a question.
Sorry. If you recall, Dr. Grissom, and it was during that weekend where we had the opportunity to spend 3 straight days together discussing life and
That-
hearing about.
Yeah, you're correct. That was Eagle on the Rock. That was a biblical retreat. You're correct.
And at the end of that retreat, you had a myriad of different emotions about the stories and the things that you had heard, and you looked at me and said, you have to apply for an Alaska license. They're different up there.
I did.
What year did you say that was?
Beginning of 2023.
January 2020?
But I don't remember the date. I just remember specifically that.
No, it wouldn't have been January. It would, because in January there's snow and we're playing golf, so it would have been when you could play golf. I think it was sometime September, October.
Okay. My last question for you, and I'm going to have to preface it. So up until August of 21, I had been prescribing ivermectin without issue. I had prescribed thousands and thousands of doses.
I'm objecting, Your Honor. This is
Okay.
not.
So the question to Dr. Grissom, if you had the opportunity to prescribe a medication for a few thousand people, and there had been no issue from the pharmacists at all, and then one day the pharmacists are told you cannot dispense that medication. The only way you can dispense it, and this is what I was hearing from pharmacists, Mr. Miller, we cannot dispense that medication unless you put intestinal parasites, head lice, or scabies. That's the only way we will allow that medication to be dispensed. You need to put that reason on there, and then we will dispense that medication. The chart documentation doesn't say anything about that. The only thing that it says on the only way to get that prescription released to that patient is to put, take 8 tabs day 1, repeat in 1 week if head lice not resolved. Then my question to you is, and I know you said, if you were me in that situation where you had 15 to 25 calls, new sick people every single day.
Your Honor, I'm objecting.
What would you
This is just testimony. This is not about anything that's coming up in Alaska or his care here. There's already been findings about this.
I'm hearing the question as, would you, Dr. Grissom, make a misrepresentation to the pharmacist about the reason for the prescription?
Well, wow, what a question. You want me to give up my license? Is that what you're asking me?
I was asking.
No, I'm asking you the question. You want me to give up my license?
Hold on one
Sorry.
moment. I'm asking Mr. Miller if that's the question.
I won't say that because I just didn't know anyone that was willing to do that. If it were a matter of, I'll let it go.
No, Scott, let me paraphrase. Let me paraphrase this. Okay.
There's not a question pending. It's not an open comment time, Your Honor.
Yes.
No,
do you have
dude.
one moment, Dr. Grissom? I'm going to give you a chance to ask one relevant question to Dr. Grissom, not with a hypothetical. So what is that question?
The finding of fact is that I did misrepresent a prescription for ivermectin.
Do I get a chance to say anything?
I agree that that's a breach of ethics. I don't disagree with that at all.
No,
I think I
Scott,
should
that's
be,
not
I-
a breach
there
of
should be-
ethics.
A question, and Dr. Grissom, wait until I say respond.
I think there should be a penalty on that. Do you think that that type of breach of ethics is such that should make the Alaska Medical Board members weary enough of my character and my expertise in practice of medicine to deny my license to practice in Alaska?
Go ahead, Dr. Grissom.
I think it's a breach of morals, which binds every provider to their patients to not do the right thing for the patient. And I think history over the last couple of years has proven that doing the right thing was what Scott was doing and what I was doing and a lot of the physicians. So to me, when it comes to the state of Alaska, and this is the real question the board has to ask themselves, do you want someone who really gives a crap about treating patients and doing the right thing? And I would be shocked if Alaska said no. And that, you know, we come to this ethical question that Scott just asked me, and I don't look at it as an ethical question. I look at it as a moral question of what did we give a bond to when we decided to practice medicine? And that's all I can say, man.
Mr. Miller, is that your final question?
That is my final question.
Dr. Grissom, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Appreciate it.
Do you have a number for me to contact your next witness, Mr. Miller?
Yes, I'm trying to figure
Your
out.
Gonna give-
Your Honor,
Mr.
while
Higgins?
he's looking for that number, I just wanted to go over a quick housekeeping matter. Mr. Miller and I exchanged emails at the request of your law office assistant, and we have agreed to an hour break at noon for lunch, and then other short breaks as needed. I forgot to bring that up earlier. I apologize.
It's fine. And because we only have one day set for this hearing, I am willing to take as minimal breaks as necessary, but if you agree to an hour lunch, I'll honor that. Mr. Miller, whenever you have a witness for me to contact, please write down on that Post-it the name of the person and the number I'm calling. And I'm making sure with the record here that Dr. Grissom has left our team's call, and he has. And so you're aware, Mr. Tim Carey, he's an intern with our office, has joined us. Who you are, doctor. This is 360,
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor.
and we're calling Pastor Rich
Blum.
Blum. I do have someone in the lobby at the same number, although it's 3168, not 2168.
Okay.
Does that sound like
Yes.
it could be him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I also have a Christine Hackett waiting in the lobby.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, is this Pastor Rich Blum?
It is.
Mr. Blum, Pastor Blum, what's your honorific? Reverend?
What is? I'm
What
sorry,
shall I
can't
call
hear
you?
Very well.
Shall I
just
call
me
you
Rich.
Mr. Blum? Well, I can't do that.
You can call. You can call whatever you want. You can call me Pastor Blum, Mr. Blum, Rich. It doesn't matter to me.
Very good. Pastor Blum, my name is Administrative Law Judge Joan Wilson. You are being called as a witness by Mr. Miller. Mr. Higgins is a name you will hear, or a person you will hear, he's representing the Division of Corporations and Business Professional Licensing. I would like to put you under oath. If you could, sir, raise your right hand, although I can't see you, I'll trust you are doing so.
I am.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to offer this tribunal is true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
Yes.
All right, and if you could spell both your first and last name for the record, and after you've done so, Mr. Miller, I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Okay, my first name is Richard, R-I-C-H-A-R-D. Last name is Blum, B-L-U-M.
Very good. Mr. Miller?
I apologize. I'm trying to navigate.
That's all right, take your time.
Hi, Pastor Blum. It's good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you, sir.
Can you share with the Alaska Medical Commission how it is you came to know me or know who I was?
Yeah, well, I've come to know you a couple of ways. First of all, through my family. I know my son was seeing you as a physician's assistant at one point, so I knew of you at that point. Where I really got to know you was through COVID, and through the whole process of everything that was taking place and people dying, and your service to people, especially to people in our church body and my family, that was instrumental, really, quite frankly, in saving their lives in several cases.
So during that specific time when you had reached out to me, people were aware that I was being investigated by the state, that I was coming under attacks from a lot of different angles, that I was looked at as a spreader of misinformation, that I was dangerous and practicing below the standard of care. Why would you reach out to me to care for your family, and then later on friends and people in your church? Why would you ask somebody who's characterized in such a nefarious and negative light to care for y'all?
Yeah, well, there's several reasons. One is you have a good reputation in the community. You've been known in this community for a long time as someone who cared for people and provided great care for people. That's one thing. So the reputation that you had preceded itself, which was very positive. And then, of course, it was desperate times with COVID, Scott, as you remember, and a lot of people were scared. A lot of people were sick. People were dying. And we had, as you know, there were several people in this church body who, I don't know if I should say their names or not, who thought they were dying and were extremely sick, were not getting good medical care. And so we reached out to you because we heard that you were helping people. And I know a couple of those people say that's why they're still here today. They feel very strongly that if you had not intervened and provided the medical care that you did, that they would be dead. And so that obviously had a lot of weight for me, being a pastor, seeing people in our congregation who are sick, who are being treated by you when they weren't being treated by others, and them at the point of death or at least extremely ill, and being feeling much better within a few days and coming to complete recovery. So I saw firsthand how your practice saved lives and helped people in this church body. And then, of course, there was other things that you did in just providing information, whether it be vitamins, different things to strengthen your immune system that people did. And as a result, in this church body, we didn't have it. The only person we ended up having die from COVID was one who actually went to the hospital and wasn't able to get treatment from you, and they intubated them and they died. That was the only person who actually died, was one whom unfortunately you couldn't care for. But everyone else, even those who were very ill and extremely sick, were healed. They got better. And so, yeah, I was very encouraged and impressed by that. And so as we went through COVID, as you know, I leaned on you, as did others in this community, saying, hey, here's someone else. And Scott, you know, I know that I'm a positive testimony, and I know other people are listening, but without your help in this community, many would have died. People in this community know that. And so despite what the state said and the licensing, everything else that they went through, people in this community, myself included, don't understand why they did that. It is mind-boggling to me why they would penalize someone who clearly was helping people. People saw them helping, and there were clear results of you helping, going out of your way to the point of self-sacrifice that was heroic. Why you would get in trouble for that? I still don't understand. Someone would have to explain this to me because it makes no sense. But that's why, that relationship developed.
Part of the state's argument, and again, it's a finding of fact, I did on occasion, based on what the pharmacists recommended that I do as the only way to get a prescription or to care, in my opinion, appropriately for, say, people in your congregation, as well as yourself and your wife, had to be able to do it. I had to misrepresent what that prescription is for. And again, we can look at that as unethical conduct in practicing medicine. And as a pastor, had I come to prior to doing that and ask Pastor Blum, this is because it was a question I had with Carrie, with the office manager. I'm like, this is the only thing I've done throughout the last 17 months that I felt questionable about because I didn't like to do. I didn't want to have to do it. They just changed the rules on me. They changed the rules. So how would you have advised me as a pastor?
I'm objecting to the relevance of this question.
It's an ethical dilemma.
I'll let you answer it, Pastor Blum.
Yeah, it is an ethical dilemma. It's one of those things where sometimes people do something that's uncomfortable for them for the greater good, and I think you did that. One person that you treated, Scott, was my wife, as you know, and I didn't get very sick with COVID, but she got really, really sick, and your treatment helped her tremendously. And I remember you doing a prescription for her that helped her, but when we picked it up, it wasn't for the purpose that we got the medication. Wasn't for what normally it was given for. And I was grateful because it helped my wife, and I got what I needed to help my wife. So it depends on your point of view, right? I mean, you always want to tell the truth, and I think you're a truthful person. But sometimes, it's kind of like the old dilemma, right? If someone knocks on the door of a Nazi knocks on the door and says, are you hiding anyone? You lie and you say no, because you know that if you say yes, you're allowing someone to do great damage. So what I think you were doing was put into a forced position where what you did was for the greater good because you cared about your clients, your patients. You were caring for your patients the best that you could, and the results are positive. The results speak for themselves. So that's my take on it. Is you did, and I have no problem with that as a pastor. You're doing what is absolutely best for your clients, in this case patients, to save their lives, and that's your first call, right? You do no harm, and do everything within your power to do what's going to provide for your patients good care and ultimately healing. And so that's what you did. So I have no problem with that.
Thank you. And I mean that more than just thank you for your answer, but because of my just how I feel about you and your integrity and what you personally did to serve our community. Thank you.
I appreciate that,
So,
sir.
Another thing, Pastor Blum, a very important duty of the medical board is to safeguard the well-being of its constituents. You've touched on it already in the context of characterizing my impact on the community that I had the honor of serving. In that time, did you see, again, as a pastor, looking at the context of who a person is and how they serve in the manner with which they do it, how would you encourage the board in looking at my ability to treat and safeguard the community in Alaska?
Yeah, I think you're a real blessing to this community. We lost a lot when you left, and so I would encourage the board that, you know, your service here. I mean, if you did a survey, Scott, as you know, in this community, saying, "What do you guys think of Scott Miller?" It's going to go very, very well. People are, I think, very highly of you because you did save so many lives. And if anything, Scott, I was always concerned about you because you weren't even getting sleep. You were caring for one person after another. You weren't even charging income in some cases. You just did what was necessary. So what Alaska's getting is a physician assistant who cared so much for the patients that he literally sacrificed his own well-being and didn't even care about the financial benefit. So you're the ethical, caring nature that you have is going to be a blessing to any community. Nobody in this community, I mean, if anything, everyone feels bad because they know how much you paid for them to get better. And so, you know, the board should know that in this community, myself and many here see that what Scott did during his time, he was a hero. He sacrificed his own comfort. If someone didn't have money, he didn't care. He just wanted to get them healthy. And the results really speak for themselves. And there are, I'm going to say hundreds, if not more, people in this community who were directly impacted by, I'm a pastor, I use the word ministry. You served, you ministered to them by providing health care at great personal cost that saved lives and got people healthy. And everyone here knows it. So yeah, Alaska would be a great benefit. It would be a great benefit to have you there, any community.
You've covered a lot of some of the questions I was going to ask as you were expounding on it, and that brought me kind of back into the depths of that. One of the questions I was going to ask, and you kind of covered it, but even after the emergency suspension of my license, you asked me to direct, and knowing the why of it, again, because these were different stages of attacks on my character, credibility, that the things that I was saying was my utterances were killing people because I was saying things against the consensus that we were told. Yet, even after all of that was found, to as far as charges, you asked me to speak at your church in front of your congregation and other community members. So even after losing my license, losing my practice, where it looks like this is not somebody that should be credible to say anything to anybody, you picked me to come continue to share. Did anything come into play as far as all of the charges against me? Because they look pretty bad. Goodness. So you just ignored all of that and said, we still want you to come speak to the community.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I ignored all that. I mean, I took heat for doing that from some people, a minority of people, but the vast majority of people were extremely grateful. I remember there are a lot of people here. I believe it was a Sunday night that we did that. And people were scared and they said, how do we protect ourselves? And you were the one. I look at the results. I looked at one, that you were caring about your patients. I looked two, that what you were doing was bringing in results when nothing else was bringing in results. We had people who were scared. We had people who had loved ones who were dying, who were concerned about themselves, or concerned about other loved ones. They want to know, how do we protect ourselves, and what can we do? And that's why we brought you in. And you, everybody here was so thankful for that. Even ones who were concerned beforehand, who came, left going, that was excellent. That was so helpful. And you know, again, the results speak for themselves. The people who were there were largely healthy through COVID, or at least when they got COVID, they were in better shape than others. I think that came directly from the advice that you gave as far as protecting ourselves in medical treatment, from strengthening our immune system to the various things that you covered. And so I also, it wasn't complete. I didn't completely ignore it. I also looked at, like I said, I looked at the results. I didn't ignore the results, and I didn't ignore your reputation within our community for years ahead of that. So, you know, when somebody has a really good reputation for years, when they have positive results, when you see them caring for patients, when you personally know patients in our church who said, I wouldn't be alive today if Scott Miller didn't provide this for me. That obviously is going to have an impact on me. So it's not that I ignored anything. I looked at the results and I looked at the difference it made, and I said, we need help. And so you were gracious enough to help. And again, for free. So, yeah, no, I don't regret that for a second. To me, during COVID, that was one of the best things we did.
Thank you. Is there anything else or anything that you would like to say to the Alaska Medical Board? You've already shared quite a bit, but do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to thank the Alaska Medical Board. Thank you for listening. I know you don't know me. You may not know much about our area, but the more you investigate Scott with people in this area, everyone understands that he got in trouble with the state. Everyone understands that there were things questioning about the way he was going about things. He saved lives. The results were obvious. People here know it. We are grateful for him. And quite frankly, I'm not a doctor. I don't understand a lot of this stuff. I don't understand why the Washington State took his license away. I mean, I understand the reasoning, but I'll be really honest, through COVID in this area, the Washington State Board would not have had a very good ranking amongst people, and Scott would have been very well done. So if the people mean anything, and their thoughts mean anything at all, you know, to me, in this area, Scott has been exonerated. People talk about Scott Miller here, and they agree that he had to go to Texas, and that he went under all the difficulties that he went through. Everyone here thought that was completely unfair. And so I hope you take into consideration the results of what he did, the difference he made in a community, the lives that he saved. And if there's any question about his tactics or methods, please keep that in mind. There wasn't a lot of people doing anything that actually worked that saved lives. Scott did, and everyone here knows it. So, you know, I just respectfully would ask you to consider that as you're making decisions. And, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to say something on Scott's behalf. I do see him as a friend now. I do see him, quite frankly, as a hero, because I had people in our congregation, if they were hearing testimony, they'd be crying, saying, I was sick. I thought I was going to die. I never felt so bad in my life. And then Scott's treatment changed it. I mean, I could bring in testimony after testimony of that here in this community. So it's not fake. It's real. It's not some sort of coincidence or accident. And so please just keep in mind that he did this because he loves and cares for people. He did it at personal sacrifice. If he's guilty of anything, was caring a little bit too much. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing. But certainly his treatment saved lives. Bottom line, it saved lives, and it helped our community. So I hope that's kept into consideration.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Mr. Miller?
No
Mr.
more.
Higgins, do you have any questions for Pastor Blum?
I do not. Thank you.
I just have a few identifying questions for you, Pastor Blum. What is the name of your congregation?
Yeah, it's Bethel Community Church in Washougal, Washington.
Bethel Community Church?
Yes.
And I'm
Yeah.
sorry, where?
It's in Washougal, Washington, WSHOUGAL. Southern Washington. kind of a suburb of Portland, really.
Very good. That's the end of my questions.
Okay.
Pastor Blum, I think you're done, right, Mr. Miller?
Correct.
I think if you could leave the call, we've got a couple options here. I have a Ms. Christine Hackett in the waiting room. I could invite her.
Yes, Dr.
in.
Hackett. Yes,
That's
please.
Dr. Hackett. All right.
All right. Oh, and I can leave now? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Can leave. Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Hackett. Thank you for waiting in the waiting room. My name is Judge Wilson. I'm with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I'm here in the room with Mr. Miller, who's calling you as a witness. You'll see the initials K8. You'll be maybe speaking to him later. That's Kevin Higgins, who's representing the State of Alaska Division of Corporations. Dr. Hackett, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to offer this tribunal is true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Ms. Dr. Hackett, if you could please spell your first and last name for the record.
Absolutely. My first name is Christine, Kristine. My maiden name is Hackett, which is Hackett. I did change my name when I got married, so I do go by Christine Meskey now, but when I met Mr. Miller, I was Christine Hackett.
Well, why don't you spell your last name, your legal name?
Perfect. Meskey, Meske.
All right. Dr. Meskey, I'm going to turn the questioning over to Mr. Miller, but if you could see some of the initial questions I'm asking just for purposes of the record, is to please have the individual identify who they are a little bit more so I don't have to do so.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's all right. Thank you.
Are you okay if I call you Dr. Hackett?
Yes, absolutely.
That's how I do. Dr. Hackett, can you please share for the board your credentials?
Yes, I am an optometrist and I specialize in neuro and also pediatrics. So some would call it behavioral optometrist, and neurooptometry or optometrist has also gained some popularity.
Thank you. And how did you come to know about Mr. Miller? How did you come to find me?
Yes, Mr. Miller was a practicing pediatrician in town next to my office. At the time, I wanted to start growing my pediatric practice, so my boss, Dr. Tara Pinsky, introduced me to him. She used to take her, she used him as her pediatrician for her kids.
If I may interrupt here, Dr. Hackett, are you reading?
Yes, I have prepared some answers, so that way I don't miss any details.
Your Honor, I object to reading free.
Yeah, Dr. Hackett, I appreciate that you prepared some notes. I would ask you to put those to a side. There is a process that, if it gets to the point that you need to refresh your recollection about something, you could maybe tell that to Mr. Miller. However, if you have notes that you're going to be reading, I'm going to need those notes shared with Mr. Higgins out of fairness to the defense. So I would ask you to,
I
to
put
the
them
best
off
of your
to the side. Yes.
them.
Okay.
And I'm actually, wait just one moment. I'm trying to change the camera view, Mr. Higgins, so you could see her alone.
I've changed the camera view on my end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, because I can't do so through the courtroom technology, but I see you can do so through Teams. All right, thank you. And if you, I guess I will call you Dr. Hackett as well then, if that's.
That sounds perfect. Yeah. And that's how I'm known at this office. So I still get calls from that office and they still call me Dr. Hackett. So that's totally fine.
All right. Are we ready to go, Mr. Higgins? No more objections from you, Mr. Higgins, I take it?
No, that was perfect. Thank you so much.
All right,
Okay.
Mr.
And
Miller.
my apologies. I can continue where I left off. So the Dr. Terapinski used Mr. Miller as the pediatrician, as her pediatrician for her kids. So she said, you have to meet him. You guys will get along immediately. And so we went and had a meeting with him. We clicked immediately, and we wanted to start collaborating on his more complicated patients using both his specialties, treating more complicated patients, and my specialties, also trying to help those more complicated patients.
So I was going to say you have a fairly kind of niche area of optometric medicine. In the process of us discussing these, what we call the more challenging kind of neurodivergent patients, can you share with the board how you viewed my medical or clinical acumen?
Absolutely. It was so amazing to be able to collaborate with Mr. Miller with some of these patients. He has a very amazing ability to hear what patients have to say, their parents, and then the patient experiences, where they come from, how they function in real life, and put together the puzzle that we face as doctors. And so he is able to take all the information he knows, understand what the patients need, and how to implement different strategies for healing, like supplements or medications, to best improve that child's life and other patients. And it was amazing to be able to use what I know and then collaborate with the things that he knows to improve the outcomes for all of these patients.
And did you personally ever reach out to myself for any type of care?
Absolutely. I always would go to Mr. Miller first with more complicated patients based off of what I saw in my office and in my exam room. And either he was referring them to me, so I would call him and directly try to talk to him. But for myself, I would call him about myself, my family, my friends, pretty much anybody where I was like, I don't think that that's the right answer, but I know somebody who may be able to find the right answer. I would seek out Mr. Miller's help.
Was there ever a time that you reached out when you were sick?
Absolutely. I had COVID. I can't remember the exact time, but I did get COVID and I was extremely sick. I did start to recover, so I thought I was fine, and I knew Mr. Miller was busy treating other people, so I didn't reach out to him. However, as I was recovering, I got worse, and that's when I reached out to Mr. Miller for help. He immediately intervened, and within less than 24 hours, I was feeling much better. So when my husband got COVID, we reached out to him right away, and he treated my husband as well, and just and multiple other people in our community.
If I may, why, of anybody that you could have reached out to, why me?
I knew that he had been helping people in the community and had a lot of really successful outcomes with those other people. So as I began to go backwards, I thought I need an expert. And so I reached out to Mr. Miller right away.
So you had a confidence in my ability to manage an
Absolutely.
acutely.
Yes, I didn't have.
1 second, doctor. What was the question?
So you had confidence in my ability to treat you for something with which there were no available treatments.
Absolutely. At that point in time, when I had gone to Mr. Miller for treatment, multiple people had told me how successful his treatments were and how much better they had gotten very quickly. At that point in time, I was trying to get back and return to work as soon as I could. So I was seeking him out to get better as fast as I could.
This is subjective, but based on what we were seeing at the time, what do you think would have happened had you not reached out for care?
Yeah. I don't enjoy even letting my mind go there. I was young and healthy. So thinking about that honestly makes me a little bit emotional, but it could have been a lot worse. I could have missed out on a lot of work, or even worse than that, ended up in the hospital, and we knew the hospitals in our area were not having good outcomes. I can think of another person who was worse off than I was, and it was actually one of my best friend's dads. So he was actually sent to the hospital with severe COVID. His pulse oxygen was getting worse and worse, and my friend called me for some guidance. I immediately put her in touch with Mr. Miller, where he could help her and her mom understand the next steps moving forward. He was able to help them talk with doctors and advocate for the care that her dad had deserved. Dr. Miller was able to speak to different doctors within that hospital. And I'm happy to say that my friend's dad is still alive today. And without Mr. Miller, I'm not sure that that would be the same.
Dr. Hackett, how would you assess my overall or global commitment to patient care and outcomes and community care and outcomes?
I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. I just need to take a drink really quick. I apologize. Dr. Miller is just, or sorry, Mr. Miller is just the best. And I can't put that into words in any other way. He cares in a way that I have never seen, and it actually inspires me as a doctor to improve the way that I treat my patients. He treats everybody like they are his family. He treats everybody, and he never quits and he never gives up on them. And he's always looking for alternatives and better treatments and better things to do for them. And he's very knowledgeable and just is the most amazing person. And I get emotional not because I just get emotional because he did so much and doesn't deserve this kind of treatment from the state of Washington.
You make me emotional. So to what degree, I'll put in, to what degree do you trust the care that I give?
If I was on my deathbed and I had one person who I could call, I would call Mr. Miller. And I have an aunt who is a vascular surgeon in the Navy, and I respect her very much, but I would still pick Mr. Miller to be there for me, to pick my treatments and be my medical power of attorney.
Sorry. I think, Dr. Hackett, can you share with the Alaska Medical Board why you've chosen to advocate or testify on my behalf?
I'm sorry, you cut out for just a second, so I'm going to have you repeat that question.
Can you share with the Alaska Medical Board why you're willing to testify on my behalf?
Yes. Mr. Miller is, well, I think that he's amazing. I think that the care that he provides is incredible. It's unmatched by anybody else. And I heard that from patients who we co-managed together. I heard that from multiple people in the community who knew him. He had a ton of respect in the area for what he did and how he treated people. And he sacrificed so much during COVID to be able to provide people with an opportunity at life again. And when you're on your deathbed or when you're in the hospital and your loved one's in the hospital, you want somebody like Mr. Miller who's going to advocate and fight for your life. So I think that Mr. Miller deserves to have somebody to have his back and advocate for him the way he advocated for others.
So Dr. Hackett, and I don't have many more questions. My character was aggressively challenged by the state. As a respected medical professional, can you speak to my character? In fact, you said you called me, I forgot this term that you called me one time, of a kind of friend, but it humbled me. But how can you speak to my character?
Absolutely. Mr. Miller is what I would describe as a foxhole friend. A foxhole friend. I have the exact definition in my notes. Am I able to refer to those just so I can read the definition, or am I unable?
Why don't you just give your general understanding of what a foxhole friend is?
Absolutely. A foxhole friend is somebody who will stand by your side and do whatever it takes in the good times and obviously in the bad times. So they are willing to do anything and everything for you and for others. And that's how I would describe Mr. Miller. He never asked for anything. In fact, he didn't even ask me to pay him for all of his services during COVID. He never mentioned it ever again, and he never expected a thank you in return for all of his hard work. And that's the kind of person I want in my life, in my community, and others. And my mom recently had a stroke. And I was incredibly disappointed by the treatment from her doctors. My mom had full left-sided paralysis on her body. She couldn't move her legs or her arm. I'm sorry, her leg or her arm on her left side. And not one doctor was willing to offer any solutions to us. And in my mind, I would prefer somebody like Mr. Miller to provide me with things that I can do to get better.
A couple more questions for you. Dr. Hackett, how do you reconcile what it sounds like the profound trust that, we'll say, the trust and almost reliance on the care that I was providing, and you've heard this from so many people, which is humbling beyond belief, but how do you reconcile that with the statements of fact that I'm an insidious person that created an imminent danger within the community, and that my utterances were harming and killing people? Because they can't be both true, right? Like it can't be true.
You asked the question.
Sorry. So can they both
Your
be
Honor,
true?
I'm going to object to the question. There is no evidence in the record that there is anybody accusing Dr. or Mr. Miller of being insidious or putting people in immediate harm. These are characterizations of statements. So we're asking for a former colleague, because I don't know if there's a better term, I apologize, but to reconcile something that's not true against her own personal opinion. The relevance of that is minor at best, and it's an undue waste of time and confusion of the issues for the medical board to proceed down this line of questioning.
I'm going to sustain that objection, and here is why. You're assuming facts, not in evidence, that someone is calling you insidious, and we prefer not to do that. And secondly, yeah, I do think, although relevant, its probative value is fairly minimal, and our time is limited.
Okay.
So
That's fair.
I would suggest you try again.
Yes, Your Honor. And I apologize. To be fair, those were direct quotes written about me by the head medical expert of the state in her testimony.
Okay, I only have the record of the medical board commission decision, which is the finding
I
of facts and conclusions of law that Mr. Higgins has identified in his pre-hearing brief as relevant. That's really where I'm going to.
May I change the question?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
So instead of relying on the words that were written about me by the state's chief or head medical expert, the sentiment behind those words, which were found as finding of fact by the Washington Medical Commission, that my actions were such that caused an immediate harm, or that my utterances were so far outside of the bounds of evidence-based or consensus medicine. So there's enough evidence to consider me a direct harm to my community as such that I needed to be immediately removed from it in a professional capacity versus everything that you've seen and what you've heard. Can they coexist? Can those truths coexist?
No. So, they can't. And Mr. Miller is nothing like what the state of Washington had described. He is incredibly caring, almost to the point where it's a detriment to himself because he always puts others first. And he never thinks about himself. He almost comes last. And I don't know another doctor who would sacrifice everything. I mean, his livelihood, his practice, his reputation, to ensure that others get better treatment or to save other people's lives. In fact, I can't think of another doctor who put themselves in the same position he did simply for the fact that other people have this ability or can live. So he's generous and kind and smart and a lot of really wonderful things, but he's definitely not a threat to the community.
I have one last question for you, Dr. Hackett. Is there anything further that you think is important for the Alaska Medical Commission to hear or know, or any final thoughts in the context of whether or not I would be an asset to the state of Alaska?
Yes. I'm sorry if I get emotional again. Mr. Miller is the kindest, most generous, courageous, humble, smart, hardworking, capable doctor that I know, even though he's lost some of that, or lost the title. He is willing to do anything in his power and capabilities to help others. And like I said, he always puts others first. And so after I had this experience with my mom, it's become even more apparent to me that he's a 1 in a million type of doctor that cares so much for others that he stops at nothing to help them. And I know that I want people like that in my life and in my community, and I sure as heck want it in the doctor that I'm going to go see.
I have no, thank you.
Mr. Miller has no further questions. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. Dr. Hackett, my name is Kevin Higgins. Are you in Denver?
Yes.
All right, so I think that means it's afternoon there, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When did you relocate to Denver?
I relocated in early 2023, officially. January 31st was my first day at my job.
Okay. Did you read any of the findings and fact or conclusions of law of the Washington Medical Commission?
I did not. I followed the case with mostly catching up with Shelley, which is Mr. Miller's wife.
Okay, so any understanding you have about what the Washington Medical Commission said or did is based on what somebody else told you. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. And as a optometrist, do you have to have a license in Colorado?
Yes, I do.
And do you write any prescriptions
I
as an
do.
optometrist? Okay, and do you include the reason, the treatment that the prescription is aimed at when you are writing a prescription?
Not usually, no. When
Okay,
I'm writing a prescription, as in like to the pharmacy,
yes.
no, I do not include why I'm writing the prescription.
Okay. And do you ever prescribe any medications for off-label use?
I do, yes.
And is there any protocol you're supposed to follow when you're when you're making a prescription for off-label use?
Most times if you're using it off label, you're utilizing what you know, and then also if you have others who have used that same protocol treatment, you're utilizing I guess like a mix of findings and deciding which person needs what treatment based off of their findings specifically.
Okay. And would you agree that off-label use is a fairly common practice?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever indicated on a prescription that you, and let me preface this by saying I understand your answer that you don't usually or perhaps never have included the reason for the prescription on the prescription itself. But have you ever included a reason that was false, saying that you're prescribing one drug to treat something that the patient didn't actually suffer from?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that question. I
Yeah,
apologize.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't
That was
follow.
no, that was a lot. I'm sorry. So have you ever written a prescription and said, this prescription is being written to treat this condition, when in fact your patient didn't suffer from that condition?
No.
Okay. And would you agree that if what's the medical board or organization called that regulates the practice of medicine in Colorado?
Oh, boy. I think that's a really good question. I forget who I had to file my license with.
Okay,
I didn't
let's
file it this year. That my office did it for me, so I apologize.
okay, let's presume it's the Colorado Medical Board for that.
Yeah.
That's what I mean when I say that. I apologize if
Okay.
that's incorrect. Would you agree that if the Colorado Medical Board was conducting an investigation into your practice, that it would be important to respond to the medical board?
Yes, but at the time Mr. Miller was doing all of this, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. When a patient's life is on the line, in my opinion, if I'm working with life or death, that would take precedence over addressing that because I'm in the process of saving somebody's life. So I do think that if I had nothing else going on and I was doing my day-to-day practice, I would have responded. But at the end of the day, he wasn't dealing with those things at that time. He was getting phone calls from people saying, my so-and-so is going to die unless you do something to intervene. And that's a really heavy load to carry. And so I
Okay.
think that if I was talking about that scenario, it would change my answer.
Okay. If you had, let's say, 30 to 60 days to respond to the medical commission or the Colorado Medical Board, would you respond?
I would do my best.
Okay. And if one of the known consequences of not responding was that, and you could lose your license, do you think that you would attend to that?
Yes, I would try to.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to turn it over, but I'm going to get a little bit more background on Dr. Hackett. Dr. Hackett, where did you go to medical school?
I went to optometry school at Pacific University, College of Optometry in Forest Grove, Oregon.
And what year did you get your degree?
2020. Great year.
Following getting your degree for optometry, and please excuse my ignorance, is there a residency or something that follows your optometry degree?
Great question. You can pursue a residency, but it is optional. So you have people that will go into residency, and those are usually people who are interested in going into teaching, or you can go right into practice.
So what did you do after you graduated?
I went immediately into practice.
And where did you do that?
I started off with two jobs, which I started in August, I believe, of 2020. One was at a Walmart location, so I actually worked at two different Walmart locations, one in Cornelius, Oregon, and one in Sherwood, Oregon. And then I worked at Camus Optique, which was the office close to Mr. Miller's office.
And Camus, is that in Washington State?
Yes, it is.
What was the name of the practice you were at when you were collaborating with Mr. Miller?
That was at Camus Optique.
And that was from approximately September 2020 forward?
Yes. So I started working there. It was part-time initially in September of 2020. And then I worked there until I moved out of Washington, or I guess I technically lived in Oregon, but when I relocated to Colorado.
And when did you relocate to Colorado?
Officially January of 2023.
And one last question. After your name, what are the initials? Is it MD or O?
It's OD.
D-O? It's OD.
Yep, OD. Yep, optometry doctor.
All right, I return the witness back to you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. To address a question of, would you respond to the licensing or medical commission? Let me ask you a question. If a statement of charges had been sent to an old address and then later forwarded to the address that you were presently at, and you received it about 36 hours before a full statement of charges needs to be filled out, and then you emailed the attorney for the state medical commission asking if you could get an extension because you just received this the evening. So you had a day and a half to confer with attorneys, etc. And you never heard back from the medical commission's attorney. And then instead of communicating via electronic communication, email, which had been the case for the previous 5 years, they resent the follow-up of that statement of charges packet to the old address of which you knew nothing about. And then later you find out that they met and did a permanent revocation of your license because you were delinquent in meeting the demands of the state. How would you feel?
I would feel like that is very unfair, incredibly unfair, to change up the communication. We do, actually, I would say I've had licenses in the state of Oregon, the state of Washington, and now the state of Colorado, and all of them correspond via email, and usually very quickly as well. They rarely send letters to me. In fact, I don't think I've ever received a letter from the state of Colorado in regards to my licensing, or anything along those lines. So I would find it very difficult if they sent something to my house in Oregon or where I previously lived and expected me to have some kind of correspondence sooner than that.
I agree. I agree with that. So what, and just to clarify, because what you said is my experience and most of our experience, it's all done electronically.
Need a question.
Yes.
So do you see any reason why an entity would switch from the standard protocol of communicating and start sending information to the wrong address?
No, I don't understand why they would do that at all. And I don't think that that's fair. And I know that in the past, if I ever did receive a piece of mail, which sometimes can happen from like a malpractice insurance and things like that, I usually get a follow-up email to let me know to expect something in the mail. It's rarely just snail mail is what we would, I guess, call it these days.
This is my final question. Based on what you've stated as maybe a tenacity about me, or a never give up, just go into the battle and fight, does it sound like something I would do to just ignore information like that would be vital for me to continue to maintain the process of trying to clear my Washington State medical license? That I would just be like, nope, I'm done. I'm not going to respond.
No, that sounds very uncharacteristic of Mr. Miller. He was always very good about answering questions, following up, very easy to get a hold of, and very good at corresponding.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
All right, Dr. Hackett, you can leave our call. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Higgins, I have in the waiting room a Constance Breast.
Yes.
I don't know if that's
Brester.
you'd like to call
Yes, please.
next. Okay. I see their name has cut off a bit, so. Try a different camera approach here. Dr. Brester, is that correct?
It is. Hello.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well, that does not work. I'm changing the view one more time. And go back to gallery just for a moment. Dr. Brester, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
I do.
I'm going to turn the questioning over to Mr. Miller. Could you please spell your first and last name?
Constance. Brester, Brester.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
May I ask the information you're having to get at the end? Do you want to just ask that first so you have it, or what's the best way for you?
Why don't you go first?
Okay.
I'll ask questions. Please ask questions.
Dr. Brester, can you let the medical committee, the Alaska Medical Board, know what your credentials are?
I'm a dentist.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, yes, you are. There's a little more involved than that, but yes, you are a dentist. And how did you come to know me?
I met Scott first in a care relationship. Our oldest daughter was having some significant health issues that was not able to be addressed with any of the other providers that we had met. And we had a friend tell us that another kiddo who had really severe asthma, Scott was able to help. And we met Scott, and for the first time, our daughter was able to make it through an asthma attack without nebulizers every 2 hours, and was able to get our family kind of on a path to where we didn't show up in the hospital every time our daughter got sick. So it's initially how I met Scott. It transitioned into a professional relationship as well. I do a lot of work with pediatric patients, looking at sleep and breathing and craniofacial development. A lot of the patients Scott received issues with sleep and breathing and ADHD and oral function. And so I would help evaluate a lot of his patients that needed really complex dental care.
How would, because of that collaboration and your expertise in pediatric facial development, we'll say, how would you assess my, because we're getting more into a specialty area, how would you assess my background knowledge and understanding of some of those more complex pediatric issues?
You have a great understanding for those issues. I saw a lot of patients that Scott was concerned about. All of them needed some sort of intervention from my perspective, whether it was in oral function, so chewing, swallowing, or in early orthodontic intervention. There are quite a few of those patients that had significant daytime functioning issues, so like behavior, issues with regulation, issues with anxiety or ADHD. A lot of those patients, as they were able to go through treatment, were able to come off some of their anxiety medications and improve their sleep and oral function significantly. So I would say everybody I saw that Scott sent me needed help.
So with that collaboration, we were able to see oftentimes some fairly significant improvements that we would consider would be a lifelong benefit for children because of when we had assessed it, corrected it, and then where we were actually able to, like you said, either reduce or improve their anxiety or stimulant medication. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Thank you. Now let's move on to what I would call like more serious topics. When your husband, Dr. Jason Brester, found out.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Is that Dr. Brester in the background?
Yes.
Will he be testifying?
Dr. Jason, Connie, are you going to allow him to talk?
Jason, I don't know if you want him to. It's just our private office.
No.
And he can leave if you need him to.
I did not put
Okay.
Jason Brester.
Then he's fine. He can be in the room. I just didn't with the requirement that we keep witnesses separate.
Okay.
Your husband is fine. I just, if he were testifying, I would have asked him to step out. But since
Okay.
it's just.
Your dog.
And Ms. Miller, you could mute that would, you can still participate, but then you can keep your square smaller. So back to you, Mr.
When
Miller.
When your husband found out that when Dr. Brester found out that his brother, who was in the ICU, was decompensating, and their next step was to put him on mechanical ventilation, who did he reach out to?
You're talking when he was sick with COVID?
Correct.
We reached out to Scott, reached out to you.
So the next step in his care in the hospital was mechanical ventilation, and reached out to me.
Yeah.
Can you help the board understand why, of anybody you could have reached out to, why would you have reached out to me?
We reached out to you because we had seen and had known that you were finding incredible success utilizing methods that were researched, especially a lot of methods from COVID Critical Care Alliance, from doctors across the country that have been implementing more preventative approach or an alternative approach than just mechanical ventilation and had had success. And we wanted your opinion and your help. One of the reasons as well is the doctors that we were able to, it was really hard to get a hold of the doctor for my brother-in-law, but they weren't able to give us any information, any treatment recommendations, any treatment plan protocol, nothing. It was just kind of all up in the air. No idea of his current stats, what was going to happen if his stats changed. It was almost like nobody leading the team.
So that evening, there was an event that evening. We were all in a car. You had asked if I would stay, as you called the hospital to try and get a hold of the ICU on-call doctor. Can you kind of walk us through what happened? So you made the call and then asked permission for me to help advocate. Can you help give us an idea of initially what happened, what the doctor's next steps or recommendations were going to be, and then what happened?
Yeah. So we were able finally to have the on-call doc give us a call back. When they gave us a call back, it was nice to have Scott in the car. He kind of knew the questions to ask. And especially being medical professionals, we definitely have a higher medical IQ than most. So I can't imagine if somebody didn't have a little bit of medical knowledge to know what to ask. But Scott was able to ask about, hey, what are their current stats? What treatment has been given? What's happened since this treatment's been given? What's coming up next? All in a professional manner. The doctor was calm, able to chat, gave some information, but really couldn't answer some of our really baseline questions. She did mention that perhaps they would try an experimental medication. I remember we asked her what the name of the medication was, and she couldn't pronounce the name. She didn't even know the name. And so we asked a little bit, well, what's the mode of action? Is there a risk with this medication? And she couldn't answer any of those questions. As a medical provider, if I'm recommending treatment, I better be able to give an idea of pros, cons, risks, benefits. So she had said, well, I think maybe we'll try this medication. But he's not doing well. If he continues to destat, we're going to go ahead and ventilate him. I believe the day doctor that she was taking over for had anticipated that they would have to ventilate him the next day.
True. Yes. So we were at a point where the on-call doctor was basically going to defer to his daytime doctor, and I want to preface one of the principal accusations is disrupting the doctor-patient or doctor-family relationship, in that I exhibited unprofessional conduct. Outside of that, more unprofessional conduct with which the way I did it. And so when I addressed the doctor and simply asked if we could go through his chart together and recognized that he very likely had a secondary bacterial pneumonia and would require antibiotic therapy, and that as I walked through my understanding of the state he was in, right, at that delicate balance, and understanding the kind of inflammatory pathways, and made recommendations for a number of things, what did she do?
Yeah, so I do remember that was one of the things. She actually was, I think, was very supportive and very collegial in the communication. I remember you saying, like, hey, if this wasn't like, and I remember you actually saying, you're really smart. You've had a lot of education. If you walked in and you had no idea this patient had COVID, but these were their symptoms and these were their labs, what would you begin to do? And she said, well, I'd probably give them antibiotics and I'd probably put them on a steroid regimen. And I remember Scott said, yeah, do you think that would be a good idea? And she said, yeah, that could be a good idea. I remember in my opinion, she was really wanting I think she was tired. She felt a little bit without help or something new to do. And I feel like she was pretty pleased to have that kind of work through conversation and in a very collegial way of working through some of those things. And she said, I think that's a great idea. I remember Scott saying, do you have any other options? And she said, no, I mean, we either do nothing or we try these things that we know are safe. It's not an experimental drug. We know the risk profiles of antibiotics. We know the risk profiles of steroids. And it seems that this would be a safe idea to give a try.
And Mr. Miller, I want to remind you, we are not collaterally challenging the findings of fact or conclusions of law of Washington. So I'm disregarding most of that testimony.
And if you can, so I don't waste time, what I'm trying to establish is more, again, going back to in the finding of fact, which there's statements about my unprofessional conduct with hospitals, with the way I would engage, and she's one of the doctors that had the opportunity to see how I actually.
You can ask her personal experience with your standard of care and professional conduct. But I'm really concerned that we're going into an incident that's been ruled on by Washington State Commission, that the place to challenge that was there, and our time is limited.
Sure.
So I would ask you to ask the questions that are relevant to this medical board, ignoring the actions of the state of Washington and still granting you a license.
How would you describe my professionalism and demeanor as I engaged with
I
the
did
doctor?
His engagement with other doctors was respectful. It was professional. It was calm. It wasn't degrading. It was productive. It respected the clinical knowledge of the other providers. There wasn't ever a raise in volume or a change in tone. It's very collegial is how I would describe it.
What was the outcome of Jason's brother?
Ultimately, the next morning, he really turned a corner. The day doctor showed up and thought he was going to be ventilated, he was up talking to his wife, and he ended up making it out of the hospital.
That's incredible. So the nighttime doctor saved his life.
Yes.
Excellent. Again, going back to character, do you recall a text that you sent after we realized that he was continuing on the trajectory and going to get out of the hospital?
Yeah. I hope this is pertinent. I do have that message. Just said, Scott, I called the office to check on you. You have the weight of the world on your shoulders, and it's our hope that Jason can bear some of it, if not for just a minute. Jason and I can help you. It'll take long days, but we can help, and it's going to allow you to care for more and not less. You are the talent, and you need to do what your gifts are. That is research and patient care. And I said, what you have done has been a service to the hospital system. Your number one goal is to keep people out of the hospital by being proactive. They should be worshiping you and asking you how to teach other providers to do the same, so the hospital isn't overrun with COVID patients. Our number one community goal in health should be keeping people out of the hospital. And we should be able to do that with safe and affordable medications and supplements. That's what I said.
Thank you. So in your experience in having the opportunity to work collaboratively with me on patients and caring for your family and extended family, generally speaking, and while ill, and then your experience in handling very complex, delicate situations, how would you assess my demeanor, professionalism, medical knowledge, demeanor, professionalism, character in the context of, should the medical board in Alaska weigh those when looking at the decision?
If, and this is from personal experience, not just with my own kids, but a lot of the patients that I see that are obviously still in our area, if the Alaska Medical Board asked my opinion on if Scott would be a benefit to the state of Alaska, I would easily, hands down, say yes. I participate with an immense amount of providers in our area. I have taken my own kids to see multiple providers with no successful outcome in some of the really complex health needs that presents in our childhood population today. Multiple times, I'm almost embarrassed to admit, every time my family went on vacation, Avonlea would get super sick. And I think I probably had multiple minute calls with Scott, being able to get her breathing again. The amount of dedication to his own personal detriment, the amount of dedication he has to his patients and finding answers and working with families is, I don't know anybody else that could provide that amount of care. We really are at a loss in Southwest Washington in functional health care since Scott has left.
In fairness, I didn't leave.
We don't have Scott anymore.
I didn't leave
Objection,
you.
Your Honor. Can we get back to questions and testimony?
I apologize. It makes it sound like I abandoned my community, and I didn't. So, well, you shared quite a bit, and thank you. If you had any last things to say to the Alaska Medical Board regarding whether, or as they're looking at the finding of facts from the Washington Medical Commission, and as they're also listening to witnesses that had very direct, extended engagements with me in many different areas, is there something more else that you would want to share with them regarding why they would want to overlook the findings of facts of the Washington Medical Commission and grant me a license in Alaska?
Yeah. I think the last thing I would say, as far as clinical expertise and patient care goes, I think I've addressed that Scott excels at both of those things, that he's of value to the community. Lastly, probably in relation to the unfortunate situation that the country was in during COVID, I think Scott kind of came to a part of some of that, took part in some of the fear and some of the having to make really tough decisions was part of what happened in Washington. I think Scott did a lovely job standing up for what he believes in as far as patient care goes and standing up for the patient. As far as what the Washington Medical Board had decided on, some of them I think was kind of situational due to the temperature of the medical environment at that time.
Thank you.
Of course, my pleasure.
Done.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Higgins, do you have any questions of Dr. Brester?
None, thank you.
Dr. Brester, just a little bit more background information on you. Where did you go to dental school?
University of Washington School of Dentistry.
And what year did you receive your degree?
2013.
And are you currently practicing?
Yes.
I take it licensed by the Washington Dental Board, whatever the name is.
Yes.
And what is the name of your current practice?
Brester Dentistry.
And if you could give me the town, please, where that's located.
Camas, Washington.
One more time.
Camas, C-A-M-A-S.
Okay. And if you could just, could you give me an approximate date or year of when you reached out to Mr. Miller for care for your daughter?
Would have been probably 2016.
And when did you begin a collaborative relationship with him with some of your patients?
2017, 2018.
And did that extend through his ability to practice in the state?
Say that again?
Did your collaborative relationship with him for care of your patients extend through the time he was able to practice in the state of Washington?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time, Dr. Brester.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
I have a number, as you can see, waiting in the lobby. I don't know if you know who that is and if that's your next witness.
Is it 3064?
3064, correct.
Yeah, that's Catherine Moon, family nurse practitioner.
Is she your next witness?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
Hello.
Good. I think it's going to be good afternoon for you. May I ask who just joined our
This
group?
is
Your name?
Catherine Moon, and this is Catherine Moon, and I am calling regarding Scott Miller.
Correct.
Do I have the right meeting?
Yes, you do. I'm about to introduce myself. Are you, I'm sorry, is she a doctor?
She's a family nurse practitioner.
So Ms. Moon, my name is Judge Joan Wilson. You're appearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings. Mr. Miller is in the room here with me. He's going to ask a few questions of you, as is the representative, or I'm sorry, the attorney for the Division of Business, Corporations, and Professional Licensing for the state of Alaska. His name is Kevin Higgins. Before I turn it over to Mr. Miller, I'd like you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to offer this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
Yes, I do.
Very good. And if you could please spell your first and last name, Ms. Moon, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Miller.
Okay, so how I'm licensed is the initial L, period, then Catherine, Katherine, Moon, Moon.
M-O-O-N?
Like the moon in the sky, yes.
All right, Mr.
I was going to call you Miss Moon. May I call you Catherine?
Would you please? Yes.
And can you tell the Alaska Medical Board what your credentials are, please?
So I am a family nurse practitioner. I'm board certified, master's prepared. I have an independent clinic, and I've been in practice for 35 years.
And so, Catherine, how is it that you came to know about myself?
Well, initially I heard about you, Scott, when I had left the practice that you went to. The patient saw me, but their other family members saw you and they raved about you. Okay, so I heard about you before I got to know more about you, and always had heard good things. But in the COVID times, I started to hear about you through my patient.
Ms. Moon, we are losing about every other word.
Would it be okay if I put this through again on a different phone? Because I think Verizon gets better coverage. Can I just do that and I'll push the button and come right back in?
Certainly.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
So she's joining us on another phone. Dr. Brester, you are welcome to stay as long as, yeah, you're done with their testimony. But you're also free to leave.
Thank you.
Well,
I had a moment, so I thought I'd just listen.
No, she's more than,
Because it's you.
should I call her?
Well, I can call her. Why don't you get, well, she was calling from a different number, right?
Correct.
Let's give her one more moment. Sometimes it takes a while. I think we've got her. Ms. Moon,
Hello, can you hear me better now?
I heard every word.
Oh, good. Okay. I had to go to a different place where I could use the landline. Okay. So, did you get my credentials, or should I start with that again?
We heard that you're a board certified family nurse practitioner. You have an independent practice and have been practicing for 30 years. You heard about Mr. Miller before you reached out to him. And that was the last I have from her.
Okay. So initially I just had heard good things. Then during COVID, I started to see my patients who would tell me that they had been sick and gotten some treatment. And when I asked them with whom, they were a little bit afraid to tell me because they didn't want to get Scott in trouble. Or can I call you Scott?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I pushed after a bit of time and frequently would hear that he had helped them or a family member. Not long after, but I would ask about how. And one of the things had been the use of a common medication that's on the World Health Organization list was ivermectin. And I had originally learned about using that through America's Frontline Doctors and had been able to at first, but then had pharmacists say absolutely not. But these patients would try to be very particularly careful each time, saying, it's not that I don't trust you, Catherine, it's that I don't want to get him in trouble, and he's helped me get better and my family get better. And when I ask about ivermectin, they're like, you know, I can't really say. and they'd leave it at that. Well, the truth of the matter was, it was a very frightening time. I don't know how it was anywhere else, but in the state of Washington, not very long in, we were kind of given a mandate that we would do what the governor and his health advisor said, and that there was a whole list of things that could or could not be done. And many of them were crazy, but one of them was was been illegal in the state to order ivermectin, which is interesting. Hydroxychloroquine had to be ordered only for a rheumatoid arthritis. And there were a lot of threats. And then I had heard that there was a threat against Scott's license. And at that time, right after that, we got letters, and you still have your license. It wasn't a question yet then. Well, I guess it was a question, but you had your license. But we got letters from the state board saying if we said anything negative about the vaccine, and then we would be subject to medical misinformation and loss of our license. That was a gag order across the board. There was no give or take at all. During that time, I had also heard that Scott had done something I thought was actually wonderful, which was he talked, I believe maybe it was in Camas, but it was in one of the schools, about how harmful this was getting for children to be isolated like that. And I continue to see that over and over, and still see the aftermath of it. It was after that there was more secrecy maybe among patients, feeling like they didn't want to get him in trouble. But there was no question that they trusted his help. And there was also no question that they were better. I mean, they got through COVID, and that was wonderful. At that time, it was clear that you could do nothing. And if you send a patient to the hospital, they get put on a vent and they die. And that was a sad truth, and the numbers were horrifying. Then monoclonal antibodies became available, and the hospital here, Peace Health, at first allowed us to order, but then they were gone. You couldn't, they just said, nope, we're not going to give any of these anymore. And that was something that really had made a difference for patients. And that is when I also understood that there was much more to Scott's ability to treat than just what the frontline doctors had said. And it was a very interesting time. You didn't dare to say anything to anyone. So when this first happened, I worked with a practice. I worked in an internal medicine practice, and there were patients there. Then the person I worked with retired, and I opened my own clinic. In that case, the rigidity, honestly, almost like a tyranny, truly, it was horrible. Like if a patient had come in and they were in a room and shut a room and they took down their mask, then even though the air was the same air, when I walked in, I was reported for not making them put their mask right back on because that was the law. And I was reported for that and threatened, and I thought, you are kidding me. That made no logical sense to me. And that was somebody well, not somebody sick, somebody who is well. That was when I personally got more and more anxious about anything we did, because I had not realized how closely we were monitored. There was a report your neighbor kind of thing, and I don't know if a patient or I don't know how that came about. But what I can tell you is that the things that happened were not, they were said they were based on science, but there wasn't science to base it on. And that was disturbing. One of the other things, when I said I could understand that he did more, I would have patients would come and ask me if I could help them get nebulizers or certain therapies. And truly, I was afraid because of a target on my back. If I could, like even with COVID, I could not order somebody who had COVID at home any kind of nebulizer treatment unless I could prove that they had COPD. which they didn't have before, but they certainly are. I just could not order what I honestly believed was good medicine and that was logical. I couldn't talk to other people about it. They'd say you have to follow the science, but there was no science. They'd say you have to make everybody be vaccinated, and we had to sign that we did it voluntarily, but that was not true, because at the time when I was working for someone else, I would have lost my job. And there was no option. I don't know how it was everywhere else, but it was incredibly, it was frightening, actually. And there were times when I thought, I don't even know if I dare to say anything or talk to anybody about other options besides what the government wanted. There were times when I would leave my computer out of the room and I would sit on my phone and make my patient sit on their phone so that Siri couldn't record. And that sounds like a paranoia beyond belief, but that is how it was. And you could not do anything except for exactly what our governor said. And I really struggled with that.
So, Catherine, as well you should. So that I think it's important to have a context of what it was like in our state.
I'm looking for questions, Mr.
And so tell me what, knowing the line that was almost drawn in the sand by the medical commission, what did you think when you heard that I was saying things that were contradictory to it, or standing up and actually sharing what my experiences were and my patient outcomes and the therapies that I was using? What were your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts on what you were sharing and that you had great outcomes, I thought were very positive, and I would have thought in a time when there was not truly experience and consensus enough, but there were really good outcomes, that was something that we as a community of providers would work together with. I thought, oh my gosh, that's so cool. What a great thought. When the threats came based on suddenly, Scott, you became, because my opinion, and I do believe this is a fact, is that because you spoke up, somehow you became the enemy of the state. And because you suggested things that were not common, but later, I can say late, and I didn't reach out to Scott during this time, but later as things calmed down in the pandemic, I reached out to Scott and said, I am concerned about what will be coming in coming days. Please help me to understand how I could help patients. And let me clarify why I said that. That is how I got to really start talking with Scott. So I knew about him. I knew some things that he had said that I was frankly impressed with. I thought it was courageous to dare to say something against, now it's Ferguson, but anyway, it was kind of a Gestapo state, which is a dramatic thing to say, but that is literally how it felt. You felt like you were being watched and you had to be careful whatever you did. And Scott dared to say something, and his outcomes were good. That was the part that was so amazing, that people were getting better. And so I guess to be more succinct in that, earlier in this year, our state passed a law about during any time of medical crisis that whatever the governor used as whatever was the medical advice, that there could be no, and I can get this actual thing for you, I'm probably butchering it as I say it, but there's no legal way around doing anything but what they said. That was when I started to reach out to Scott, because I thought, that is so frightening to me. How did you help people? Because I feel like, why would they make a mandate that says that now in May of 2025, or March, maybe it was, of 2025, when that seems like kind of a weird setup. that seemed to me, why would you do that? And it's not anything that medical providers heard about. I found out about it from someone who wasn't even in medicine, who said, read this. Is this what this says? And it is what it said. And I feel like,
Well, and Catherine, to be fair, would you say that that was the exact climate that we were in December or in 2020 and 2021? If you know, we were talking one time and you had said, I'm afraid to prescribe a nebulizer.
yes, because they wouldn't allow it. Yes, you couldn't prescribe a nebulizer. You couldn't prescribe things that were just naturally logical to help somebody breathe. So
coming back to, you know, things that could be relevant for the Alaska board to know, when you, as you assess that whole time frame, and because we're going back to my character and my fitness to practice, am I a benefit to a community, or am I a deterrent or dangerous? Am I some rogue?
I can say without any reservation, Scott is an incredibly safe provider. He was an incredibly safe provider before COVID, and he was incredibly safe during. And oh my gosh, to not have Scott is a huge loss to our area, and it's a loss to medicine. And it's unthinkable to me that this could have happened based on he's not a harm to anybody. My gosh, he saved lives. What I think is bizarre is that why did they go crazy going after him? Because he was right, you know? And there's so much that's been shown now that COVID's over in other places, and our state doesn't apologize for anything. They're like, and the next time there is, you better know that it's going to be absolutely illegal to have there's no legal way to bypass what we say. I mean, that is unthinkable. He is safe. He's a phenomenal provider. He cares about people more than most providers do. He certainly clearly risked his livelihood to be able to help people live. And that's not an exaggeration. I mean, my patients lived, but there are people who aren't my patients who lived. But most everybody went. I can think of one exception of anybody I'm aware of who went to the hospital that was on a vent that didn't die. And she was 18 at the time. That's the only person I'm aware of. And I have been here since 1999 in this area.
So at that time that we're talking about, what would you say if you were relegated to advising somebody to go to the hospital?
I really am going to caution you the amount of time we have.
Okay, so
Go
so we
Well,
understand that.
I was afraid to send people to the hospital.
Okay, our options were
afraid they'd
limited. Sure. So based statistically on what we were seeing in the hospitals in our area, broadly, but in our area, it was to do it, as you had said one time, was a death sentence. So it was our job. It was our job as practitioners to. Would you consider it our job as practitioners to do everything in our power?
Every single thing you could possibly think of in your power, and I felt threatened that I couldn't do everything in my power. And honestly, yes. I mean, that there's just do no harm alone. I mean, I wanted any decent provider would want to save the lives of people. And even the ones that did crazy things in the hospital, I'm sure felt like they thought they were saving lives, but the bottom line is they weren't. And it was scary. And you didn't feel like you could have any thought process whatsoever. You could have done it by AI, I guess.
So again, going back to that
You
time.
Safe, Scott. You are a safe provider. You gave excellent care. The people who came and talked to me who tried to not say anything about who you were could not say enough about what you had done. And then after you did lose your license here, I had many patients come to my practice who couldn't say enough about how much they had trusted you. I think you're incredibly trustworthy as a provider, as a person. I cannot emphasize enough how much I feel that you have an incredibly good character, strong character. And I thought it before I met you based on what I had experienced. And I reached out to meet you based on what you had accomplished.
Thank you. Well, we'll wrap it up just a couple more things. So I want to also kind of make sure we understand. So during this time where even thinking about talking to colleagues or sharing things with colleagues about potential options for care, let's actually sharing information, just discussing the possibility of it was dangerous to your livelihood and career. When
yes,
a medication, a prescription outside of ivermectin, a prescription for anything that a pharmacist might scrutinize to be for COVID-related issues, during that time where whispers were, I guess my question is, well, because at that time I was actively sharing information from every platform I possibly could to as many people as that I could get to hear me and listen to what my studying and what my treatment modalities and what my patient experiences and outcomes were. And that was considered by the medical commissioner the findings of facts. That what I was doing was recklessly endangering the public, my patients, the public, the community. I guess my question is, in your eyes, because I'm either crazy or unhinged or unbalanced for doing something that, as you put it, nobody else would do because of the shocking negative pushback impact loss of licensed livelihood. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes. In fact, there are many things that you had done that I would have continued to look at and research and do personally, except for until I'd heard that you had been made a public example, I guess is a way to put it. And then I was even more nervous. But I felt nervous beforehand to ask about things because it was a very cut and dried. You were either all in that you can only send them to the hospital and be put on a vent, or you weren't, and you couldn't order budesonide, you couldn't order my goodness, they were mad if you're getting colchicine. I mean, it just was bizarre. I can't even begin to say how I'd have pharmacists call and say, why are you giving this? Like I have to justify not whether it's safe, but if the diagnosis that I'm giving it for is appropriate according to their, drop-down guideline. And honestly, I was truly afraid that if I did any of that I would lose my license. And I am not proud of being so afraid, but I am not the only one. All of my colleagues were that way. And only the person that I worked in the same office with dared to say anything, but she would say, literally, my boss would say, don't do anything that's going to call attention to us. And I literally said, but this person's gotten better. Why can I, and she said, do not call attention to us. Do not. That's sad. Don't do anything that anybody will know that you did.
It was effective.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. So,
yes,
go ahead.
What you did was safe. And actually later when I talked to Scott about how did you come up with how did you think of this, or how did you think of that? He had such incredible logic based on biochemistry, the way the body works, amazing pharmacology, and he could explain to me why that would work. And then I would go look at it and say, and he was so absolutely right. But even without doing that based on results, you were right, Scott. I mean, people would send their friends, their family, and they would say to me, I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, but I want you to know that if I'm in trouble, I'm not going to call you. I'll let you know later after I'm better. And they called you, Scott.
We'll end with this. You covered that from a practice standpoint. In your opinion, I wasn't practicing below the standard of care in the context of, we'll say, the information I was sharing. You found it to be, even though it was in conflict with what we were being told, you found the information that I was sharing with the community was accurate, and I was doing it in the context to try and educate our community as much as possible, because I think that
Right, is that the question?
what
It sounds like what you're asking me, did I feel that way?
what would you say as far as my character? Like, what would you say to the medical commission in Alaska about my character as a person, and how it would fit into the Alaska's society?
Frankly, I feel like Alaska would be unbelievably blessed to have you. I feel like you literally showed limited courage and bravery and integrity, and you touched literally thousands of people and saved them and their families. And frankly, you were tireless in that, and we literally were at war, and I felt we kept our heads down and didn't want anybody to see us, and you dared to take care of people because you had figured out ways that could work, and they did work. And the fact is, I wish I were more like you, and I wish we had more of you. And you're not just a hero here, in my opinion, but you are honestly nationally, and I literally pray that your knowledge will be able to be shared. I think that Alaska would be incredibly blessed and lucky to have you. And I think that Washington is suffering a terrible loss of not only a great provider, but a person of character. You were oh my goodness, the things they accused you of just are unreal to me. But it did make the rest of us not dare to talk. You really didn't know if you could say anything, and that if I could say anything that wouldn't get me in trouble. And Scott, you dared to, and that's huge.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Higgins, do you have any questions of Ms. Moon?
No, thank you.
Can I just say one last thing as we end? I hope
May I ask Catherine one more question?
Let me ask. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Catherine, is there anything you would like to say to finish your time up?
I just want to be clear that Scott is fit for practice, that Scott is safe, that Scott is exceptionally above the standard of care. And he is not only smart and courageous, but he's also kind. And I don't think you can beat that.
All right, I have a couple of questions if Mr. Higgins doesn't. Ms. Moon, can you tell me where you got your degree or what your degree is to practice as a nurse practitioner.
Yes, I'm master's prepared. My master's degree came from Brigham Young University in 1995, started official graduation in 1996. I worked in Utah for some time, and then I came to Vancouver. I've worked in Portland. I've worked for Providence and for various independent clinics until I opened my own. And I'm board certified through the American Nurses Association.
What's the name of your practice
Fisher's Landing Primary Care.
and where is it located?
It is at 406 Southeast 131st Avenue, Suite C305, Vancouver 98683. And I can give you my license number because if you look me up, people often will say, I can't find Catherine Moon, but it is L. Catherine Moon. And that's my tax ID. That's how I practice.
Do you authority to write prescriptions?
Yes, I do. I have prescriptive authority for all prescriptions, including controlled substances. I have a DEA number as well.
Did you ever misrepresent to a pharmacy the reason why you were prescribing a specific drug in order to get it filled?
No. And that was the part that made it so sad. No. That because I couldn't say what they wanted, I couldn't prescribe.
Have you read the decision of the Washington State Medical Commission regarding Mr. Miller?
Yes.
So you have, okay.
I didn't feel like I was even reading about the same person.
I don't have any more questions. Mr. Miller, did that cause any questions for you?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Higgins, did that cause any questions for you?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Moon.
You're welcome, and thank you for allowing me to speak so freely.
It is 12:10. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Miller, you agreed to a lunch. Would you like to come back at 1 p.m. or 1:10?
Could we do one?
We could do one, and that works for me. How about you, Mr. Higgins?
That works just fine. Thank you.
And if you're looking for any place, we have a snack room on the 19th floor. You
Okay.
can walk that way, or there's a sandwich shop across the street. Don't worry about coming back with food if that'll help us get through the afternoon and you eating at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, I guess I do have 2 people in the lobby. Maybe I'll invite them in and let them know we're taking a lunch break.
Yeah, do you know their names?
I have a Bill and then someone at 541. Good afternoon. This is Judge Administrative Law Judge Wilson with the Office of Administrative Hearings. I invited 2 people in the room, one with the name Bill and another with the area code 541. I just want to let you know we're all taking a lunch break until 1 p.m. I will, I guess, I recommend that you call back at 1. And Mr. Miller, do you know who your next witness is going to be? One of these individuals?
It's Dr. Jared Zeff.
Is he here?
I don't. Sorry, these glasses are readers. It's embarrassing.
Again, it's Bill and then 541. Who's that 541-499?
That's my mom.
Oh, that's your mom? Okay. She's listening in?
I believe so.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Is she?
No, she's not a witness.
Okay. And then Ms. Moon just left. So I am actually, I'll keep the room open, but I'm gonna turn the camera off and the mic off. And if you can be ready to go with your next witness at 1 o'clock.
That's what I'm
ready.
making
All right.
sure.
We are off record.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 o'clock. Have to be sure we're not muted.
So 1:14, so it's an hour difference,
Yeah.
45-minute wait. Better put your phone on the charger.
Oh, okay. Dave, text Scott and tell him, yes, yes, we're listening, and so is Oregon. Listening is Frank, and so is Oregon.
Oh.
Oh, wow. We don't have one of those. Something like that. It's-
There you go. It's hearing about you. Oh, I had a busy morning this morning. Did you? Yeah, I had to take my mom to the dentist at 8 o'clock, and they said, "Well, you can just drop your dentures off and we'll work on that in a couple hours." And that turned into 2.5 hours. So then I got her from there, and we had to go get a cat out of the veterinarians because they couldn't get it to come out of the cage there. And they figured she was the only one that could get it out, which is true. She got it out. So to go pick him up. Then she always wants to go get something to eat every time we go out. So I had to take her to get something for lunch. And she's eating. Yeah. Well, and then she doesn't know where she wants to go. And so, what are you looking for? Yeah. Oh, she got that down. Funny. Then you'll say something and you say, "Oh, well, I don't feel like Mexican food like myself." Okay, where do you want to go? I don't know. But, here's your meat or your plum wine. Yeah, I went on artificial intelligence gave me this setting on meat would be perfect for plum. Gave a recipe. Have you looked at the artificial intelligence? No. It's amazing. It almost has a personality. Yeah. One of your kind of.
Is that your phone or mine, Dave?
Years. And was for a gallon. It was big for a gallon. Oh, it was in the front gallon.
It's Scott. Hello? Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, no. Okay, just a second. I had to plug my phone in. I've got it on speaker.
Actually, phone.
I've got to start all over again. Just call that number again. Okay. All right. And then don't it, and then I
All right, Mr. Higgins is back. Give me one moment to pull up the.
Okay. In fact, I can just text it to you also, just in case. You can come on.
Mr. Miller, could you close that door?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you're on.
Good afternoon. It is 1:02 on August 20th. We are back in the matter of Scott Miller, case number 240763 Med. Have a couple questions before we turn to the next witness. Mr. Miller, do you intend on testifying?
Would it get to?
Yes, you get to testify.
So,
I'm just
can you?
figuring out the time we have.
Yes. Can you clarify, or for my edification, what does that technically mean?
Well, that would mean, making statements that you think would be relevant to the board granting you a license that, however, also subjects you to cross-examination. That said, Mr. Higgins has the ability to call you as a witness as well. Although he did not have a witness list, so I might need to rethink that. I do have your pre-hearing brief, which states your grounds on why you think the board should make a decision contrary to its initial decision. I'm concerned about time.
Yeah.
We've gotten through 6 people, and I will say, already testimony is getting redundant, and I really have no intent, as an agreement with Mr. Higgins, to go beyond today. So,
I'm looking at the witness list.
yeah, and that's what I wanted to pull up, was your witness list, to see if there's anyone who definitely want us to hear from.
So Dr. Zeff is now.
All right.
Pastor White. I think we can hold off on, I hate doing this, hold off on Josh Moore. Depending on time. Seth Chase is actually going to be present.
Okay, is he coming at a certain time?
At 2:15-ish.
2:15?
Yeah. Where should I?
Well, I leave it to you. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to identify for me, but just know that time is at a premium. And, were I to deny witnesses, is because I would believe the testimony is cumulative. So please find people whose testimony isn't cumulative.
Okay.
You should know that a concern I have is, a deliberate statement of a wrong reason for prescribing medication, and a rule of unprofessional conduct applicable to physicians assisted licenses in Alaska that doesn't permit misrepresentations, even for valid, allegedly good reasons. And I think that's going to be something the board, that's going to be a factor for the board to consider. And it's also concerning to me that you seem to be the only one who has done this, which calls in to account, your code may be going beyond the bounds. So those are things I'm thinking right now. And if you have any other witnesses that might be relevant to that testimony, that said, this is your right to due process, but that's becoming a significant issue for me.
Correct.
In my recommendation to the board.
And I will say this, I agree. And when I remember the first time when I talked to a pharmacist, I'm like, we can only do it if you have these.
I want you to testify.
Sorry.
I know
Sorry.
you're going to
So,
testify. Yeah.
But okay, outside of that, the looking at a number of other cases in Alaska where they're fairly like a bit more egregious. I think there are punishments or remedies.
Okay, so now you're making a closing argument.
Oh,
on
sorry.
You think the right, no, I'm
Oh,
getting
okay.
us in the process.
You know, where
Because your witnesses
Where
are
there's an
premium.
extreme of a difference of punishment of you don't get to versus listen, you recognize that it's wrong. You see that it was under extreme situations, but that's not how you.
Well, that's where I'm letting you know is a concern that the evidence is actually supporting the board's initial decision. Doesn't mean you might bring in someone contrary to that, but that's the direction it's going right now.
And outside of that, oh, sorry.
I'm not going to say anything more than
Sure.
that because it's your right to present your case. I just wanted to let you know that, while it might all be appearing to be positive testimony, it's actually raising significant concerns under the applicable regulations. And that doesn't even address the other conclusions of law and findings of fact. So I'm going to turn it over to you and you can call your next witness. I don't know if they are, I have somebody in the lobby at 360-609 3343.
That should be Dr. Zeff.
That's your next witness?
Correct.
I thought you said he was in person.
Nope, that would be my two. That would be
Okay,
Seth
I'm
Chase.
confused as the names. All right. Let's invite him in. And then I'm just verifying in the room, Mr. Higgins, can you hear us okay? I should have said that earlier.
Yes, I can. Thank you very much for checking.
Okay, and let me verify our recordings. Our recording is picking up. And all right. 606093343. I hear your name is Dr. Zeb. Did I get that right?
Zeff.
Zeb.
Z as in zebra, EFF.
Dr. Zeff, could you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
I can't see you, but I believe you are doing so. Would you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide this tribunal is true and correct to the best of, will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
I so swear.
Very good. Give me one moment, I didn't get my other computer up here. Could you spell your first and last name for me, sir?
Jared, Jared, Z as in zebra, EFF as in Frank, Zeff.
Okay. And before I turn it over, I'm just making sure we still have your wife and a Mr. I think it's Davis on the phone, but no one else hearing.
I'm
our
alone
witness.
in my office.
Okay. Yeah, we have someone else in the waiting room, but we're good to go.
Yeah, that'd be my mom and
Oh, your mom's here? Okay.
yeah. Yeah, so yeah,
The
those
number 93, so three, well, go ahead. Wait, in this meeting 12, right? No, wait.
314 is they're
Okay. And I show a couple of them as leaving, so I don't even think they're in the room.
yeah, those are.
If we have any witnesses that are testifying in this matter that have not already testified, please leave the call. Mr. Miller will contact you when it's time. But I think we're ready for Dr. Zeff.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Zeff. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for joining us. Can you share with the board what your credentials are, your practice of medicine, the years that you've practiced?
Yes, I am a naturopathic physician licensed in Oregon, Washington, and California. As such, I'm a primary care physician with prescriptive privileges, and I practice primarily in Washington State, where I reside. I graduated from the National College of Naturopathic Medicine in Portland, Oregon in 1979. I did a residency in natural childbirth in Azusa, California, and developed a family practice based initially around obstetrics and family medicine in McMinnville, Oregon. I've been in full-time practice since then, since 1979, for 45 years, with a dual career as a professor in naturopathic medicine at several
Your
of our
Honor,
medical schools.
I'm going to object. It sounds like Dr. Zeff is reading from a script.
Are you reading, Miss Dr. Zeff?
Yes, I wrote out an answer.
Well, that's a problem in a tribunal. So what we need
Okay,
you
then
to
I
do,
don't have to read. I just
I'm
tell you
certain you
then.
know yeah, we know your background. So if you don't have a camera available to you by any chance, do you, for this call?
Yeah, I have a camera.
Can you turn it on? It'll
I
be
just-
easier.
It's not going on.
Okay, then don't worry about that. But we are trusting you not to be reading from your notes.
I will toss this in the trash and you can just ask me whatever you want to ask me.
So you just had said that you developed a family practice and you also were a professor. That was the last I heard. I didn't hear where you were a professor.
I was professor. I began teaching in 1979 at the National College of Naturopathic Medicine. When, after I graduated, they asked me if I would teach, but I also opened a private practice. In 1988, I attained the rank of full professor, and later that year they asked me to become dean at the college, and I was dean for 5 years. During that time, I didn't have a private practice, and when I left the deanship, I reopened a private practice. I also attended the Emperor's College of Oriental Medicine in Santa Monica, California from 1985 through 1988. And I was licensed in acupuncture in California, Oregon, and Washington since that time. I am currently not licensed in acupuncture in California or Oregon, but only in Washington.
Mr. Miller, go ahead.
I apologize. I had a series of questions, and then there's something else that popped in my head. But and we touched on this before lunch. You had a little bit of a different experience. Can you give us all an idea of what you experienced or what your experience was like in Washington State during the time of the pandemic, when I was particularly targeted or investigated by the state's medical commission?
Okay, the first thing I would say is that what I saw during that time was what appeared to me to be a very confusing and a period in medicine locally and a deterioration of medical practice. During that time, a lot of people were refused care, either because they hadn't been vaccinated for COVID or because they were, the many doctors' offices were closed because of the pandemic, and people were turned away for one reason or another, and a lot of people were unable to even continue care that had been ongoing. During that time, my practice tripled because there were many people looking for care, and we stayed open as we always had been. We took the appropriate precautions, but we just kept practicing like usual, and we got very busy. One of the things that I saw was that hospital care became even somewhat dangerous. People were dying in the hospital. What I would say, simple and effective treatments were being discouraged or abandoned in favor of these new vaccines that were rolling out, and in favor of pharmaceutical treatments that were new or untried. And we were told not to use things that seemed to be working, such as ivermectin and quinine preparations and some other things, which I was using in my practice and seeing success with. So it was a confusing time. Also, doctors were being impeded from communicating with each other. Historically, when some new problem arises, a new illness perhaps, or an epidemic or something, doctors begin to communicate about what they're doing, what's working, what isn't working, and this communication, for the first time in my experience, was literally being impeded. I was censored. I was taken off social media when I was posting what I had been seeing, what seemed to be working, and trying to learn from other doctors what was working. And so I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
Because you're right, none of us had ever seen anything like that, ever. There's several hurdles that are going to be necessary for the Alaska Medical Board to overcome regarding my professional behavior. And one of them is that I wrote a prescription that misrepresented the reason for its purpose. And I want to ask you something in this context. Because little background there, a lot of people were going to feed stores, they were getting injections and paste of ivermectin.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the fact that this is not a question.
Oops, I apologize. People were searching out.
That's still not.
Oh, so
What is the question for Dr. Zepp? Go through
Is
the
there-
part of your brain where you give an
is there
explanation in front of it.
is there ever a time where it's ethical to have a different representation on a prescription, not in the chart notes, but on the prescription, to ensure they receive human grade safe medication that we can.
Your Honor, this is just testimony. This is not a question.
I'm asking him if
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to ask a direct question on whether it is ethical to misstate the reason a medication is being prescribed when requesting having that medicine filled by a pharmacy.
Okay. So Dr. Zepp, my understanding of the lack of ethics in doing that, is there ever a time, in your opinion, is there ever a time frame where something could override that?
Yes.
Can you elaborate for us?
In the first place, doctors do not write the reason for a prescription on the prescription. The doctor's job is to determine what's the appropriate medicine to write for that, and the pharmacist's job is to fulfill it. For the first time in my professional career, I was being asked by some pharmacies whether I was prescribing this for COVID or whether I was prescribing it for something else, like parasites. That's politics, and it has no place in medicine. My job is to get the best medicine to my patients, and I will do whatever I need to do that. And if that means I have to say someone may have parasites, which they do anyway, I will give them, I will say that if I have to say that, because my concern is healing my patient, not the political games that we were subjected to during that time, which I'd never seen prior to that, and that's fading away now, fortunately.
Thank you. I think the issue at hand still goes back to.
Try to focus on the question.
Pardon me.
Mr. Miller.
When a board is evaluating an applicant's fitness, these factors come into play. What would your advice or recommendation be for the members of the Alaska board when they're looking at these very, very unique types of situations?
I would say that we have to consider the fact that this was a very unusual time when politics were interfering with the good practice of medicine, and physicians were being forced to do things that they didn't want to do. Many physicians were forced to leave medicine because they refused to get a vaccine, which wasn't really a vaccine, and which has later proven to be dangerous, which many of us knew ahead of time. The research was out. And so we have to do what we have to do. My primary concern is what's in the best interest of my patient. I always do my best to practice legally, to practice according to the statutory regulations and the administrative rules, and I've been doing that for the last 45 years. But there's times when things don't quite fit, and you have to do what you need to. You have to make things fit as best you can. And I think this was one of those circumstances, and I hope we never see that again.
Agreed. Thank you. Another hurdle I would imagine was that the Washington Medical Commission proved by clear and convincing evidence that I committed professional misconduct by misrepresenting or concealing material fact when I applied for a Washington state medical license. Have you seen any evidence for that claim to be false?
I believe that's a false claim based on my limited knowledge of the circumstance. I've seen some of the materials I think you're referring to.
That are part of the exhibit you've seen?
Yes.
And allow another collateral challenge to the state of Washington's decision.
May I ask it a different way?
You can try, but
Okay. Have you seen any evidence that I marked the affirmative that I had an investigation
Your
on me?
Honor, this is just attacking the decision of the Washington Medical Commission.
sustained. The place to challenge that was in the state of Washington, state of Alaska. As I ruled, and I'll make that clear in my decision to the board, if they disagree with that, they have the authority to modify my decision. But again, the issue is why, despite everything that has been found in the conclusion, finding of fact and conclusion of law, this medical board should ignore its ability to deny your license for the sole reason that your license has been revoked in another state, irrespective of the reasons why it's been revoked. And does Dr. Zepp have anything more to offer?
Dr. Zepp, can you share with the board your impression or your understanding of, because again, we're looking at integrity and character. Can you help give a bigger, broader picture of what you feel my medical acumen is, my character, my honesty?
Yes. During that time, after your license was revoked, a number of your patients came to me. Many of them told me how you had saved their lives. They told me how you were available at all hours to come to help, either in their homes or in the hospital. That as I talked with you later and learned more, I could see that your information was based upon real science and your growing level of experience. And you had significant clinical successes where many others were having failures. And I learned from that. What I saw was that you, I would call you a hero of the time. You went beyond the call of duty. You worked yourself hard. You based your decisions on medical and current medical literature. Your patients got well when many people were dying, and you made heroic efforts to help people. That was amazing to me. I consider you an example of the highest one can attain in this kind of work. During a difficult time, you went way beyond the norm, looking for the truth, and helped many people in the face of significant political opposition.
How does, in experiencing all of this and seeing the, as you described, effort on my part in a number of different ways, do you see any of these things, my medical knowledge, in a broad spectrum, especially in complex acute illnesses, the care that I had, the dedication, basically never turning anyone away. Does any of that override any of what the Washington Medical Commission's decisions have been on me in the eyes of the Alaska Medical Board?
Well, in my opinion, it certainly does. I think you represent, as I just said, the highest someone like us can attain in trying to help people, to do it ethically, to do it even at times against the grain, and to do it successfully. And one thing I could say in that regard is I would trust you to treat my children and my grandchildren, and I wouldn't say that about many people. I think that you represent the highest in the ethical practice and effective practice and science-based practice of what we do. And not only do I commend you for that, but I've heard you speak, and I've learned from listening to you speak, I've learned. And having learned, I've added things to my own work based on what I learned from you. I think you represent the highest of this calling, and I appreciate you for that. I think that you would be, any community in which you would be practicing, it would be lucky to have you, because there are few people who would do what you have demonstrated, what you did during that time. What you did, I think, was amazing. And well, I don't know what else I can say.
I appreciate that very much. You mentioned my speech or words. My word, there were people that often or deemed my words to be dangerous, or misleading, misinformation, disinformation, or just dangerous and confusing, which again, which lowered the eyes of our profession, or my profession, in the eyes of the community.
Your Honor, I have to object. We're just testifying and saying the main problem is it's not a question about what the witness has observed or has formed an opinion about. It's testifying and then saying, do you agree, essentially?
I will sustain that objection. And the only thing I can suggest, Mr. Miller, is who, what, where, why, and how.
Okay.
Without an introduction. If the witness doesn't understand the question, then we can handle it from there. But a preface about what you think and then agree with you is testimony, impermissible testimony.
I apologize. Dr. Zepp, have you seen a change in the information, just the knowledge base or science that we've seen over the last few years, or have things come to light?
Yes.
In the context of what we thought we knew then versus now, can you help us understand that?
Well, there's an increasing body of medical literature in peer-reviewed journals demonstrating that the vaccines are dangerous, that they do not prevent the acquisition or spread of COVID, and that they can damage people, especially younger people. That the vaccines are very likely more dangerous than the disease they were supposedly designed to prevent. That the treatment the treatments that were being promulgated, especially in hospitals, were not as effective as the treatments that we were doing on the outside, and that we were just being discouraged from doing. And increasing evidence has demonstrated that treatments such as ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and other things were very effective and very safe. This information is now in the public eye, it's in the medical literature, and we can cite it. At the time, it was based on what physicians were telling each other and learning from each other, even though there was significant efforts to impede that kind of information spread. So yeah, there's been a lot of change. I would say the things that you were doing have been vindicated, and the things that were being done that you were supposed to do and didn't want to do, have been demonstrated to have been wrong things to do increasingly.
Has there been further studies or testimonies that we've seen from figures that were providing information on how we social distance or wear masks that have come out recently that have showed that they don't have a real reason why they did it?
Yes. I mean,
Your Honor, I have to object to the relevance of the development or not of medical literature that's not being offered in evidence. There's not medical or scientific opinions being offered for this court to, or for this body to hear. If there was going to be some argument about studies and things like that, we should have them submitted. And that's a separate question from whether this board should deny the application. We're not trying to litigate any of those medical issues here. It's a matter of the Washington Medical Commission's decision and what this body should do in the face of that.
I'm going to partially sustain that just on the ground of relevance and cumulative testimony. We have Dr. Zeff's statement about how he has seen the practice of care change, and he's mentioned that peer-reviewed articles have documented that. That's sufficient enough for any decision I write to the medical board. And I agree also with Mr. Higgins that if I don't have a peer-reviewed study in evidence, I can't admit it as evidence. So we have his general expertise or experience about how things have changed in the last 3 or 4 years.
Can I try something different? It's not asking.
You have a right to ask a question, and Mr. Higgins has a right to object to it. So go ahead.
Outside of peer-reviewed journals or documentations, we have testimony from top doctors stating, so we have on record stating that they didn't really use any evidence. So our job is correct. Our job is to provide patients with factual information.
Is that the question? Is it our
Is that a true statement that we need factual information, and foundationally we need to know why we're giving that information?
Yeah, as best we can get it, and that varies under the circumstances, but yes.
If I had a mother with a child that was going to turn 2 years old the next day, that the child didn't need to wear a mask the day in my office, but the next day she was going to need to wear a mask to go to daycare. And she said, I don't understand. Can you help me understand the science behind this? Would I be able to give her a valid answer?
Yes. At that time. It was well known in the medical literature that masks did not impede the spread of respiratory viruses. That had been well studied for years before COVID.
No, my point is if she said, I need you to tell me scientifically why I need to do it, would I be able to do that?
Well, there is no, you wouldn't, because there was no valid literature that explained that masking was effective.
So do you agree that it's important when you're sharing information with patients or in the broader public, especially when we see things
Your
subjectively?
Honor, I have to step in again. We are testifying, and this is so far afield from the question that we're trying to answer. This is not like a large debate about, you know, how we could have done better or differently.
Dr. Zeff?
No, it appears that I
Yeah.
am sustaining Mr. Higgins, but Mr. Higgins is correct about the scope of this hearing.
Dr. Zeff, it's not about what we know now versus what we knew then. Is it? Can we help me understand how it's, so it was, is it wrong to be right at the time, but then you're right later on?
All I can say, or what I would like to say, is that that was a very unusual time when politics entered medicine to a great degree, and for reasons which we can speculate or even talk about. There was a narrative being forced on doctors that was false. And many of us knew it was false, and it became increasingly apparent that it was false, partly because of literature that had already been extant, and partly because of what we were experiencing. And as new information came out more and more, we were seeing that the narrative that was being forced upon us was a false narrative. I don't know what else I can say about that, except it was obvious to me, and I did the best I could with my patients, regardless of this false narrative that was being forced on the public and on doctors.
So can you help clarify with the Alaska Medical Board? We're looking at findings of fact from statements of charges from 2021 and 2022 pertaining to the words that I was saying, the advice that I was giving, the treatments I was using, which have now been found to be not dangerous. How do we guide our medical commissions and boards to not move past those charges, but to see, would they still have the same, would they have the validity that they do today with the knowledge that we have? How would you, if you were going to address the Alaska Medical Board in that context, let's say that the findings of fact are true at the time, and then all of a sudden we realize,
Your Honor,
okay. Sorry. How would you, Dr. Zeff, how would you address the medical board, the Alaska Medical Board, in
Dr. Zeff, would you have any advice for the Alaska Medical Board?
Okay, let me say two things. First of all, my best advice is that Scott Miller is an honorable, effective, and knowledgeable physician's assistant, and I would urge the Alaska Medical Board to give him a license to practice in Alaska. They would be doing Alaska a favor. But beyond that, in the larger question, COVID was an unusual time. A novel new disease had appeared. There was no agreement initially on where it came from or how it came to be. Now we know a lot more about it. At the time, we were faced with a big question. We saw this information coming out first from some of the experience in China, which was not an open society, and then from Italy, we saw in northern Italy a hospital where people were dying in the hallways, and it looked like, my God, some horrible new thing happened. Now we know that was not a common experience, what was happening in northern Italy. They had an unusual circumstance there. What I saw here, I began to follow the death statistics in my town in Vancouver, Washington, because I was trying to figure out what is going on. What I saw was, this looks to me like a bad flu year, nothing more than that. As I followed week by week the death statistics and compared them to past flu epidemics. And I began to question what's going on, because my job is to treat my patients. My job is to do the best I can for my community to promote the public health and especially the individual health of the person that sits across from me. And during that time, we were in a very unusual circumstance in which the politics had taken over, and the politics were dictating to medicine wrong things, it turns out. And many people were questioning those narratives. And I saw doctors who were giving good information being silenced, taken off of social media. Their papers were being rescinded from publication. I'd never seen anything like this. And that's the circumstance in which Mr. Miller was functioning. He was doing a heroic job of helping a lot of sick people, and he was doing it as best he could based upon a significant knowledge base. If you've listened to him lecture, you know what I'm talking about. He knows what he's talking about. He does his research. His work is based in science. And he stepped up and did his best to help people who the system that was being imposed upon us wasn't helping very well. And he did a heroic thing, in my opinion, and he should have been commended for it. And what he was demonstrating in terms of his success, he had great success. Very few of his patients actually died. I think hardly any, where they were dying at a much higher degree in the hospital. If they would have looked at what he was doing and said, we want to incorporate this, then they would have saved more people. But that was politically impossible at the time. Many doctors quit practicing or were forced out of medicine at that time because of the politics. And that's the circumstances in which he lost his license. And I've read a lot of that material from the Washington Board, and it's absurd. It was like a political witch hunt against him, when what he was doing was helping people and not hurting people, and doing it based on the best science that we had available. That's what I have to say to the board, to the Alaska board.
One last question, I guess. It's well known that I had a shocking amount of complaints against me. None of them from patients. What are your thoughts? Oh, sorry. So what okay. What are your...
Are you aware of any complaints?
Yeah. Are you aware of any complaints against me by my patients?
No.
Thank you.
Like I said earlier, a number of your patients, after you were removed from practice, came to see me. And all I ever heard was what a wonderful job you did, how thankful they were for your helping them, how many people were confused and upset about the fact that you were no longer available. They were coming to me essentially as a second choice, and how you had saved somebody's life, and someone else would come and tell me you saved their father's life. Someone else come to me, you saved their brother's life. Someone else come to me, you saved their mother's life. And I mean, that was amazing to me. And the complaints that I read were ridiculous.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins?
No questions. Thank you.
Dr. Zeff, you're licensed as a naturopathic physician, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
In the state
In
of
Washington, that means I'm a primary care physician. I'm in the same
And-
category as MDs and DOs, but it's different in every state.
Were you disciplined at all by the state of Washington for your treatment of patients during COVID?
I was investigated. I was not disciplined. My license was in jeopardy because of a complaint that I had to respond to a series of complaints. But the complaints were vague. They would not give me, they said that I had written letters which contained COVID misinformation or vaccine information. I said, give me these letters and I'll respond to them. They wouldn't do that. They said, you have to respond to these complaints. I said, you're giving me vague complaints. Give me details. They wouldn't do that. I had to respond to vague complaints against the jeopardy of my license. I responded as best I could. And 6 months later, I got a letter saying that they could not find any significant evidence against me, and the complaint was dropped.
All right. Thank you. Are we done with Dr. Zeff?
Yes.
All right. Who's your next witness? I have a Mike White in the waiting room and a Shannon.
Mike White.
You done with me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You can just leave our call. Thank you for your time.
my pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I am admitting White, but Mr. is here, so you're aware. Would you like to
Oh.
this White first?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Brandon. Mr. White, I see you here on camera. I hear you're also Pastor White.
Yes, well, retired.
Retired pastor. My name is Administrative Law Judge Joan Wilson. I'm with the State of Alaska Office of Administrative Hearings. You could probably see Mr. Miller in the room as well. And we're also joined by KH. KH is Kevin Higgins, the attorney for the Division of Corporations, Business and Professional Licensing. I see you're joined by a lovely woman, and I just want to make sure she's not also testifying. If she is not, she's welcome to stay here.
She's not a witness.
She's not a witness. Okay. We just have a rule that we can only have one witness, can't listen to another witness's testimony. So as long as you're just here to listen, that's fine. Mrs. White, is that accurate?
Yep,
I made it.
my
Okay.
beautiful bride.
Very good. Pastor White, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
Yes,
Thank you. And may I assume the regular spellings of the name, both Michael and White?
right, they're correct.
All right, I turn the witness over to Mr. Miller.
Hi, Pastor White. Laura, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Can you tell us how you came about, well, calling me? Or
How we came, okay, well, we work with a global mission organization. We were down in Chico, California, and we were at a mission conference, and we got COVID. We took a test, and we weren't very sick right then, so we thought we'll just drive home. It's 9 hours, we can do it. We get home, and we're not doing well. She slept the entire way. We went to Kaiser, because we have Kaiser. We took a test and confirmed that we had COVID. And they told us at the clinic, come in when you can't breathe, basically, is what they told us. And we said, okay. And so we went home, And then later that day, our kids were calling us. They couldn't get a hold of us, and we had just literally not done well. My wife was pretty much collapsed here on the floor. I was outside. My son came over, found us, and he called 911. They came to our house, and on the porch outside, they, talked with us and such, and they wanted to transport, and I said no, we weren't going to transport. So that was the end of that. Later that day, we got sicker. So our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren were your patients, and so they knew you, and so they told my son, call, Dr. Scott, call him. So we did. And well, we didn't. He did, actually. And that's how we initially, now, I guess, is that the right sequence? Yeah, I think that's the right sequence. Yeah.
And so you two were sick enough that emergency team was called, an ambulance was called to take you to the hospital.
Yes, yes.
Your children called the clinic. We consulted. Can you tell me what happened after that, or what was the care that you received?
Well, it was later that night. I mean, like I said, it was kind of a blur to us, but later that night, that you came and you brought, I think, a couple nurses. Again, we were pretty out of it. And you came and you assessed, and there was some treatment, some therapies that we actually knew about them, the protocol, and that you began to administer, nurses, I think. But remember, we were pretty much out of it, but you were there. And I remember got oxygen and some therapies, and we were, I think, in even different rooms, the house. I was in one room and she was in the other. They set it up, and then we had care. Our daughter is a nurse. She's an ER nurse. So she came, she was there. And so she, you left her in her hands, and that was the night, but you were there till 2 a.m. I mean, I was told that. I didn't know what time it was, but I was told you guys were there till 2 a.m. I'm
gonna need to just do a refresher. That was the second time. Oh, can I do that? So
okay.
Do you recall the first time, what the first time was when?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we came to the clinic. We came to the clinic because they told us that we could get I can't even remember the name of it. Monococcal. I don't remember. I just know that we came to the clinic, and that's right. And that's right when we got back from Kaiser. I mean, back from Chico. We came there. That's right. It was in the afternoon. We came there first. And then we got a treatment. Then we went home. Yes, that's right. Then we went home. And that's when our kids were calling and to find out how we're doing, and we weren't responsive. So that was the first time, is when we came to the clinic, if I'm remembering right.
Were you offered monoclonal antibodies at Kaiser?
No, nothing. In fact, the only thing they said to us, I mean, when we went into the outdoor clinic, the tents, and they did our test, and then they said they would call us, and they did. And yes, we had COVID. And then they said, when they called us, they said, now, when you can't breathe, you're bad enough that you can't really breathe well, then come into the hospital. That's the only treatment. That's the only advice we got from them at all. That's it. They didn't offer anything.
Okay. And then from there, you came over to my clinic and received care.
Right. We got the care with the treatment. Yes.
And then later that night, when you were still, well, we'll say decompensating, you received further care throughout the night to prevent you from having to go to the hospital?
Yes. In fact, my stats were 71. in 71. I think Lars was 73 or something like that. But we were obviously in the desperate need for oxygen and treatment, and there was care throughout the night. Like I said, the nurses were there until 2 a.m. and then our daughter was there, and then we literally had care for the next 14 days, in our home from our daughter and other medical people that we know personally.
So the standard of care that you were provided, outpatient standard of care that you were provided from your Kaiser Health system differed than the care that you received from my clinic.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no comparison. The only care I got and we got was simply come into the hospital when you can't breathe. That is literally what they said to me. I said, when I can't breathe, yes, when breathing becomes so difficult, come into the hospital. Okay, that is the conversation, and that's it. That's the only care that we ever received. When the guys, I'm actually a chaplain with fire and police, and so I respond with these guys, and they all they could do was assess our SATs. They told us, but you know what it was. They said, you need to go in, and I said, we're not going to the hospital. We had someone that we knew die, and I said, no, I'm not going to the hospital. We'll just stay here with each other. And we've been married over almost 57 years now. And I said, no, we'll just stay here. And that later is when we called you, and we got wonderful care and concern,
Part of the thing that we're establishing or trying to help the Alaska Medical Board members to see is if I'm a danger to my community, or if I would be a danger to their community, how in the care that we were able to provide for you and Lauren, for the family and for the community, how would you assess the care that I was able to provide versus other care that you received?
Well, we received care from you. We received no care from the other medical, and I'm not going to fault the guys that came fire, because we refused care. And the only care they were going to give us was transport. That's it. They were going to transport us to the hospital, and that was it. That's the only thing we're going to do. And we could drive ourselves there if we need to do that, or have our kids drive us. But your care absolutely was a complete care. I mean, you came into our home like we were family, and you cared for us, and nobody was going into homes. It was crazy time, that. But you were not a danger. You were a gift. Your care was a gift to us. It wasn't a danger at all. It was a wonderful gift to us.
Did you see in my behavior or care that I provided for people, did you ever see situations where community members paid that forward to other people who were denied care?
I'm not sure what you mean there, pay it forward. I mean, I know there was a time when you called us and everybody was afraid to talk to anybody, touch anything. I mean, it was beyond crazy. And you had called us and asked us if we could take some medicine, the prescriptions that we had, we did have them, to a lady that was in a home in an area that I pastored in. I mean, I didn't know her, but we paid it forward and absolutely went to her home, went inside her home, helped her. She was very, 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 very sick, and you'd ask us if we could do that. You were out of town, I think, but so we did that. We paid that forward and said, yes, we will do that. Absolutely, we'll do that. And we went to that home, stayed there with her, cared for her. She could not believe that we would come into her house. Number one, I said, Scott, our house, he cared for us. All these people cared for us. Why wouldn't we do this? And so, yes, we paid that forward, and we're honored to do that, And what a blessing it was.
Do you recall what Yeah, do you recall exactly? Do you recall what she said was one of the most important things of that visit?
Absolutely. I'm a trauma chaplain. I teach at the Academy for Chaplains. We call it ministry of presence, showing up, putting yourself in harm's way. And she said, the fact that you would walk through the door and you would hug us, you would touch me. And I teach this course called Ministry of Presence. It's called Flesh on Flesh, Life on Life, Touching, because nobody was touching. And the fact that I gave her a hug, we gave her a hug, we cared for her and loved on her, she could not believe that we were willing to risk, coming into her home, touching her, cleaning up things because she had been there sick for some time, and just being with her, but hugging her was so profound for her, and it was for us as well. The fact that that we and I teach this, guys, touch people. It's so important, and the human contact, so critical. Yes, she was amazed at that.
Do you recall her outcome?
I think she did well. Yes. We heard from her later, and she thanked us, and she did well. I mean, she was part of the community that I pastored. I didn't know her personally, but I knew a lot of people around there where she lived, and she was so grateful. So grateful. She had to end up over there by herself. Her family, they were selling the house, and her family was over in Eastern Washington, I think it was, and she was all alone and got sick, and she was so frightened and so afraid, and yet it was wonderful to be able to go and do what you did for us, walk into a place and love on her and care for her. It's just simple things. And all we did was take some medicine to her and help her, in her house. We got food out that she didn't have the strength to get the food out of the refrigerator and organize some things. And so Laura did all that, Yeah.
As a pastor, again, when we're looking at fitness, I would look at fitness on every level in terms of what a medical board or what kind of person a medical board would want serving the constituents of their state. What you saw and the care that I gave you and what I was attempting to spread throughout the community, where we take care, like we never leave anyone isolated. We never leave anyone alone.
No.
Would you consider that a message that would be detrimental to a community here in Alaska?
No, I would think it would be welcomed. You were beyond courageous to step into and care for people that were very, very sick, and that we were told that we're going to infect the entire world. And yes, people were infected. I have dear friends that have died. I have other family members that have died. And so we know it's real, but you stepped into a harm's way and brought a peace and a care that was beyond, what was called for. And yes, no, it would be a benefit to a community to have that kind of, I know this is not COVID related, but the care you gave my grandchildren for their children was beyond the same thing in pediatrics. That's long before COVID. They loved your care. So that goes past COVID. And that's why they said, call Dr. Scott, so yes, it's a blessing and a benefit to a community. Absolutely.
Thank you. And I need to preface that I was a physician assistant, not a doctor.
I'm sorry.
I know. I just needed to clear that up.
Thank you.
Is there anything or any last comments or statements that you feel could be beneficial for the Alaska Medical Board members to hear?
Well, I would, without reservation, strongly encourage the board to give you a medical license to practice in their community. You would be a benefit to what they do there and what they need there. You would be a wonderful blessing, to them. I know that. I've been, like I said, I've been a trauma chaplain for 45 years, on scene doing this, and I've been a pastor, I've been in ministry for 50. And so I know the benefit of life on life caring that you do. That would be such a benefit. So I would encourage them, yes, to give a license.
I need to preface this. I should have said it first. I apologize.
Oh.
I think it's important for you to understand the number of findings of fact of professional misconduct and practicing below the standard of care. So there's a lot of hurdles that
Sure.
need to. So do you still, knowing that that's what I'm charged with is misconduct and misinformation and practicing below the standard of care, do you still make that recommendation?
Absolutely, without reservation. Without reservation. Absolutely. No.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been in our community. I was born here in 48. I'm 77 years old. And so I have seen and I've walked and worked with medical. And so without reservation, I would make that recommendation. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins?
Oh, someone else.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
That was the representative for the division. I think I just had one. You said you were a retired pastor?
Right.
Yeah. And where were you pastor at most recently before your retirement?
24 years right in this community where Scott was practicing, where that's where I've been, the last 24 years. I served the church in the community there, right here in Vancouver.
Camas or Vancouver?
No, I'm sorry, it'd be Hawkinson Community Church. It would be in Brush Prairie, Washington, by Battleground, Washington.
Thank you.
But I spent 24 years as a pastor.
The board. So
Can I say one more thing to them?
yes.
This, it was really good to see you guys.
Oh, so good to see you.
Thank you for what you did to save that woman's life. It means everything to me.
Well, it was an honor.
Mr. and Mrs. White, you can just leave the call and we'll call our next witness. Thank you again for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Do you want to take Mr. Chase next?
Please, yeah,
Could you open the door?
absolutely.
Hello, Mr. Chase, why don't you go here and stand though, please, please raise your right. Do you swear, do you swear or affirm that the testimony or by this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
I do.
Have a seat. Let me things here.
Some notes to look at if that's all right.
Yes, well, actually, no, we'll talk about what you can look at.
Okay.
That monitor's been going on for you. Mr. Higgins, I am trying to change the view to the solo view of the witness. But it's not changing quick enough and I don't want to.
It changed for me. Thank you.
Did? Okay, very good. Oh, there he is. Would you please spell your first and last names for the record?
First name is Seth, S-E-T-H. Last name is Chase, C-H-A-S-E.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had paper in front of you. Witnesses testify generally out of their personal knowledge. If you had to look at something, that piece of paper, I would request that Mr. Higgins be able to see it as well. So I would recommend that just for the time being, we go to with the best of your personal knowledge.
Sure.
And if you need additional assistance, we'll handle it then.
Certainly. The only thing I might like to refer to at the end is maybe a closing statement.
Well, there's really no closing statements. This is questions, but let's see
Okay.
what kind of questions Mr. Miller asked of you, Mr. Chase.
And there was, I think, there was something where it was a text message that it would be difficult to remember just to.
We'll wait till we
Yes,
get
okay,
in the record.
okay.
We had someone else read a text message from their phone and it didn't get an objection. So
Okay,
that's up to Mr. Higgins really initially.
Certainly.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chase, thank you for being here. Can you share with the Alaska Medical Board your background?
Certainly. I'm a master mariner, United States Merchant Marine. I've got 40 years in the maritime industry. Um, that includes 15 years as medical person in charge of board ships.
Okay. And obviously, so where were you in Alaska at the time?
At the time I came down with COVID, I was in Dutch Harbor, Alaska.
Dutch Harbor. And where is that?
Know where Dutch Harbor is.
Oh.
That's south the Aleutian chain in the Bering Sea.
Okay. And how is it that y'all came to reach out to me?
I became aware of you through a mutual acquaintance, well before you and I had any contact. She provided me some information on your treatment protocols for COVID. I found it very fascinating and did some look into it, and I decided to save your information should I ever need you.
And was there an event in which you reached out and contacted me?
Yes. Myself and a couple of crew members came down with COVID while I was aboard ship working. The two other crew members were much less affected than I was. I went to our local clinic, tested positive. They basically sent me back to the boat and said, get rest.
Get what?
Get rest.
When was it in that time frame that you reached out to my clinic?
It was after 2 or 3 days of resting in my room that I realized I was getting much worse than not better, and felt it was time to take some active steps on getting better.
And what did that include?
That included reaching out to you, had my wife reach out to you. There were a number of medications and supplements that you had suggested that I take. I was unable to get them in Dutch Harbor. There's no pharmacy there. The clinic has a limited pharmacy and was not willing to provide any medications whatsoever.
So where you were, you had no access to care.
I had no access to any significant forms of care. It was living in rural Alaska. It was rather difficult to access any sort of medications. My wife spent a number of days working with you to contact numerous pharmacies up and down the Kenai Peninsula and in Anchorage, driving around to all these pharmacies, and finally, once she had collected everything that she was able to get for me, going to the Anchorage airport and flying these items out to Dutch Harbor.
Can you describe what it took? I mean, there was a very concerted, a very challenged effort to make this happen. Can you describe, and your wife was amazing, but can you describe what had to happen to be able to get the medications, period, and then to you?
She had to drive hours to a number of different pharmacies over multiple days. Soldotna, Seward, Kenai, Homer, Anchorage, and once she was able to get these, she had to physically go to the airport, deliver these medications to the airport counter, and have them gold streaked, which is flown out basically as a passenger on one of the airplanes going to Dutch Harbor.
Who worked with her to help facilitate getting all of the therapies to be able to get to you?
Well, that would be yourself on numerous occasions over many phone calls and texts, as well as several people from your office, and then your wife, I believe, as well.
We had
It was a team. It was a team effort.
A dedicated team. What happened next? So you were able to get the medications.
I was able to get the medications after several days as my condition deteriorated. The day I received the medication was probably my worst day out in Dutch Harbor. I woke up that morning with a lot of difficulty breathing. I had not slept at all that night. I had a chronic cough. I had sweats all night long, and I was very, very concerned at that point about my outlook with this illness. I spoke to you that morning, and you suggested that I probably should go to the clinic and get checked out for possible pneumonia. I did go to the clinic, and although they weren't able to provide me any treatment, they recommended that I get medevaced out to Anchorage for further treatment. They felt they could not provide any medical care for me there, and that it was necessary for me to get medevaced out.
Initially, did you agree with or comply with that?
I asked them to give me a couple of hours. Unfortunately, I was not able to just leave the ship without making some arrangements for the safety of the crew and somebody to operate it. So I did go back to the vessel for a couple of hours, and it was a struggle, but they actually gave me a ride back to the vessel in an ambulance and waited for me while I got my business affairs in order to be able to get backed out.
So you're medevaced to Anchorage?
I was medevaced to Anchorage. It was not Providence, and I don't remember the name of the hospital. It's the one just down the street next to the airport here.
Okay, so you're in the ER.
I'm in the ER. Spent a bit of time sitting in the ER. I was initially triaged by one of the nurses, and at a certain point during the triage, the nurse asked me what medications I was taking, and I had that list available at the time and started reading off the list of medications and supplements that were provided by you. The nurse interrupted me, said, "Hang on a minute, I will be right back." And several minutes later came back with the ER doctor, who asked me to repeat that list to him and provide him that list, which I did. He, at that point, reviewed it, pulled me aside and said, "You are receiving the best possible care you can possibly receive right now. I cannot provide you this level of care. You need to leave this hospital immediately and go home and get better."
What were your thoughts? What were your thoughts when he told you that?
It validated what I initially believed, was that your protocol and your approach to treating COVID was the right one. And hence the reason for me contacting you. In that moment, it validated everything which I had come to believe.
So in the state of Alaska, the therapies that I was, because it wasn't just, we used different therapies for different patients, but the therapies that I used in Washington were similar to the therapies that I used for you in Alaska.
Correct.
And the ER physician told you what?
He told me that he could not provide that level of care in the ER in the hospital that you were providing for me, that he was unable to do it.
Thank you. And we needed to, implement further care for you, but you eventually got better.
I went home and fully recovered.
When you think about almost the circuitousness, the journey of things that took, the heroics of your wife, the time and energy and effort, versus just it just being easy to achieve and attain. What are your thoughts?
The challenges of medical care in Alaska, especially rural Alaska, are daunting at times. The amount of effort that it took on your behalf, from you and your team, the time, the commitment, the amount of effort from my wife and you coordinating with her to get this care to me is just amazing. You spent hours with her on the phone, texting, all times of day or night. In the middle of the night, you would respond to her texts and pick up the phone and call her. And she was truly panicked at the time. And your level of concern and caring in the situation really helped her get through it.
If I was to be granted a license to practice medicine in Alaska, would you trust me with your care?
I already do. I absolutely would trust you 100%. I would be your first patient.
I don't want to sound, would you recommend other people receive care from me?
Without hesitation. I believe that the level of care and concern that you have for your patients is unprecedented. And I wouldn't hesitate for a moment to recommend you to anyone.
Knowing, just because of how you shared the challenges of receiving care in Alaska and having experience with the care I feel convicted to give, what would your recommendation be for the Alaska Medical Board?
I think you would be an asset to the state of Alaska and the people of Alaska as a medical care provider.
Would you, knowing the fact that I had a permanent revocation of my license for practicing below the standard of care and disrupting the or how would I say, being a source of disinformation and misinformation for my community, does that not have any concerns if you're going to make that recommendation to the board?
I feel you were absolutely just the opposite. I feel your level of care was above the expected standard, that you went above and beyond to research the possible treatments for COVID that other medical care providers did not. They just went with the status quo and provided care as directed.
And Judge Wilson, I don't, when Seth had reminded me of an exchange between myself and his wife at a very dark time. That was what he was going to share. It was the text message.
Okay, Mr. Higgins.
No, I mean, the faster we can proceed, the better, I suppose.
Certainly, I can read it off my notes or off my phone.
Just
Either.
go ahead and choose either.
So this was just a quick exchange, a message and a response from Scott. Dinah, I want to make sure that you let me know how he's doing morning and evening. I know that this is very scary and I wish I had proximity so that I could directly help him. But even in the worst case scenarios, I have plans within plans to help people. I would do anything and everything it takes to help him get through this. He could not stop singing your praises, telling me how amazing you are. I just need both of you to get better, and I'm available anytime you need me. You just have to call 3 times in a row. Dinah's response was, I needed to see this. Thank you. I'm trying to be strong for him. This is so difficult. I lost my mom not too long ago, and I'm terrified at the thought of losing him. I'm really very scared, but you helping and caring so much gives me peace I wouldn't otherwise have. He could not talk much due to easily triggered dry coughing. He had drenched sweats the night before, and I read that can be symptoms of pneumonia. It's so sudden how it just started, and I pray he mends with the help of his meds overnight. He's such an amazing man with a heart of gold.
But that's obviously just words, just text. I think something that's important to understand. In that message I sent to Dinah, you touched on it. Was there ever a time that I was not available?
There was never a time you were not available. It was not just words, it was actions. And you backed up those words with actions. I believe at the time of that message, it was 1:30 in the morning, approximately Alaska time, 2:30 in the morning for you. And if I recall, you were on vacation with your family.
That's correct, yes.
Which just amazed me.
Where do you live?
I live in Anchor Point, which is near Homer.
How far is that from here?
3.5 to 4 hour drive.
So you could have zoomed into this.
I could have zoomed into this.
Can you share with us why that's 8 hours of driving? Can you share why you chose to do that?
You sacrificed so much time for me, my family, so many countless other people. You sacrificed your time, your well-being, your physical health, your financial stability, your medical license to help other people. It's the least I could do to make a few hour drive up here and drive home. You never asked anything of me or my family but to get better and take care of ourselves.
Thank you thank you for doing. It means the world to me, so thank you.
Thank you for everything you did for us and for the countless other people that don't have an opportunity to express that here.
Is there anything else that you would like to share with the Alaska Medical Board?
I have an extensive background of medical people in my family. My grandfather was my first doctor until I was in my teens. The subsequent physician that took over his practice was my primary medical care provider into my late 30s. I have 3 other doctors in the family. I have 2 other medical researchers, a biochemist for NASA. My father was a paramedic with LA County Fire Department. My ex-mother and sister-in-law worked in a practice for 35 years. I was personal friends with those doctors for 25 of those years. I'm no stranger to the medical industry. I've had medical training myself, working alongside doctors in the emergency room to receive that training for close to a month. The level of care and dedication that you provided was unprecedented in my personal experience, in my professional experience, and having the opportunity to have you as a provider here in the state of Alaska would do nothing but benefit everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, do you have any questions for Mr. Chase?
I do not. Thank you.
I think I got enough of your background there, Mr. Chase. You are welcome to stay if you'd like.
I would love to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see, I have a Mr. Moore in the waiting room, if you'd like to call him, or would you like to call a different one?
Because of time, I think we have to, and I hate doing this, but do we have Dr. Roberts?
Okay, he is not in yet, but I can call him for you. I'll just have a seat, sir. Yeah.
So it's,
I'm assuming you don't object.
I do not object. So it's Heather Roberts.
All right. Ready for her number? Here.
I apologize. So sorry.
It's okay.
Oh.
Is it on your witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm looking at the timing of this.
Okay.
Oh,
Heather Roberts is your first witness. 360-904-0644.
yeah, she was, I had her at 2:30.
It's 2:35.
Yeah. Okay. Oops.
I have a number on her witness list. Do you have a different number for her now?
I have 360-904-0644.
Correct.
Okay, she's trying to connect on Teams.
Oh, so I shouldn't call her?
I just got a message that she's attempting to connect on Teams right now, yes.
Lovely. Good afternoon, is it Dr. Boyd or Dr. Roberts or Dr. Boyd Roberts?
It's Boyd Roberts.
All right, Dr. Boyd Roberts, would you please, my name is Administrative Law Judge Joan Wilson. I'm the Chief Administrative Law Judge for the Office of Administrative Hearings, which is hearing the appeal of Mr. Miller's license denial on behalf of the Alaska State Medical Board. He's called you as a witness. This is the time for your testimony, but in advance of that, would you please raise your right hand?
Can you see me?
We
Oh.
can see you.
Okay.
It might be hard to see us. There's a quad view. I can change the view to Mr. Miller in just a moment. But right now, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
I do.
All right, thank you. And I have the spelling of your name on as B-O-Y-D, last name, and then R-O-B-E-R-T-S. Is that accurate?
Correct. If you said B as in boy and not D as in dog, B, yes.
You're Boyd Roberts. All right, I'll pass the witness to Mr. Miller.
Hi, Dr. Roberts. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the Alaska Medical Board your background, please?
Can you, let me turn my computer up. For some reason, I cannot hear very well. Okay, let's try that again.
You said you couldn't hear me?
Try again.
Yeah, oh, that's better. I think you were too far from the mic.
All right. Can you give your background to the Alaska board members, please?
Well, I'm a naturopathic physician, which in the state of Washington means I am licensed by the state Department of Health in Washington. I've been practicing for about 30 years. After 30, I stopped counting. And I don't know what else do I say. That's my background of who I am. Is that what you're looking for, is who I am as a qualified physician in the state of Washington?
Sure, we'll go with that. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you came about finding or hearing about me? What were the circumstances?
Well, it was during the time of COVID, we'll call it, the pandemic. And I was getting a lot of calls from patients who were struggling and needed help. I attended the Church on the Rock, and apparently you were going to that church at the same time. And I heard about this provider that was treating a number of patients that were acutely ill and was being successful. And so I sought you out. Pretty apparent that you'd been doing a lot of studyings and pathways and meds, and that you could possibly interrupt that progression towards that cytokine storm on day 8 that was constantly getting people. So I sought you out because your knowledge and success and the word in the church that was Mr. Miller could help. So there was no other professional to turn to at that time because the dominant message was there's nothing that could be done. So that's kind of how I came about you.
This was deeper into that time. What was the environment like for medical professionals in Vancouver, say outpatient, and for the population of Vancouver that was in need of care?
Well, sorry, my brain. I've had some thoughts that I've put down, and I'm just trying to grab my thoughts and put them all together. During that time, it was scary.
I'm going to interrupt you for one moment. Are you reading anything?
No, I'm just grabbing I had some little notes to remind myself of when things happened and how things happened. And this was a long time ago during a very chaotic period of life. So I just wanted to try to remember some things. That's it.
Your own memory. Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. So ask the question again.
What was the environment like for medical professionals in Vancouver, Washington at the time of the that we're talking about here?
And the community, like
In the community.
In the community. The community was, there was a lot of chaos. There were people that were going to the hospital and were rejected in care. There wasn't a lot of care available. I had some acute experiences with patients. That was my first alert, where I had a patient that went to the hospital because he couldn't breathe, and they said, go away and come back when we'll vent you when you can't breathe at all. So they called me. I used some budesonide and helped him get through that, but it was kind of an alert. I had another patient that went to the hospital for ulcerative colitis because of bleeding. They gave her IV fluids. The minute they found out she was COVID, they pulled her off, stuck her in a room. She was there for 6 hours with no help until there was a shift change. And then they said, what are you doing here? Go home. So the environment for the community became, there was a lot of stories like that. Those are only 2 that I acutely remember, but there was many. And so people were afraid. Nobody wanted to go to the hospital because you're going to get sent away, or you're not going to get help, or you're just going to get vented, or they didn't feel like there was any place to turn. It was mayhem, I might say. And for me, it became very, it was emotionally exhausting, getting people calling me saying they need help. They need help. There's no place to go.
So at any point, had you heard anything or people talking about the reason they were afraid of the hospital was because of what I was disseminating in the community, or was it their personal experiences?
Oh, no, there was nothing related to you. Absolutely nothing. They were afraid because everybody, the people that they knew, there was many, and I can't say everybody, but the people that they knew that were going into the hospital were suddenly shut away from them. They had no contact with loved ones, and many of them died. They had no idea what happened. There was no communication. So they felt like the hospital was a death trap simply because of that. It's like the whole patient privacy. Well, once that patient was no longer able to communicate, the state took over and there was no communication with loved ones. So they were just afraid. They didn't know what would happen to them going in there. It had nothing to do with you, Mr. Miller.
So you began consulting with and then collaborating. So tell me about that. So who, before us meeting, who did you consult with?
I didn't have anybody to consult with. There wasn't anybody out there. There was no, in all of my, so I am not an acute care physician. It's not what I do. I've spent 30 years referring people. You need to go to your urgent care. You need to go to the emergency department. There was no place to look. Nobody had answers. They were being rejected. Places were full. So I didn't have any place to turn, period. People were calling me terrified and had no place to go.
So we met at Church on the Rock and had a meeting, and you were asking questions about my therapies. Then what happened?
So had there been testimony that you had a meeting with her?
Did you say that we met after Church on the Rock?
We met up. I don't understand the question.
I'll ask the question. You heard of Dr. Miller or Mr. Miller from the congregation. How did you arrange a meeting with him?
Oh, heavens. Well, I think it was just through the word, through Church on the Rock, because people, and just pointing them out. And then I talked to him, and then there was another time there was some gathering, and I couldn't even tell you what it was right now. It's been a while, but there was another gathering, and I saw him there, and I went, oh, there he is. And I went after him and said, hey, I have some questions. I have questions. I have questions. I have questions. That's what I was doing constantly. Because he actually had some thoughts and some ideas on using some medications that were FDA approved for like asthma or for blocking some cytokine storm that were the ideas. Like as practitioners, when there is no answer, we try to look for mechanisms and pathways to try to sort through what we can do to help our patients. And it seemed like he had ideas. So I just kept hunting him down, I guess you could say.
So your question assumed a meeting. Now there's a meeting. So go ahead and ask your question.
After having that further kind of gathering where you were asking me about my experiences, did you then start contacting me to consult?
I did. I started calling you quite regularly. I started having more and more people calling me scared, and I was just trying to collaborate, getting some ideas on how we could help these patients that had no place to go. They couldn't go to the hospital and there was no treatment given because it was a virus. So they were just sent home. So I called you quite a bit.
So in Clark County, which is fairly large, I was the only one you could call?
I can't find anybody else. There wasn't really anybody. Yeah. I'm going to say yes.
Can you give the medical board an idea, again, as somebody that's trained, you have far more experience than I, but what was your experience as you were asking questions and trying to, as you were trying to figure out how to bring people back, as you were asking questions, what was your impression on my medical knowledge, like background in medical knowledge within these complex systems?
Well, Mr. Miller was more averse at understanding the pathways, biochemistry, the functionality, the mechanisms of the virus than anybody else that I could speak to. When it's novel, as it was called, this novel coronavirus, and there is no known way to do this, we need to think of the mechanisms as they were learning. And he would tell me about NIH studies that he had gone through until like, I don't know, 3 a.m. And then he would like rattle off these pathways that he discovered and ways to kind of analyze this virus and how it was transmitting into cells and the day 8 cytokine storm that was taken over and how to interrupt some of those pathways with well-known medications like methylprednisolone, budesonide, montelukast, famotidine, different things that would interrupt the pathways. And it'd blow my mind. I'd be like, whoa, time out, a little too much. Need breakdown, it's a lot. So you know a lot about it.
We could call that academic knowledge. Did you find that knowledge translated into treatment and care that benefited people?
Yes. Yeah, that was when the information that you provided that then I would take and utilize for my patients created results. They did not have to go to the hospital, which was a burden removed from the Washington state healthcare system, in my mind, just by utilizing these therapies that you had provided information on. Yes, had success.
If I were to obtain a medical license inside, just again, would you feel comfortable working alongside me or with me working alongside you?
Yes.
Outside my name. outside of my name being a
Outside
detriment
of the
to anyone.
scariness of what you're in losing your license and all, you as an individual practitioner providing care and the quality of your care and the choices you make for your patients, yes.
Would you be comfortable sending or referring public, people in the public or even your patients, if they're pediatric, would you be comfortable referring them to me?
Yeah, I did often and I would still, yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to find things that where it's not too much of a redundancy. I apologize. How long were you engaged in managing these acutely ill patients before you got to a point of feeling completely overwhelmed?
It happened pretty quickly because it was very apparent that I do a lot of natural remedies, and it was apparent I needed a lot more than that to address this virus. So it was within a few weeks, I'm going to say.
So within a few weeks of actively taking on these patients, you reach that level of kind of an fairly so, but overwhelm and burnout?
It was, it was a spattering that just kind of exploded. So it's hard for me to remember exactly how long or the transition with all that. It was like a patient here and there, and then all of a sudden really sick patients that had no place to go. That became really overwhelming. So the time frame is difficult for me to wrap in my head because it seems like a time warp. But it was rather quickly because as soon as I started getting I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I need to figure out, I need some collaboration. I need to find somebody to help me figure this out. Because this is, as they say, above my pay grade or something. Whatever. It was just, yeah.
So one of the, of the many findings of fact against me, how would you assess my commitment, knowing the time frame that I had been at? How would you assess my commitment to serving patients that, again, were left without care?
How would I assess your what? I'm sorry, there was a little.
My commitment, because of the time frame to my community. How would you as a doctor assess the commitment that I had and the duration, especially because of the duration with which I had been serving in that capacity?
Mr. Miller's commitment to his patients, I kept telling him to stop. He's going to burn himself out. He had a complete commitment to anybody who needed help. He kept going, losing sleep, staying up, just trying to help people who were reaching out and in need. So he has a tenacity and a persistence, a desire to learn and figure out what to do, and then to apply that, to watch for successes, and to help people and be committed to a positive outcome for the people he's treating.
Dr. Roberts, in a moment of medical crisis, who have you chosen to be your medical power of attorney?
Mr. Miller is my medical power of attorney. So, because I know without a doubt that if my health was in jeopardy in any way, that he would do everything possible to make sure I had the best medical care possible. And I know he would sacrifice himself and his time to make sure I was taken care of. If there was an unsolvable problem, he would seek for an answer, and at all costs to find some sort of a hopeful solution. And I just wonder if anybody else has that kind of thing to say about their power of attorney. I trust Mr. Miller with my life. And I worked with him and talked to him multiple, well, it started out a little bit, went to daily, and then a couple times a day for, I don't even know how long, a year? I don't even know what it is at this point, but for a long time. So I think I have a very solid foundation on the type of character that Mr. Miller holds. And I want to say one other thing, that I read the description that they described of him, and I can't remember, it was a big, huge list of terrible, derelict type of describers, whatever the word I'm looking for, and they're all false. I was like astounded. I was actually a bit angry because the statements were just plain false. Like he is a fighter for his patients, for the community, for the care. He took some, even at Quest, when he had autistic patients that were being not paid attention to, they were not important in a sense. And they needed to get their blood drawn, but they had to wear masks. Well, they don't understand that they have to wear masks. And he figured out how worked with Quest to create a protocol in order to help them be able to get tested, go in the back, be all alone, in order to help them be able to get care during that time. So he didn't have to go above and beyond. He could have just said, well, we got to wait. But he didn't, because he's a provider that really does care.
So you had the or you've obviously, I mean, anybody that knew me at that time, there's in the medical field knew the things that were the charges, the findings of fact against me. With that knowledge of the finding of fact of the practicing below the standard of care, misinformation, lowering the standard of my profession in the eyes of the community, disrupting the hospital community trust relationship. Those are findings of facts, and professional misconduct, etc. Why would the Alaska Medical Board consider someone like me?
Well, I think if they don't, it's a mistake. The things that Washington has made claim against Mr. Miller are inaccurate. They're how do I even answer that?
Dr. Boyd Roberts, this is not the forum for challenging the Washington State Commission. So,
oh, I'm not. I'm trying not to go there. So I'm like, okay, how do I?
For the purposes of his question.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Could you just repeat the question again, Mr. Miller?
I'll stop. Yeah, I won't do that. Give me just a moment.
I just as an opinion, all of those things.
I have to wait for a question.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay.
Apologize. You mean just me?
Okay. He's thinking.
I'm formulating.
And again, watch the preface, just concentrate on the question. If she has questions about what you mean, then you can clarify.
And I'm in the, you've touched on this in the, is there anything else that you feel would be beneficial for the Alaska Medical Board to know that could override these, glaring deficits that they're looking at, that would help them understand the type of medical practitioner they would be getting if they granted me a license?
Well, first of all, I don't think you should have lost your license in the first place. I don't understand the claims. I didn't see any of those, and I spent all that time with you. So I think they should grant it to you because you shouldn't have lost it in the first place. I have patients that there's a hole that's been left in the community. I've had patients that have seen me. I don't really see peds, but if they were the patient and they would come in, they said that he's missed. He's highly missed. There is no sense of mistrust. They trusted him. They felt like he was actually providing some care for like ADHD and Asperger's, autism, and the difficult things that we don't have strong solutions for. And parents are finding benefit and gain in their patients, and now they're at a loss and they don't know where to go. And that's not what I do, so I couldn't help them in that area. So I think that his license should be granted. He's not at risk. I'm not at risk. What would I say? He's not a risk in any way, shape, or form. He is an excellent practitioner who cares about his patients. People would love to have him back. Available. I think, is there anything?
Go ahead. Were you finished with your?
I was just thinking, I still, if I can't think of something, I was still just not from advice in any way, shape, or form, but just talking about science papers and that kind of a thing. We'll discuss that with Mr. Miller just to get ideas, because he's a brilliant provider. And well, he's missed. I guess that's all I can say there.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Mr. Miller?
Not right now.
Well, this is really your only chance.
Well, I didn't know if Mr. Higgins was going to.
Well, we'll ask Mr. Higgins. I guess, yes, you do have redirect if he has questions. Mr. Higgins?
I have none. No questions. Thank you.
Couple, and Dr.
Roberts
or Boyd Roberts. I'm making a summary of this entire proceeding for the medical board in my decisions, so they're aware of each witness who testified. You said you're a doctor of naturopathic medicine. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Yes.
And where did you get your degree for that?
The NUNM, National, well, it has a different name, National College of Naturopathic Medicine in Portland, Oregon. It's now called National University. Anyway, National College of Naturopathic Medicine is what it was called when I went to school.
And you've been practicing about 30 years?
Yes, since 96, I think. So anyway, about 30 years, let's say. That's probably.
And what is the name of the practice that you're at right now?
It's A Natural Choice is the DBA.
And is that in Vancouver or in a different location?
Vancouver, Washington.
Do you have prescribing authority under that license?
Yes, I do.
And
I can
who
prescribe. Pardon?
Which board in Washington issues the licenses, or if there is a board for naturopaths? What's the source of your license, I guess?
We do have a board. It's just it's just the naturopathic division of the Washington Health Department.
So it's not the Washington State Medical Commission, it's a different board.
Oh my goodness, I don't think I know the answer to this.
Is it the same board that licenses MDs and physician
Yeah.
assistants? It is the
Yes,
same.
but I just go through, there's a different avenue I go through as an ND. And as far as prescribing authority, just to clarify, I can prescribe everything except for controlled substances, except for codeine and testosterone. So everything else I can prescribe.
And I don't want you to make any statement that gets you in trouble with your licensing authority. I do want to know, were you investigated at all for your treatment of COVID patients?
No.
By the board? No? Okay. I don't have any further questions. Did that elicit any questions from you, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Boyd Roberts. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
The day's getting long, and I apologize.
That's
So-
okay. I wouldn't recommend hyphenating a name.
You are really okay. That's good to know. You're welcome to just leave this call, and we're going to go to the next witness that Mr. Miller identifies. I have two people in the waiting room, one with a 732 area code and another named Patty Severiano. You can also listen if you wanted to. You're not, if Mr. Miller didn't object. But
I do not object, and I apologize. I'm
okay.
communicating. I'm just trying to.
So I do have to run, so I'll just hang out, but thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your time.
Judge Wilson. Were you waiting for me?
Yes, we're waiting for you to identify who you're.
Oh, Patty Severiano. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to admit her. And is this a physician?
Nurse practitioner.
Nurse practitioner. Good afternoon, Miss. I'm going to try Severiano. You can correct
Oh,
me.
good job. Thank you. Yes. Hi, how are you?
My name is Administrative Law Judge Joan Wilson. We're in the State of Alaska Office of Administrative Hearings. We hear appeals of license denials that are referred to us by our Alaska State Medical Board. You've been called as a witness by Mr. Miller. Before I turn the testimony over, or the floor over to him for questioning, may I please ask you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Very good. And if you could please spell your first and last name for the record.
Patricia, Patricia. Last name Severiano. S is in Sam, A V is in Victor, ERIA, N is in Nancy, O.
And just where are you located physically today?
New Jersey.
You're in New Jersey. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. It's late. Well, not too bad.
It's
Mr.
okay.
Miller, turn the witness over to you.
Thank you. May I call you Patty?
Please do.
Patty, can you share with the board your medical background, please?
Yes, I am a nurse practitioner. I'm certified in both critical care and psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing?
I've been a nurse practitioner since 2011, so I've been practicing since then.
Can you share?
I've been in healthcare for about 25 years.
Okay. Can you share with the board how you came to know Scott Miller or to know me?
Yes, I learned of Scott Miller in about sometime in 2022, after my, their friends and family members had been sick with COVID-19. Some, and a lot of the outcomes in New Jersey were not great. There were people still dying in the hospitals everywhere. And then I had heard Scott Miller's name, that there was a guy in Washington State that had novel treatments for COVID-19 and was having great success. So at that time, I was really interested in learning more about him. Then in, I believe it was March of 2023, I had the fortune of being at a conference in Texas on COVID-19, where Scott was the expert, or one of the expert speakers. And I introduced myself wanting to learn more about the treatments that you were delivering and the outcomes you were achieving, because still within our state and countrywide at that time, people were still having poor outcomes and dying. So it was fortunate for me to have met you and to understand just how you were treating people with these remedies that many are natural when people were still dying every day.
And I want to just clarify, at that time, I was sharing kind of more, I was sharing the therapies I'd used when I was licensed.
Right now.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Was I treating to the best of your knowledge, was I treating at the time or sharing information?
No, you were sharing information. I was asking as a colleague how you were achieving these outcomes. You weren't treating anybody. You were just sharing information of how you were reaching successes that had not been seen.
And then did you reach out in other collaborative ways?
Yeah, so after I met you in March of 2023, shortly after I had reached out regarding a device you were discussing with me during the conference that was achieving good outcomes at the time that you were using them for pain patients that were managing the pain without pharmaceuticals. So I was interested because I wanted to see if those would have any benefit, or in your expert opinion, for my patients that had anxiety, depression, OCD, trying to minimize the level of psychiatric medications that I had to prescribe. If I could get a benefit with more natural remedies, I wanted to learn about them. So I'd reached out to you at that point in time, and you were gracious enough to discuss with me what you knew in a friendly, collaborative sense, not treating. But you were kind enough to share the information and what you knew, and you've definitely made a positive impact on me as a clinician.
Again, we've gone through this with a number of witnesses, but the accusations of, or the finding of fact of practicing below the standard of care, so practicing below the standard of care, unprofessional conduct in a number of ways. And I'm curious what, from a psychiatric mental health standpoint, what's your, knowing some of the background history, what's your take on what's happened and like how I practiced, how I managed, and then the charges against me?
Okay, just so I can clarify. So your question is, at the time that you were practicing and the care you were delivering versus the accusations that were set forth against you, how do I assimilate that?
Yeah, and not just even after I was practicing, because there's still attacks. I mean, quite a few attacks on
course.
me after that, but just how you see that, and then how I handled it.
So it's interesting. I think that in really to try to understand the difference or the disparity between what the accusations are and the definitions of what your character is by the state versus the human testimonies that have been overwhelmingly heard here today. There's a disparity for a reason, and it's what the goals of both are misaligned. So when you look at where the state had issue with you, it wasn't, typically when there's a licensure hearing, it's for, misconduct of some sort of, malpractice, malfeasance, something like that, where there were negative patient outcomes. That's usually where it's derived from. This is not the case here. It's more because for the first time that I'm aware of in our country, it became like a centralized, bureaucratic ideologies that were put forth, creating the standards, which were not aligned with positive patient outcomes. So I think that what you're seeing is the separation of what the state mandates were at the time, and not that you weren't following them. It's just that if they didn't have evidence and you weren't seeing outcomes with them, you said, as clinicians, we're trained, if something's not working, you have to rethink what you're doing and make a change to optimize the outcomes. Because the end goal is to save lives. That's what we do. That's what we're trained to do. And if the policies or the procedures or the standards, whether it be masks, whether it be 6 feet to stop the spread, whether it be not to treat symptoms at all, come to the hospital if you can't breathe at all, versus trying to treat symptoms, if that wasn't working, you were trying to manage those symptoms. I just think that there was a difference because you're patient-centered, because that's what you're trained to do, versus continuing to support or go with a status quo that wasn't working.
Were you personally impacted by the policies?
I think
One moment here.
Sure.
Please give me personal knowledge as to her time practicing in the state of Washington. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, no.
Those policies?
Oh, no. Her any
For my
of her
profession?
friends-
From the state of New Jersey? Where
Yes.
she's licensed? Okay. So the question is, what was your experience with the state of New Jersey
I
during
apologize.
the time of the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, both professionally and personally.
Yeah, I don't think there's a person, whether you be a citizen or a healthcare practitioner, that was not affected by it. It's changed the trajectory of all of our lives. We're working and wearing masks. We're, forced to get vaccinated to keep a job. You cannot implement treatments or receive said treatments because they're not available. So absolutely, I was affected by it. We all were.
Again, thinking about the factors the board members are going to need to look at and again overcome. We're how would I say? If not a denial, some intermediate solution where of punishment or consequence when we look at the negative impact on families who lost a loved one.
Mm-hmm.
do you think that the knowledge of knowing what that permanent loss feels like and looks like could be an encouragement or an impetus or kind of a fire to do everything possible to prevent needless death?
Absolutely. My family was personally affected. My brother-in-law died from COVID in 2022 in the hospital. We were not allowed in. We were not allowed to ask for any treatments other than what was their supposed standard of care that was causing worse outcomes. I think that as a healthcare system, as a society, we all have to look at what happened so that we can learn from it and not allow it to happen again. There was a lot of needless death, and there is profound impact on all of us. People are afraid to go to the hospital now. People are afraid to seek treatment because the treatments were either ineffective or there weren't treatments. And it's something that really inspires me personally to make sure that I'm aware of the things that went wrong so we can get it right moving forward. It's really important to remember that we deliver patient-centered care. There's not a one-size-all-fits approach for the United States. We're free. It's what happened during that time was something I've never seen in the 25 years that I've been in healthcare. I've never heard a doctor tell me before, we can't give treatments. I know they'll work, but my hands are tied. That's a problem.
Can you tell the medical board how did you see my role in the medical community and in my community in general?
So when I first learned about you, somebody had said to me, you really need to look into Scott Miller. He's saving lives. If you knew him, if we knew about him then, I bet Dave would still be alive, which is a huge kudos to you. Well, I'm sorry, can you rephrase your question? Or can you repeat your question? I just lost my train of thought.
Just how you saw my role
Oh.
in the medical community and community as a whole.
So how I saw your role at that time in everything that I've read and even discussing with you, you're a visionary. You took a problem that was not addressed or effectively managed, and you figured out the underpinnings, the pathophysiology of why this was happening, and you started treating symptoms and you had success. And not treating with some voodoo or magic or things that were harmful, with things that are used in medicine every single day, off-label, as we all use things off-label. I do too. And they were working. So I think that it was profoundly important, the service that you provided to your community, and not just within your community, but to the country, of either, preventing people from hospitalization because there were no treatments, from, being able to advocate for patients and their families and have outcomes that otherwise would have ended in death like many others. You provided a service. You created novel treatments, not that they're new, but they weren't being used at that time for this because we weren't allowed to use anything. But you were using things that are used in medicine every single day, safely and effectively, and you achieved the outcomes that nobody else nationwide was doing, or very few. but in a safe way. Let me just caveat that, in a safe way, not in a sense of rolling the dice, taking chances. You were using things, vitamin D, vitamin C, budesonide, things that we use in medicine every single day, that their safety and efficacy has been proven. They're FDA-approved treatments. You were treating symptoms because the disease, as we knew it, did not have a treatment.
Do you in the battle to provide care, there were misrepresentations on a prescription to try and ensure that a patient would get it. Do you think that, or what role, and you've heard this, these aren't my words, we've heard this repeatedly, when somebody reaches out and they say, you're the only one that we can find who will help, or you're the only one who will help, not my words. And in the process of how should I say this? At that time in Washington State, the pharmacies made it as difficult as possible to provide.
Your Honor, we're just getting into testimony.
Oh, sorry. When
Are you asking her whether she would make a misrepresentation on a prescription?
I would ask, what is your, from a mental health standpoint, what is your take on a provider misrepresenting a prescription in order to try and prevent somebody from dying?
So
that's a decision for the medical board, not for this witness, but I'll let her answer.
Thank you.
I mean, I listen, the right answer here, as we will all agree, is misrepresentation is wrong, period, the end. That's the answer that is the right answer. But is it really right? If you can get a medicine that's going to save a life, get the medicine. So if the misrepresentation would be, all right, I coded it as anxiety versus depression, is that hurting anything? No, the patient can get the medication. When it comes to life or death, I will always choose life.
I think it's fair to say if somebody's willing to do that. Oh, sorry.
You need a question, not testimony.
Would it be fair to say that if somebody's willing to misrepresent in that way, they would be willing to, if that's their character or nature, they'd be willing to misrepresent in other ways that would be that could be unsafe?
Not at all. And I don't view that as unsafe. Under those circumstances, I don't think that that's a character trait. I think that's trying to be resilient and get somebody what they need so they can live. Do I support going against the rules? I don't. Do I support misrepresentation? I can't. But in the same token, in those circumstances, in those life or death situations, if it's a coding issue, I think that can be overlooked. And I don't think that it's a character trait of trying to get over or get by. You're trying to save a life. That's very different and cannot be applied to all other areas of, a character assessment. Especially under the guides of what was happening, that there were treatments that we were using every day that were no longer allowed to be used, period, for any reason.
So in your opinion, or can you just we have scope. What's your assessment of my understanding of, we'll just say, medicine as a whole, my medical knowledge, the skill sets that I've shown? How would you rate or assess that?
I personally feel that you probably have a better understanding of pathophysiology, the underpinnings of what creates disease on a cellular level than any physician or provider that I've spoken to, which is why I've reached out to you to collaborate, because you're what I call a genius. You have a great understanding, and your ability to apply the knowledge in a very productive way is amazing. It's infrequent to come by people as knowledgeable as you. And if you don't have the answers, you seek the answers. So, which is what I find most impressive. So you have a dearth of knowledge of various medical issues, and a great understanding of the human body and the disease process, more so than anybody I've ever met. And I know a lot of smart people.
I'm not sure what to do with what you just said. I'll simply say thank you. That's not.
Well, thank you for sharing it. It's not your, it's thank you for sharing it with people, because that's your gift.
I appreciate that. So again, these aren't my words, there's yours. So there's the gift of at least a decent amount of medical knowledge accumulated, and then as people have said, the ability to then translate that into care, and then the level of empathy and care that I put into each patient. Should any of that, or should that weigh in on the Alaska Medical Board members' thought process or decision in whether or not in any capacity I should be granted a license?
Absolutely. I believe that most states, should want capable, competent, effective, compassionate, empathetic providers and doctors within their state, because it's not just about you, Scott. It's about the mothers, the fathers, the sisters, the daughters, the aunts, the uncles, our friends, and our family members that we want to benefit from your expertise. So that's who you are as a clinician. That if I was the state medical board, that's who I want to work with. I want to work with the people that show up every day for their patients. And you do. So I would think that would be of high priority and high importance. Whatever state is willing or able to give you an opportunity, they'll never regret it. That's why I keep encouraging you to seek licensure, because someone like you not being able to practice medicine is a travesty. And it more than hurting you, it hurts all of us. It hurts the community, because we need more people that care. It's a dying breed, but you do, somehow.
Let me warn you, that last question was extremely leading,
Oh, sorry.
so be careful with your next question.
Yes, Your Honor. One of the primary challenge in overcoming the decision by Washington Medical Commission was the initial stipulation that I needed to do was a voluntary inpatient psychiatric evaluation. Is there anything that you've seen in the that leads you to believe that would be a necessary thing?
No,
Can I ask?
I don't. Am I allowed to answer that?
I'm waiting for an objection from Mr. Higgins. Absent that, you can answer it. I'm not
No,
hearing it.
no, Your Honor, there's not going to be objection on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. May I answer?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm aware of the stipulation. I work in psychiatry every day. I do outpatient psychiatric evaluations every day. In no circumstances is anybody requested to do an inpatient stay for an evaluation. The only time someone is sent inpatient, whether it be involuntary or voluntary, and involuntary virtually never happens, so most inpatient hospitalizations are voluntary, is if they're at risk to themselves or others. So by means of suicide ideation, self-harm, or homicidal thoughts. I've never seen a case where somebody's been requested to go inpatient to be evaluated. It just doesn't sound like an appropriate level of care or observation based on anything that I've seen.
How would so that was the case? Can you share what your professional observations are based on a couple hundred hours of interaction?
Observations of which?
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to object. He's asked for professional opinion based on hours of observation. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not interested in a medical diagnosis from a person who hasn't medically diagnosed you.
Okay.
So I'm going to uphold that objection.
If I had a license to practice medicine, would you trust me with your care?
Yes.
Would you trust me with your family's care?
I do.
Would you be comfortable working in a professional, collaborative way?
Yes, and we do. The only type of providers that I want to work with are ones that possess your character traits, which is integrity, altruism. You have a deep compassion and empathy. You seek knowledge, and you really want the best outcome for your patients. You give more than most do, more of your time, and you're always available. So yes, I would want to work with you, alongside you, and have you take care of my family members as you have.
I'm going to hold off on those questions. I'll simply ask you what, is there anything else that you would have to share with the medical board that might be of benefit in their decision making?
I think it's important to understand that the reason behind all of this and just the level to which you have made a difference and how many lives you have saved, it can't even be emphasized enough. You know, on a personal level, I called you in October when my father wasn't doing well in the hospital for, side effect to chemotherapy, but the side effects were very similar to what COVID patients look like. The outcome was bleak. To see if you had any thoughts from a layperson's perspective on what might be helpful. In that instance, after talking to you, and I was able to talk to the doctor and make suggestions that other people hadn't thought of, such as vitamin D and some others, he made a turnaround. You were my phone a friend. You were my lifeline. And my dad's alive and well today. So I think that's truly in part to the fact that you make yourself available, you're knowledgeable, and you do things that others don't do. You would be a huge asset to Alaska if they were to give you a chance. What you've been vilified for in other points in time in our history, you'd be a hero. And it makes me sad that you've gone through all of this simply because you continue to save lives. So, and it's not me being judgmental or biased. I've met you in person one time. It's really because the level of care that you're providing is superior to what I see in healthcare overall. And I hope that the majority can get back to that, but you're there. And Alaska definitely would benefit from your expertise. I know I have. I'm sure other clinicians have in just sharing your knowledge. So I pray that you have the opportunity, because not having you in healthcare is a tragedy, truly.
Thank you.
Of course.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Higgins,
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
just for purposes of identification, Ms. Savariano, where do you currently practice?
In Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
And what's the name of your practice?
Evolve Mental Health and Wellness.
That was Evolve?
Evolve, EVOLVE.
Mental Health and Wellness. Thank you very much.
Yes. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
You too. Have a nice evening.
Oh, thank you. Bye-bye.
It's 3:44. How are you gentlemen doing? I can keep going. I just want to make sure you guys can. If you needed a short break, that's what I was asking.
So you had brought up a close, like a, how did you say it, a closing or me testifying or?
Well, here's procedurally where the case is. You're in your case in chief. You called the number of witnesses. Looking at your witness list, it looks like the remaining witnesses, based on your description, are cumulative to some of the testimony we've already received. If you disagree with that and you think there's someone you want to hear from, this is your case in chief. Mr. Following the close of your case in chief, Mr. Higgins has told me that he's relying on his pre-hearing brief. Is that still, and I would like to admit the administrative record simply as the state's Exhibit 1. Any objection to that? It's 127 pages. I can parse through it.
Was that the one that was entered in like November?
Was initially filed when the case was open and then was supplemented in, I believe, May.
Okay.
Any objection to admitting that?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Higgins, you all right with me admitting that as a single exhibit?
If that's how you'd like to handle that, that's fine with me.
Normally I like it broken down, but I think for the size of this record, it's sufficient in that manner. So noting that that's been admitted into evidence, do you have any other thing that you plan on addressing in the time for the divisions case?
No, I'm curious how we're going to spend the next 44 minutes.
Yeah, and so we have a couple options here. Is it already? Okay, yeah. You can continue to call witnesses and submit, both of you could submit a written closing to me. You can testify. Really, I mean, I'd allow you to testify without questions since you're representing yourself, but in that case, you'll be subject to Mr. Higgins' cross-examination and maybe a couple questions from me. And if the division doesn't have any argument, there's really no redirect. So I guess your choices are continue to go through some of your witnesses until 5 o'clock, or testify yourself.
Would it be possible to take a 10-ish minute break? And I hadn't prepared anything for testimony. I would like to stop with continuing witnesses and then have the opportunity to.
We can come back at 4 o'clock if that works for everybody.
I think, yeah, I appreciate that.
Right. Thank you. We'll be off record until 4 o'clock. I'm going to mute the microphone and put the camera down, but this Teams link is still open for the participants who are listening in. We are back on record in 240763 Med in the matter of Scott Miller. It is still August 20th at 4:06 p.m. Mr. Higgins, Mr. Miller asked for a little bit more time. Hope you didn't mind us being gone a few more minutes. And I'm about to turn it over to him to see what he's going to do next. Mr. Miller.
Yes. I apologize. Are there rules to this part of,
What have you chose to testify?
is that like,
The rule is that I will swear you in. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide before this tribunal will be true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge?
I do, Your Honor.
Very good. I'm going to change the view. So Mr. You're in the responding position, can listen to you. Mr. Higgins, if at any point you think, we don't have questions in this setting, I don't know how we can ask questions of himself. So it's going to be somewhat, ongoing testimony. Perhaps we could identify subject areas, and then if you have any objections, address it that way.
For me, Ty,
I'm going to see Mr. Higgins. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the general approach when I've been in matters like this is a thought that keep it relevant to the topics at hand and just kind of start talking about what you think is important for the fact finder and adjudicating body to know.
Okay.
And if I think that there's something that's beyond, I will step in.
Very good. Can you see Mr. Miller okay? I'm trying to change.
Yeah, the 4 panel is fine. I can't, it's a smaller picture, but it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then very good. So I think Mr. Higgins' experience in this setting is a good guidance for us here.
okay.
This is your time to testify under oath to what you think the board should know, again, based on my already rulings, what this hearing is about.
If I might need a little leeway because there's as far as a narrative as to like kind of the why when during COVID, why some of my action, why engaged in some of my actions. Is that okay?
Let's see what you have
Okay.
to say, and we'll take it from there. He is reading from notes. Does
Well,
that-
I don't. I was just jotting stuff down.
I mean, it's almost like an outline for a closing.
Yeah.
So I'm
When when I was 19 years old, my father and I were going to take a trip. We would do this annually. Last minute, I changed plans, which meant that he changed flight plans. We had an airport in our yard. It was our own plane. So they ended up taking off at night, and he invited a father and son from our church. The plane on auto rotation crashed, blew up, and they all died. And so I understood, I had an early understanding what loss and tragedy were, especially since it was a decision I made that altered that course. A few months before COVID hit, I was in a head-on car crash, and the sheriff told my wife, "There's no possible way your husband should have survived." So when COVID comes along and we're told there's nothing we can do, there's no treatment, people are dying, and then my wife says, "Well, can't you figure it out?" Like we've heard testimony from very, very intelligent doctors and practitioners that I have a relatively decent acumen for discovering how to fix things or help people. So she said that to me, and I thought, well, maybe, let's see. And it took a couple weeks for me to really dive into the pathophysiology and go into the science and start using those on patients with giving informed consent, letting them know what was going on. And we're seeing phenomenal success. And without any problems, there's no issues with pharmacies with any of the things, any of the prescriptions I was using. So it's like, yay, it was easy. So this went on from April of 2020 to August, end of August, maybe end of August, beginning of September of 21, where at no point did a prescription, was there a misidentification on the prescription, even Exhibit A, or the exhibit with patient A, that stated that it was for head lice. But nowhere on there does it say for head lice, period. So, and
Your Honor,
so
it sounds like we're making attacks on the findings of the Washington Medical Commission, unless I'm not following something here, but
what I was trying to establish is for that up until August, so all of those months in treating over 1,000 people, we'll say, there is no interference in any of my prescription writing. I was able to serve and provide care the way I'd been doing all along without any impedance.
Are you saying for that period of time, the pharmacy weren't requesting an explanation of why you were?
Correct. Yeah.
So it would just be a prescription.
But yeah, we never had to write. We at any point ever did we have to write the why of
Fine with that. Like Mr. Higgins said, we're not going to collaterally
Sure.
challenge, but you're giving me your experience up until the point of Washington starting to investigate your actions.
up until the point where the pharmacists were no longer allowed, period, across the board, where we heard that from all of the witnesses. All of a sudden, they were no longer allowed to write a prescription for something a pharmacist deemed could be for COVID without putting a diagnosis code on it.
You think that was in about August?
I believe so, yes. Late August of 21, when it was shortly after the FDA, it could have been end of July, I don't have the dates, but after the FDA came out and called it a force dewormer, things changed. The one thing that didn't change, in fact, the other thing that changed is I was having more and more people reaching out to me that were quite ill. So the demand grew as the ability to actually get them the medications that and as we've heard throughout testimony all day, each of the people that were providing testimony, why did they reach out to me? Well, because of the history that they saw of me treating and caring for friends and family and seeing the rapid recovery with the therapies I was using. So we now get to a point where to be able to continue to serve with the same, what I would call standard of care, or what I consider my standard of care, which was whatever it takes to safely provide therapies for your patients, that they changed the rules. It was something that we had never experienced before, where it was taking, there were times it took me longer to get a pharmacist to release medications than it took me to assess and treat the patient, which was problematic for a lot of people. So we were put into, as providers, we were put into a very difficult box. And, there were so many times when I would get a call and a family desperate, or it'd be the patient and they can barely speak. And when I think about the discussions that I had with families who had lost loved ones in the hospital, and I would think, you know what, I know what that's like. I know what it's like to make a decision that ends in tragedy for 3 people. And man, if that can be avoided, and you have the ability to do it, and you have the ability to do it, doing the exact same thing that you were doing all the way up until that point, but you have to adapt to what the pharmacist is telling you to do. And it wasn't all of them, it was just certain pharmacies. There's other pharmacists, they didn't make you do that. They're like, they just continued the same standard of their filling and dispensing the medication. But there were some pharmacists, and there are a myriad of things that I considered in making some of those decisions on how do I ensure that they don't fall through the cracks and end up calling 911, because I'm not willing to adjust to what the pharmacist was saying I needed to do and allow that medication to be dispensed. I recognize it, and at the point where I was being asked to do that, to provide that information, I recognized that was not something I did not want to have to do that. I didn't want to have to put something on there that wasn't specifically for the reason. And again, in all fairness, we had never had to do it, period, at all, at any time. So I think it's for the Alaska Medical Board, do I recognize is that something that, do I say this? I was willing to, the way I looked is like, okay, I could get in trouble for like an ethics type of violation for knowingly putting something on there that isn't for the purpose of, of the disease state. And I'm like, okay, if I get nailed for an ethics and I have to do a several day ethics course and hopefully not have to keep doing this, that's, how many lives is that worth? And I didn't know the number. 1, yeah. 3, of course. I mean, like 50, 75, 100. I didn't know what number to put on how many lives were worth having to adjust. And I don't know how many I had to do that to. Most of the areas we were able to find pharmacists that were, we called them professionally friendly. They didn't care why we were prescribing it. They just said that's not their job. Their job is to make sure there's like the dosage is okay and there's no contraindications. Their job isn't to figure out why it's being prescribed. That's not what they do. It's outside of their scope. So as I'm going through, as the attacks came in, the complaints came in, again, they were a community that would see an article that was written about me by a journalist who heard something I said, and now they're taking that complaint, the words that are in the article that the journalist wrote, and then they're establishing that as statements of fact. Now I know I can't do a collateral, and I have to say I don't, this is the petition for judicial review in the Superior Court of Washington. It was an exhibit. The minute that we had the findings from the Washington Medical Commission on October 4th, 2022, we went into the process of doing a petition for judicial review. And because, well, we knew what the facts were, and we knew it was being presented, and I was very adamant that we get the proper facts. I apologize, that we get the information that I had, that I presented, entered in versus what they were establishing happened or I said, if that makes sense. It got to a point, and we touched on this, they were sending information like on the statements of charges, like why didn't I contest it? I didn't know about it until like the day before it was due. I wrote and asked for an extension, which we've always gotten. Like there are times where we had to do it with the WMC multiple times over that like 2-year period, and they always granted it. There was no response, and they sent the information back to the old address. So I didn't know there was anything to even contest. So there was no way for me to even continue petitioning or challenging the decisions they were making. And by that point, it was abundantly clear that they were trying to have criminal charges on me. And our attorneys were like, you need to leave the state. So I just wanted to get that part on there where it wasn't a lack of me continuing to try and go through that process of challenging the findings from the state. There was just nowhere to go with it. Regarding the findings of fact that the Alaska Medical Board commissioners are going to be looking at, I think a lot of it depends on, with the charges. And Judge Wilson, you've said it a couple times. The things that they were really coming after me for were things that in the state of Alaska, no one would have known who I was in that capacity. But we wouldn't have, talking to Dr. Grissom where he's like, yeah, we got to do that. We got to prescribe, we got to treat patients the way we felt was in the best interest of our patients. We didn't have that option in Washington. You heard other doctors say if we whispered things, if we said something in front of a patient and it was antithetical to what their actually political bent was, they could send in a complaint, and that provider would potentially have a suspension of their license. That was the climate that we were under. So when I was speaking to the community about the things that I was observing, it was in contrast to what the mandates that were handed down were restricting us from saying. It was just antithetical to everything that I saw as a clinician. As I think we've heard people testify, I was considered a highly competent and thorough practitioner. So I wasn't just making things up. This is under extreme scrutiny that I looked at the things that we were being asked to espouse to our patients and community. And I was at opposition with it in the context that I couldn't give informed consent. And I would share that. If I can't, if a mom says, well, today my child doesn't have to wear a mask and tomorrow they're mandated to, can you tell me the science behind it? My answer to that is like, well, no, there's no science that I can rely on to tell you why today they don't need one and tomorrow they do. And if I said, well, just because you just have to, then I run, then what? Now how is she going to trust anything I say from that point on in other matters if I'm not able to have a thoughtful conversation, or even in that context joking? Like, no, it doesn't make any sense.
Can I interrupt you for one moment? There's a Denise Wenzel.
Mhm.
Is she a friend who wants to listen in, or is she a witness?
She was a witness, but then we had to.
So I'm going to keep her there in that room then.
So sure.
Okay. It would, you were saying it would impact the position or the position.
Correct.
patient relationship if you had to give advice that
Well-
was contrary to what you believed was.
Well, it had to be credible, right? With when we looked at the mandates, and at this time, a lot of the complaints were about things that were written about me that I was saying in public, and I did make the statement. It did, like, help me share with the patient the science behind having to wear a mask standing in line, but then you sit down and you get to take your mask off, and then the manner with which you do it, and then put it on the table or your pocket, and then put it back on your face without going to the bathroom and washing your hands. That's not proper use of personal protective equipment. And the use of personal protective equipment isn't a joke. It's not. It's there for a reason. And I got in trouble for this when I shared a story. I got in trouble for correlating it. I shared a story where I was doing a lumbar puncture on this 9-month-old that was suspected of meningitis. All I had to do was put surgical gloves on without contaminating the field. That's it. And then perform, the puncture and put it on, contaminate the field. We had to start all over. Go to do it again, contaminate the field, had to start all over. Finally, third time, I successfully did it. That's the use of PPE and the respect with which we look at it if we don't use it correctly. During that time, the information is just put something on your face. And I couldn't, if somebody asked me, tell me what your thoughts are, that doesn't make any sense to me. There's nothing sanitary about it. There's no data that shows that it's effective. And that came out during a Senate oversight hearing when they asked Anthony Fauci what studies or what data they used. And he said, well, there aren't really any good ones, because when you get a mask from like Walmart or the grocery store, none of them fit properly, so they can't be effective. So I'm many of the findings of facts are based on things that I was saying that today, or even over the last 18 months, 12 months, and currently have been found to be accurate. But I was at that time, I was in a state that was highly politicized and we've heard it, for an agenda for things, and I put my patients and science over the mandates. And my hope is that when the Alaska Medical Board, when the members, I don't know if they're hearing the testimony, but when you hear the testimony of every witness that I've had, and sitting here, I'm humbled by it. I was truly humbled by their words. I looked at myself as just a guy trying to serve my patients and my community the best I possibly could in every facet that I could, and share truth and live it. That's the way I practiced medicine, and I'm proud of it. And that's something that I would love to be able to do here in Alaska, and to continue to use my gifts and my medical knowledge and my profound caring for helping people. Do I think they should just be like, a lot of people said really nice and flattering things about him, or highlighted his medical knowledge, expertise, acumen, integrity. Yes. Were there some things that I did where I recognize to go against what in any other situation it would be something I would never do in any other type of situation. Yep, I recognize that. I just felt like I didn't have a choice. If I was going to continue to serve my patients the way they deserved, because of the way they changed the rules, I was going to have to adapt in that situation to be able to continue to serve them. And I think that needs to be addressed. Do I think, due to the findings of fact in Washington State and the permanent revocation of my license in Washington State, that I should be permanently barred from practicing medicine anywhere ever again? No, I don't think that's a fair. I don't think that would be a fair outcome. I think my very, just humbly, my very strong encouragement would be for you, Judge Wilson, and for the board to take a look at the entire picture, at what all of the witnesses talked about in very different ways, and very personal experiences to the kind of person I am, and clinician, and the dedication I had to my practice, and what I was willing to do to find answers where there were none. There, I think every single one of them said, this is the person I want caring for me, or it's the person I did have caring for me, which I think is a powerful testament. It is, as I say, it's my deepest hope that we'll start with it, that the decision won't be just a no. We reject your application or ability to practice in Alaska in some capacity. My deepest hope is that in some capacity, possibly over time, and proving my worth and abilities, that there'd be consideration for approving my license, my application for a license.
Anything else, Mr. Miller?
Not that would be admissible or redundant.
Mr. Higgins, any questions of Mr. Miller?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, do you have a PA license in Texas?
I do not.
Do you have a PA license anywhere in the States?
I do not have a PA license anywhere.
Okay. Do you practice medicine in any states?
I do not.
Okay. Dr. Grissom testified earlier that you and he have had that you met in early 2023. Is that your recollection of what the time frame was?
Correct.
Okay, and your license in Washington was at least temporarily suspended at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Dr. Grissom testified that since you had met, that you and he had had plus or minus 20, I believe he said, kind of like curbside conversations about what to do in different situations.
Correct.
Okay. Are you advising him on his medical practice in those conversations?
So I would have people. So I had a wellness. I did a number of integrative health practitioner certification courses, so I could do like health coaching. Within that, I also had many people reaching out, as you heard in testimony, where people would call when there were complex issues, and they would tell me about them. Like, obviously, I can't tell them what to do or give advice. So there were multiple people that I'm like, I have no idea what to do or where to go with that. So I would reach out. I mean, Dr. Grissom wasn't the only person. I would talk to my father-in-law, who's an MD. And my goal was to try and find, like, what are other things that we can think of to have them pass along to the physician that's taking care of them.
So are you acting as kind of like a consultant on the side?
Well, I'm an unpaid consultant. Yeah. Well, I'll give you an example. Well, I'll be broad. Somebody calls, their parent went into the hospital with a seizure, and they call in and talk to me. And I'm like, listen, this isn't my scope. I'm like, let me talk to people. Let me reach out to somebody and just run it by them. And I would share with them, like, here would be something. This is what, say Dr. Grissom recommended to talk to the doctor about, or this is what he said to ask to see if this would be a viable, set of labs for the doctor to run on your dad.
Okay.
And sometimes they're just theoretical.
And do I understand correctly that there was no law requiring you to put the reason for a prescription on the prescription?
Can you say that again?
In Washington, when you were writing prescriptions, was there a law of any sort that required you to put that information on there?
No.
Okay. And pharmacists, it was up to them whether they wanted to fill a prescription or not. Is that right?
In general?
Yes.
Absolutely
yes.
not. No. We prescribe, they fill and dispense. I would get a call pre-COVID, I would get a call and it would be like, Mr. Miller, is that what you meant? Is that the dosage? And I would say yes. And like, okay, it was not, hey, what's this for? That doesn't matter what it's for. That's outside of their scope. If I prescribed a Mantidine from a pediatric standpoint, and a pharmacist said, well, I can't dispense that because that's for Parkinson's, I'm like, it's also for disruptive mood disorder. It's an antiviral. So for them to start questioning why a provider is prescribing a medication, they wouldn't ask a psychiatrist why they're prescribing an atypical antipsychotic to a 5-year-old. That's a statement of fact. They just filled it. They filled it and dispensed it. They never asked.
Right, but if they refused to fill a prescription,
that never happened.
They've never
in 15 years of practicing medicine, I never once had a pharmacist to refuse to fill a prescription.
Then why did you start writing what you were prescribing it for on the prescription?
Until August, of 21, where certain pharmacists refused to dispense the medication if they suspected it was for COVID.
Right. And
And
so
what I was told by a pharmacist, he said, the only way I can dispense this is if you put it for intestinal parasites, scabies, or head lice. And I was like, oh, okay, thank you.
okay. So the answer to the question of whether the pharmacist could refuse to fill a prescription, it's yes, they could, and in fact did refuse to fill some prescriptions.
So I will say at that point, every single one of those pharmacists should have been written up.
Could you
And
please answer his
oh yeah,
question?
yeah, they illegally withheld the filling and dispensing of medication due to their what I call practice, their practice of medicine.
So your answer was they refused to fill the prescription.
They refused to fill prescriptions for ivermectin. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Higgins.
Okay. And then just to make sure that we cover it, I'm sorry to jump around this way. There was while you were temporarily suspended, in January of 23, you were sent a letter about the failure to provide treatment records to the parent of one of your patients, right?
I did.
Okay. And you got another letter in March, I think, of 29 or March of 23 about concern that you had been practicing medicine under your Miller Wellness Clinic, right?
It was an anonymous complaint about my website, and said that my website looks like he might be practicing. You should investigate him.
Okay. And you acknowledged to the medical commission investigator that you had received that letter and the complaint, right?
So in January of 23, I received a letter of cooperation regarding a patient and getting records to them. With my attorney, I filled out the letter of cooperation and put in records. The complaint was that I improperly diagnosed him with a sleep disorder. So I put in the records for the referrals. In fact, one of our witnesses today was one of the referrals I sent him to. She then referred him out to an orthodontist and an ENT. Those records are all in there. Everything's in there. The one thing, and the mom, because it was a custody issue, the mother requested that I not send the full record until the state investigator responded to her letter. So the mother wrote a letter to the investigator challenging the accusation because she knew it to be false. So I did the entire letter of cooperation. I put in the documents of the labs and specialist evaluations, etc. I simply withheld one component of it and said, mother is respectfully requesting that I hold off on sending these until you have responded to her letter. Now, the interesting thing about that complaint is the father had his records because they were part of the custody. So the complaint in and of itself had no validity because the father had the patients or had his son's records through the attorneys, because I'd given the records to the mother in May of 2022.
Okay, so I had asked you about the March 29th letter and your response to it on April 27th, acknowledging that you had received the letter about your potentially continuing to practice during a period of suspension. And you've just responded about the prior issue that was reported in January. So
well, that's because you went from there to that one so quickly that I didn't get to respond to the first
Okay.
part of it. So I apologize.
Yeah, so if you could do me the favor of listening to the time frame that I'm talking about, because they're only 2 months apart.
Correct.
So let's just
I
go back to
responded to that.
January. No, thank you.
Sorry.
In January of 23, there was a letter sent to you about not having provided a parent with the medical records that you had.
Correct.
And there's a state law in Washington that says a parent is entitled to access their child's medical records. Right?
Correct. And he had those records.
But you did not provide them when you didn't provide them to him as he requested.
He never requested. There was no information. There was no record of any conversation or any electronic communication that he requested records.
Okay.
And I requested that there's a reason that he filed the complaint, and
Okay,
that's
so
why the mother.
You're kind of shifting your explanations here of both he had the records and now your response to it when I've asked you again here is that, oh, well, he didn't actually request them. There's no record of it, actually. You're not saying he didn't request them. You're saying there's no record of it.
Let me clarify. He stated that he had in the complaint. So we have to look at all of it in totality. If you look at his entire complaint, which if we want to do this, I would love to look at his entire complaint and go through the veracity of it. I think that would be fair, and I would love to do that. But that would take time, and it would elucidate too many things that are inconvenient. So what he said in the complaint was that he reached out
I'm
to.
asking you about your response. I don't actually care what was in the complaint. I'm asking you about what your response was.
So he said, what I had stated was he reached out. He said that he had reached.
And I think we lost Mr. Higgins.
I'm here.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So the statement I made is his claim is that
Connection. I lost my visual connection to you.
That's okay.
Is that he reached out to request records twice, and I refused to provide records. That was in the complaint. What I was saying later on regarding the letter of cooperation, the letter of cooperation was to respond to the complaint. And what I was saying is the complaint didn't have any veracity anyways, because the mother already had the records and had submitted them to the attorney. So now both parents have records. What
I need to pause you for a moment. We lost our recording capacity too. So just one moment. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, give me a moment. Okay, we have recording capacity again. We lost about 1 minute and 29 seconds. Mr. Higgins, I'm gonna hit a button here on my computer, and if I lose you,
I'll join right back on. Yes.
Come back shortly. So it shows that I have to reconnect to the hearing room, and I don't know what's going to happen when I do that. All right, you are back. You are back. We are still recording. So technological problems resolved. We did lose 1 minute and 20 seconds of recording. If I could take us back to your question, Mr. Higgins, of in January 23, there was a letter you received about not providing a parent with records. You asked if he received that letter?
Yes.
Okay. And your next question was, did you not provide those records?
No. So I think, and Mr. Miller can correct me if I'm wrong, his response was that he did not receive a formal request, and what he was responding to was the substance of the information in the complaint, when he was earlier saying that the complaint had no validity because he had provided the records through attorneys, perhaps in the custody dispute, I think was essentially what Mr. Miller was saying.
And that I had never received any communication from that parent whatsoever asking for medical records.
All right. And then, so specifically, on April 27th, 2023, you sent the Washington Medical Commission investigator a letter acknowledging that you had received the March 29th, 2023 complaint.
That is correct. And then I spent quite a bit of time
No,
filling out.
Just that question is all I'm asking. And then a statement of charges was sent to you on August 18th of 2023, correct?
No, it was sent to my previous address on August 18th.
Okay, and on September 5th, you sent the email to the Washington Medical Commission requesting more time, is that right?
They resent that packet of the statement of charges to my other office address, and it was I believe it arrived on the Friday before Labor Day. We were gone, got back, and when I went into my office on the 5th, or got mailed, there was the packet. I recognized that I'm not going to have time to be able to go through all of this, so I sent an email to Rick Glean requesting an extension so I could have time to confer with my attorneys, specifically because of the language in it where it said that I didn't answer the question sufficiently, or insufficiently answered, which should infer that I did fill out their letter of cooperation from the March 20th, 23rd, and the April. I did fill out their letter of cooperation and sent it back. They just used the language that it didn't sufficiently, or it is, I haven't looked at it, but correct me if I'm wrong, but there is that language that it didn't sufficiently answer their questions. So that's why they sent the statement of charges.
Yeah, and so you sent a request for an extension on September 5th, 2 days before the response was due, right?
I sent it before the response was due. I don't know. I would have to look.
Yeah, and then the Washington decision came out on October 25th, 2023, right?
I would have to look at the exact date, but generally.
And that decision says that by the time that the medical commission was issuing the decision, you still hadn't responded by that time.
I had not received any feedback or any response from Rick Glean or anyone from the Washington Medical Commission.
So your license is suspended. You've got these new charges coming. A new statement of charges filed against you. You know the deadline's there. You threw out an email and then you didn't hear anything. You send an email saying, hey, I'd like more time, which, you know, is routine, as we saw in this case. And then that was it. You didn't follow up because they didn't follow up with you.
There were times that it would be, so this is what, September of 23. So I was 3 years into communication with the chief medical investigator. There were times it would be weeks I mean, like 5-6 weeks before they would respond. Or there were times where I'd finally like, what is going on? And I'd call and leave a message, and then it could be another week or two before they would respond. So my how would you call it? A tolerance, or how I've assimilated to their typical responses. I wasn't used to rapid responses. I was very used to, these protracted delays in their responses.
Okay.
Because from that time to like October, that was standard.
And the I heard you say that you were discussing, I believe, earlier the multidisciplinary assessment that you were ordered to obtain from Acumen Assessments.
Correct.
Did you describe that as voluntary inpatient?
That's what they had written on it, was a voluntary inpatient. Yeah.
Who's they?
The stipulation from the Washington Medical Commission.
And you're saying that's in the order?
So I believe it was July of 2022, I received a stipulation. I've received a few. So there's, and I don't want to, there's a stipulation that said I needed to pay the Washington Medical Commission $30,000 for the time they spent investigating me, that I needed to.
Did you do that?
Did I pay them the $30,000?
Yes.
No, I requested that they actually start investigating me instead of, because they never investigated anything. I mean, they got like on the sheet, it says that they will follow up and contact anyone that could be related to this complaint. And since I was directly related to it, you would think there'd be an interview or an investigation as to the veracity of the complaint, but that never happened. So I simply said, it would be way easier for you to run and like have interviews with me instead of just blindly investigating, because that's going to waste a lot of time and money.
All right. And so you never obtained the multidisciplinary assessment with Acumen Assessments?
I did not choose to do that.
So it sounds like you're willing to abide by the rules or orders when you agree with them, but not when you don't agree with them. Is that fair?
We were petitioning that specific stipulation because at no point during any of the information that had been discussed or presented during the hearing did my mental health come into play. So the other stipulations, the ethics, the medical, like doing a medical acumen type of evaluation to see if I was to make sure that I knew what evidence-based medicine was and what standard of care was. I told my attorneys, I'll do all of those. I'm just concerned, like there was a lot of red flags with their initial stipulation, and I wanted to challenge that stipulation to see if we could get it dismissed.
But you didn't get it dismissed, right?
Well, no, we continually challenged it, but by the time that part of the case got to the Superior Court in Vancouver, Washington, they'd already done the permanent revocation of my license.
Okay. So it's final order. You haven't paid the money.
No, that would have been on the first one. So that one actually, they never followed up on that. I would have to look at. May I refer to the July stipulation of 2022?
No, it's all right. It's 5 o'clock, so we're out of time.
So I can appreciate what you're saying is I'll follow orders unless I don't agree. When they said that I need to go to Kansas for a voluntary inpatient psychiatric evaluation, Pretty much everyone around me said, don't do it. And they had specific concerns as to why. And so my petition to my attorneys was, can we try and let's do whatever we can to get that removed from the stipulation so I can then move through the rest of them.
Mr. Higgins, I can go a little bit longer. Any more questions? I have a
No.
couple.
That's, why don't you go ahead, Your Honor?
Yeah. Could you just tell me how you were able to treat Mr. Chase here in Alaska?
You mean the method or just?
No, I mean, were you licensed to practice in Alaska? Was it a telemedicine call to your Washington office? I just want to make sure I convey to the board why you believed you could provide him care.
It was a telemedicine call.
So he was a patient of your Washington state facility?
He called, and in the process of that, we created a chart and we got all of his information and made him a patient.
And honestly, I just want to look at the rules changing quite a bit during that time. So I wanted to get an understanding of that relationship. You mentioned permanent revocation in the state of Washington. Notwithstanding those words, does the state of Washington give you the ability to apply for reinstatement of your license to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. So you are not pursuing licensure in any other state but the state of Alaska. Is that accurate?
I had pursued licensure in Oklahoma.
I recall that in the record.
Yeah, so the doctor who was my expert witness one of my expert witnesses during my testimony was on the Oklahoma Medical Board, and his words to me is, "I'm shocked and horrified by what I just witnessed. Oklahoma is a much freer state. We would love to have you. You should apply to Oklahoma," which I did, and I got to the point of I was supposed to meet in front of the medical board on June 29th of 2023. It got changed to July 20th of 2023 and then to August 15th of 2023, where the secretary of the medical commission called and said that he was really sorry. After looking at everything, whomever, I think it was attorneys, determined that because I had not cured my license in Washington state, that I was not eligible for a license in Oklahoma.
And you didn't challenge the decision?
I didn't have an opportunity to, and I didn't even know I could until I applied to Alaska, and then I received the letter of the board denying my application, but with the ability to appeal.
Did you withdraw your application from Oklahoma, or did you get a denial?
Neither.
What happened?
After I realized that there is an actual appeals process because of Alaska, I called to figure out how come I never received a letter in Oklahoma. And they said, it took me quite a bit to finally, they were told, well, we never denied it. There were documents that you didn't send in. They said it was because it's only on file for 12 months. So that would have been August 2022 to August 2023. And that was right around the time that I was supposed to fly out there and meet in front of the board. So when I followed up with them, I was told that after a year, it becomes inactive. And in the letter that they sent, it said that it was active from August of 2022 to October of 2023. And the reason that it went inactive was that there were further documents that I hadn't provided to them.
Is one of proof of no revocation of your license in any other state?
When I asked if they could share with me what documents I had sent in, I could not get them to send them to me.
So in your estimation, the state of Washington has closed your file, and if you wanted to apply again, you would have to reapply.
For
Oklahoma
Oh,
has
the state of-
closed the file, deemed it incomplete
correct.
because they didn't have the information they required within a year.
Well,
What's your impression of what they told you?
the interesting thing is to be able to sit in front of the board, your application has to be complete, right? Like you can't have missing data on your application and even have the board consider you. So I have yet to determine or be told what that missing information was. Because again, if you have an incomplete application, you're not going to be able, the board isn't going to make a decision on you.
All right. Mr. Higgins, did that result in any additional questions from you?
No, it did not. Thank you very much.
I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Higgins, if I could find them. I'm at the close of evidence right now. I'll give you a brief moment of redirect based upon the questions you received from Mr. Higgins and me, if you need it.
You're on a redirect on when
Yeah.
you're testifying for yourself. That's your chance. Answering the question is your redirect.
I'll agree with that. And I think you didn't just give yes or no answers, you gave replies. So I'm going to close the evidence in this matter. Does any side want to provide me with written closings or deem them unnecessary?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm satisfied relying on the brief. The evidence before you is, you know, it is what it is. And I don't object if Mr. Miller wants, 7 days, what have you, to file a written final argument. He's also filed his briefs, but if he wants another, we won't object.
Do you want to file a written closing argument, or are you satisfied with your pre-hearing brief?
I would like the opportunity to file a written closing argument.
What's the rest of your week look like? I would prefer to have it by Friday. I don't know if that's doable for you.
Would Monday be okay?
The weekend's fine. So, all right. And so if you could get me that closing argument written by close of business on, what is that, August 25th. Mr. Higgins, what I was looking for is I read your pre-hearing brief, and I want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting it. You've gone back to reliance on ASO 864, the statutory grounds for denial of a license, and I just want to see if you want me to ignore the board's regulations on denial of physician assistance or try to make those work together.
No, Your Honor, we included an alternate argument.
Okay, I must have missed that one.
Yeah, I apologize that I didn't make that clear enough. But yeah, the last sentence on the first page of our pre-hearing brief alternately
okay. Alternatively, request the board issue a proposed decision under, okay, that's the professional incompetence provision.
Yes.
There's another provision that I saw last night on what is deemed a complete application for a physician assistance, and that specifically states clearance by the medical boards. I can't remember the name of the organization. Is that something you would like me to look at as well as whether this application can be deemed complete?
I believe it can be.
Okay.
I feel confident that Mr. Miller had submitted everything that was asked of him to submit to have the board consider his application.
Let me just pull it up just so.
We did have that document that we had to supplement. Is that the one you're referring to?
It's actually a little bit, it's not. give me a moment to turn to the medical board. And I think even with it missing, I've got everything I need. But I'm going to medical board regulations. Computer's very slow.
Was it the data bank?
No, it's, if you allow me just a moment, I'll pull it up. So under I'm looking, patients, thank you. I know I really appreciate your additional time. I just had a question. It's under 12 AAC 4400 B 8. This says the application must contain documented evidence of clearance from the board action database maintained by the Federation of State Medical Boards. Do you consider the report they provided sufficient, or does it require a clearance?
Your Honor, I'm not entirely sure what the distinction would be. Again, I hate
There's
to.
That your license is good, and that's one way to interpret it. And I'm trying to figure out if the board's discretion is limited the way it would be for a physician license. And I think all I might do is mention it in the ruling that there's some ambiguity about what is meant by clearance from the board, but I'm going to interpret the regulation that says that the board will, in its discretion, that they still have authority to ostensibly choose an action, whether it be denial, revocation, suspension, or any other disciplinary action. But I just wanted to point that out to the board in case they had a different understanding about what is meant by that word. And it's really for them to interpret their own regulations, not me.
Yes. All I can find in my quick searching through the administrative record is that there's a clearance report form from the Federation of State Medical Boards, and it's my understanding that the Federation submitted that form of clearance was submitted. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have to go into what it said. I mean, we know the reasons the board can choose its options here. Got it. If I confused you a little bit with that, I was only looking at this last.
I have struggled with this, doing some pinch hitting here myself. So there's bits of the process that I'm not familiar with, and nobody said, hey, this form wasn't included. So I didn't advance that argument.
The form was included, but it should show that the license is good in all states. So that's one way to interpret that. And since it's not good in all states, it's not a clearance. But I'll raise it for the board and let them figure out how they'd like to interpret their regulation on that. This board does, take a decision and decide what they like and don't like. So
yeah, you have more experience with them than I do.
And what I want to do is give them as thorough a document as possible, thorough of a final proposed decision. So what happens next, Mr. Miller, is you're going to get me a written closing, and that's due by my close of business on Friday. The next stage is on Monday. Thank you. I asked both of you for the courtesy of 30 days to write my decision after close of the record. Do I still have that same courtesy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I write something called a proposed decision. That proposed decision goes to both you and Mr. Higgins. We'll send you a letter that explains what happens next, but basically you then get to write something to the board, based upon what I've written. It's called a proposal for action. And that might be, I agree with what Judge Wilson said. Please adopt it as your final decision, or she got it all wrong here. Reopen the record, or she got it right, but I think you should do something different. And whatever you submit in writing on this, my decision goes to the board. Mr. Higgins has that same opportunity. Whatever he writes, my decision, your proposal for action, and Mr. Higgins' proposals for action all goes to the board. The board then meets in, usually they're, after they've had enough time to review everything, usually within 30 to 60 days to consider everything. They meet in executive session. Generally, they're not required to, but they have the ability to consult with me under their peer review privilege. And they have the ability to consult with an independent lawyer for the board, not Mr. Higgins, someone who hasn't been advocating for the division. Then they decide what to do, and it really becomes a matter of their final decision. It's my obligation to write a proposed, by my statute, to write a proposed decision as if it's the final decision for the board. So I have to some degree, put myself in their place. That said, I'm an attorney and not a medical professional. So I will be looking at prior decisions of the medical board to see how they've interpreted issues of, can a physician misstate the reason for prescribing medication? Or I'll be looking at their prior precedent and referring to that. If there's no prior precedent, I'll make a recommendation to them, and they can decide, how to handle that. I'm trying to put you a little bit of comfort in, though you're sitting in a tribunal here with a judge and you've been facing lawyers all day, the final arbiter is the medical board. And then they issue what's called a final decision. That final decision is appealable to the Superior Court of the state of Alaska. And that's the process that this goes through. So I am one step in due process, not the last.
Okay.
But this is where we are. The evidence is closed. The only thing left is your written closing argument. So that's all I have for you. I thank all the gentlemen, all of you all gentlemen, for your time. And I am going to put us off record. Have a good
Thank you, Your
evening.
Honor.
Thank you.
Good. Let me just take a moment to end our review. This is backed up to my drive as well.
Long day.
Good day for you.
Huh?
Quite the day for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was,
All right. You have your wife on the line still. I'm gonna, and Mr. Davidson. So Mr. and Mrs. Davidson, or Ms. Miller and Mr. Davidson, I'm gonna close the Teams link, but I'm certain you can reach Mr. Miller.
it's still been going?
Yeah, I stopped the recording, but now I'm gonna close Teams.
Okay.
Just letting them know